what's going on today.
Sounds good.
Give me 1 second. Jen, you're still a co-host, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can see everybody.
All right, let me admit everybody.
Okay.
Give 1 second. Can everyone hear?
Mm-hmm.
Guys,
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to our first live fundraiser. I know some people are going to be jumping on as we go along. I wanted to just share, I know I shared the schedule a few times, but I want to just kind of share it again so everyone has a better idea as to what's going on today and when. Please keep in mind that this schedule is on a Pacific time, so they're 3 hours behind us. So let me just share the schedule so everyone sees what's going on, who's coming, and you know, all that fun stuff. Shared the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. Okay, can everyone see the schedule?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
right now, you know, in the beginning, it's just going to be buddies, you know, my volunteers and myself talking about what's going on, why we're here. I know a lot of people were asking about the Pirates panel. And that is taking place later today at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. So just kind of keep an eye on this schedule. I did send it out, and I'll share it every now and again, so you all know what's going on, and you kind of hop on at those points if you have other things you need to do. So that's just my quick little schedule spiel. We will have more people joining as the day goes on. I'm Rebecca. I founded Buddy's Healing Paws pretty recently over the summer during COVID. So, you know, quarantine gave me ideas, and the reason I started it is because my dog Whiskey, she's a Bernese Mountain Dog, she needed to have a total hip replacement, and I had no job, no income, no means to pay this $10,000 plus bill. And she absolutely needed this surgery. And I reached out to the community of animal lovers, and they helped me fund it. And a lot of people were saying they had very similar situations. They had, you know, had to make a choice between putting their animal down because they were in pain or finding a way to get this surgery. And I said to myself, that's ridiculous. No one should have to make such a horrible choice. Our pets are our family. And I said something has to be done, and that's where Buddies came in. The reason it's named Buddies, as many of you know, is Rick Worthy's dog, Buddy, who passed away last year. Rick and I are very good friends, and he was very helpful and supportive of my situation with my dog. There was no other dog I could think of to name this charity after. And then through Rick and through the love of pets, I met Jen, who is my fund development manager, expert, my second in command here, and it's been so helpful in helping with this. And I'm gonna let Jen kind of introduce herself and say whatever she'd like to say.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jen. As Rebecca said, you know, I'm kind of her second in command in doing this, and an assistant, if you will. And, you know, I think that, you know, over the journey of getting involved with Buddies, we have really found that there is not equitable care for our pets. And so for me, it's really about finding solutions, not only with the pet health insurance, but with the veterinary clinics. You know, one of my thoughts in going into this is when we go into the hospital and we get sick, if we can't afford to pay the full price for our surgery bill, there's a medical billing department who goes ahead and calls us and says, can we schedule payments for you? And they get people on payment plans. And so I think that, you know, our veterinary offices need to start doing or implementing some kind of a plan like that for people who can't afford to pay for these procedures upfront. Maybe there needs to be an application process in-house. I don't know, but we're trying to bring awareness to the fact that there isn't equitable care for our pets, and people do not have these thousands of dollars to pay for these surgeries just lying around. So it's really important. We cannot do this work without all of you and without your help, we are all volunteers. None of us get paid to do this. We do this all in our free time, and most of us work full-time jobs or part-time jobs on top of being a part of the Buddies team. So thank you guys so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it, and we hope that you will spread the word.
Absolutely.
And now I want to kind of ask everyone, I mean, obviously we're probably expecting more people. And as you probably know, Rick will be popping on every now and again. He does have a panel later today, but he'll be around. Just kind of want to get an idea. I know a lot of you have emailed me about the specific panels you wanted to be in. But if everyone can kind of just tell me, so I make sure that you all know what time they're at and when to be here, if you have to hop off, which panels everyone is here to see. So I guess, Caitlin, since you just unmuted, you can go first.
Trying to think. I would like Kalamakri.
And I know that with Colin, just also a side note, Colin, Erica Carroll, and Jennifer Robertson, we have a separate Zoom link for that.
Okay.
As you know, we have multiple things going on at once. Edwin here is going to be hosting Colin and Jennifer Robertson, and Jen is going to be hosting Erica Carroll. So since Colin's coming up soon, Edwin, do you want to just post the link in the chat for that?
Yep, sure. I'm just gonna run on and get it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thanks, Edwin.
And so anyone else? I know, is your first name Nicholas or
No, my last name is Anoya. My first name is Nicholas. Yeah.
okay, Nicholas. I know you are interested in the Pirates.
Yeah, Dan, me and him are good friends. He invited me to this meeting. I'm so ever very grateful. So.
Okay, wonderful. So the Pirates one, as I said before, is around 4 p.m. But just
Okay.
so you know, you're welcome to stay on. I just want to let you know, so you're not like expecting them to come right now.
So I live I live in Maine. So would that be 4 p.m. Maine
4
time?
p.m. Eastern, yes.
Okay, and that would be like
1
12.
p.m. Pacific.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I will stay on. I don't mind.
No
That's
worries. You're gonna
Quick
and Jen will be
question,
here all day.
Becca.
Yes.
Becca, quick question. Is that what you sent me? The email and the password, or the
Yeah. No, that's just the link.
that's for me. Do you have the link? Because I actually don't have the link. I
Oh,
have
that might be
the,
helpful if I sent that to you, huh?
yeah, I have my password. And
Okay, give me 1 second. This is our first live fundraiser, so we're gonna go through some hiccups. Just
but you wouldn't have guessed
no.
because we're so professional about it. We hide
So
it well.
So is there going to be a different link at 4 p.m. or can I just use the same link?
No, this is for the Pirates. It'll be this link.
Okay.
So I got the link. I'm gonna copy it. I will put it in the chat for now. And then I will also send it. So let me just put it everyone. So this link is specifically for Colin Mockery. Okay, so this is for Colin. And that is coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific. So as we go through, I will put the other ones as well. But for now, that's the one that you really need to focus on. At 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, we do have Michael Ornstein from Sons of Anarchy coming on. He'll be on this link here that you all are signed on to. Just so you know, if anyone's on that, he cannot talk about the Mayans season 3 that's coming up. Absolutely can't even mention it. So other than that, I guess it's free for all. I know he had an animal, so I'd love to talk to him about that. But I do want to understand a little more about maybe some of your pets. I know, Edwin, you don't have any other than some of the wildlife living in your yard. But everyone else on here, do you guys all have animals?
I do.
Do? What do you have?
I have a pit bull lab mix.
Oh my gosh. How old?
I think Jack is like 10.
Oh. So cute. He's a rescue.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
I have a pit bull boxer mix, and he is 11.
Oh my gosh, look at that
Look
face.
at that face.
Oh, he's beautiful. And
Aw.
then you have Goomba.
Yes.
Goomba.
Yep. We rescued him from the bully breed rescue when he was 5. So he's been with us for 6 years now.
He's definitely got some personality, that Goomba.
He does.
Does anybody else have any pets? No. Yep. That's it.
Yodo.
I don't have any pets.
Oh my
I do have
goodness.
a family
We're
pet.
gonna, I'm sorry?
I do have a family pet. It's a tortoise named Tini.
Oh,
Oh, fun.
Their parents. So, and she's
oh my goodness.
6 years old.
So cute.
Awesome.
Oh, I love it. I have 2 dogs. Personally, I have 2 dogs. Sorry, I'm just fixing something. I have my Bernese Mountain Dog, as I mentioned before. She's gonna be 2 in like 2 weeks. And then I have a rescue chow mix, who you'll probably hear crying at the door at some point. So yeah, my pets are my world, and this is why we're doing this. And we will have at some point today a couple of the animal owners that we helped come and speak with us, to give their story and, kind of explain how they found us and more about what the process is like when we get help requests, because we have been getting a lot of people who need help. I mean, as you all know, COVID really affected people in many, many ways. And I would have to say about 90% of the people that are reaching out to us are saying they lost their jobs because of COVID, or their income has been depleted because of it. So it's really, really hit hard, and
I had 4 grand saved for Maine Maritime, and I lost my job in April this year, and it all went kaboom like that.
Yep. Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, it's absolutely horrible what happened. And, I think a lot of the times, we're all going through it, but a lot of people don't realize that not only are we suffering, but our pets are as well. And it's really heartbreaking also, because they don't understand, they
What,
don't
like-
understand.
What got you, I know we all have our motivators, like me, I'm an actor, what inspired you? I know you talked about your dog wanting surgery, but what inspired you more to just get into being making Buddy's Healing Paws? What, I know you said it was a thought, but what just gave you the motivation? Was it a family member? Was it a pet? Was it your husband or some kids, or you just were, writing down something? Us as actors, it's all scripted, just writing down something, and oh, that's what came out. So
I think for me, it was just hearing everybody else's stories
right.
of how they were struggling, and how they had to make these decisions between being able to help their pet, or feeding themselves, or having to put their pet down because they couldn't afford a life-saving procedure. And I'm an animal lover, dogs, cats, lizards, fish. I don't care. I love them all. I don't love spiders, but I'll help them if they need that. But I just said, it's not fair. This, no one should have to make that decision. And also, when we adopt an animal or we get an animal, we're responsible for them. That,
Right.
you're in charge of their lives and their well-being. And it just motivated me, because I don't think anyone should have to worry about that on top of everything else. It's horrible when you have to go through something like that with your pet. You don't know what's going to happen from day to day. And I just said to myself, something has to be done. And I've always wanted to do something that benefited animals and helped. And this was just a blessing in disguise. So that's really what motivated me to get started. Yeah. And
I feel that, Goomba, he's a pit bull mix, and he has mast cell tumors. and they're cancerous. And so for me, you know, it was finding out that my vet office that I was taking him to wanted to charge us $6,000 to remove the tumors. And then I switched vet offices, and the new vet office that we are currently at only charged us $600.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, but I mean, now you're seeing that there's not equitable care in veterinary practices. So why does one office charge $6,000 versus another office charging $600? What's going on here? And this is a problem for a lot of people. And so we really don't have answers as to why there is not equitable care across the board in terms of what these things are costing, and why does one cost $6,000 where another one costs 600? It doesn't make sense to me why this is going on. And so for me, the deeper that I got into helping with fund development and researching what's going on, I found that there's a big problem here, and it's not affordable for people. They're not making it affordable for people. And so how can we solve this problem as a community together to try and bring equitable care for animal owners?
I mean, these are just, questions, like, I know that, my dog, Jack is really healthy, but, say, if something happened to him and they were charging, unfortunately, my apartment doesn't allow me to have pit bulls just because of the pit bull reputation. Right. But if something happened to him, I would be asking, the vet, how come the bill is so, so expensive? Like, what do you guys need like $6,000 for? Like, is it for insurance? Is it for equipment? Is it just to remove something so small, and it spreads quickly. I had a dog before him that died of cancerous tumors. They're like the size of like a golf ball.
Yes.
He died. So.
Yeah. It's horrible. And, one thing we found in, going through the processes of this is that even if you do have pet insurance, it does not always help. You have to, like, for example, with my dog, I submitted my claim right after the surgery, which was in September of 2020.
Right.
And I waited months and months and months and months for her, for them to tell me if she was covered or not. And they said it's a pre-existing condition, so she's not fully covered. We can reimburse you a little bit. And that took months, so you're paying everything out front and waiting and hoping that your insurance is going to cover it, but you still have this bill. And what do you do? I mean, some of the procedures, like Jen said, they're astronomical. $6,000 to remove something that could kill your pet. And I understand the vets have a lot of bills. They have a lot of stuff equipment to pay for, and workers to pay, and I understand all of that.
Yeah, but $6,000 is a lot. I mean, you shouldn't have $6,000 just to, save your dog's life, Yeah. If it was like a horse or something, or a cow or something, that makes sense. But a dog, that's just.
Well, or even, not having in-house payment plans for people on a sliding scale, depending on what your income is and what you're making. They don't offer that. There's nothing offered to make payments. They want everything all up front. They want it now. Or you can get a care credit card and put it all on your care credit card. We accept that. But people don't have the credit to do that. People don't necessarily want to get into debt to do that.
I'm sorry I rolled my eyes at you, Jen. I hate it when people make excuses. I honestly do. It's one of my triggers.
You're fine.
I
mean, it's been eye-opening. And the pet insurance company is their get out of jail free card is it's a pre-existing condition. Yeah. Across the board, that's how they don't have to cover these procedures.
Right.
And it's disgusting. It's $1 billion industry. We understand. We have amazing veterinarians who we love and who do wonderful things and who help because they really do care. Some of them are working for companies who are about the money, and it's not necessarily the vet's fault. It just happens to be where they're working. So, how do we change these things in this industry for everyone to be a little bit better? you
And I
know.
think
So,
overall, I'm sorry, Jen, go ahead.
no, go ahead. You're good.
Overall, I just think that the way some people look at animals is not the way that I feel they should be. You know, they look at them, they're animals, you know, they're not humans. And I get that, but you know, for someone like me and others who don't have kids, our pets are our kids, you know. You take care of them, you help keep them safe and feed them and you know, so you're responsible for them. And I think to people like myself and animal lovers, they don't look at them like, oh, they're just animals, you know, that they're living, breathing things that, in my opinion, are a lot of them are better than people, you know, because they love you unconditionally. They don't ask for anything other than love. And I think the way that some people look at animals needs to change as well. So I just, you know, and
Yeah.
touching on what you said, Jen, like, we know it's not the vets, and I love my vet. I think my vet is absolutely wonderful. He knocks me down to a calm level when I'm crazy and anxious and thinking my dog's gonna die. You know, and I love that, and I love him, and I think he's wonderful. And I get that he, you know, maybe some of the prices isn't on him.
Right.
You know, so we're not like ragging on vets. We love the vets.
No.
We just think help needs to come for them, for people who need help. And, you know, we're trying to get into some vets offices to let people know that we're here and wanting to help and ready to help. So hopefully we can help and continue to change.
I don't mean to cut everybody. I don't mean to cut everybody short, but I have a meeting that I have to go to. But I will see. I assume your name's Becca, right? Up at the top.
Becca,
I
yes.
will. Yeah, I will come back on around 3. And it was nice meeting you all.
You too. Thank you.
Edward, Caitlin, and then people down on the bottom. Take care.
Bye-bye. See you later.
Thank
All
you.
right, bye. Yep.
I mean, does anyone else here have any stories they want to share about their pets? I mean, for the first couple of minutes, it's just going to be, you know, we want to have a conversation with everyone.
And if you know a vet's office who is taking payment plans, if you know a vet's office who is doing something great, we want to showcase them.
Yeah.
We want to highlight them. We want to get information into pet owners' hands about where they can go, that it's going to be affordable for them.
Yeah. I know you, Jen, and Michelle, you guys have a good vet.
Yes.
Who is helping make the payments less
Yes.
awful. Not everyone has that.
Right.
Michelle, go ahead.
Oh, no. I wasn't ready to really talk. I jumped on. Sorry, we had a bad night here. Yeah, by the grace of God, we found our vet through just my sister doing her beautician work. And we were going to vets that were expensive. And, you know, we went through the same thing that Jen did, that, you know, our girl that is in heaven now, they told us her surgery was going to be $2,000, and we had to put it off. And finally we went to him, and, you know, he's like, no, you know, at the most 300. I'm looking into why we're spending like 5,000 on MRIs and CTs for our pets now. When I was told by my cousin, who's a nurse that does CTs on a regular basis, that it costs maybe $150 to run the machines. And so I'm questioning why. I understand that they have to be, you know, sedated. So we have that extra cost, which is maybe $150.
Yeah.
I want to know why they're charging us, you know, $3,000 to $5,000 to do a CT and an MRI.
Yeah.
that really bothers me, because with NAS, as you know, they said that was going to be our next step, and I'm bothered by that fact that I can't take that step because it was $8,000, and that's a lot of money, and
Yeah.
it wasn't viable, at that point. The vet just said it's not even, he said I wouldn't do it. So these, and these are my kids, and I have kids. I have a kiddo. So I have 3 kids. So Jenny has 3 kids. But
Nope.
and I say to people, when you go to get a pet, you better make sure that you're taking them until death do you part, because that
Right.
is true belief in life, is that they count on you until death do they part. It's not until you get a new place or something else. You're their world.
Yep.
You may be a whole new world, but you're their whole world.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I heard is that vets say the number one thing that happens is when pets get older, they get dropped off at the vet office to be put down and they get left alone. Their owners don't go in with them. If you get a pet, please don't ever do that. Please. They love you. They need you to be with them. That was the hardest thing for me to hear. My husband told me that. One of his friends posted something about it, and it was just heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking to me. I've never left any of my pets. I've been with them through all of it, and it's tough. It's rough. And my husband goes, and yet you want another one, and you're gonna do it again.
Because the pain is worth it. It's worth all that
Right.
pain.
If
It's
we would have left Nas in the care and just took the advice of the staff to say, he was really just not doing well and down, and just let the staff make that choice, he would be gone now.
right.
And yet even with COVID, they let us in and took us in the back door in a room, and in one felt swoop, that little guy just looked up. He speaks because he's a cat, and he said, "Mom." He stood up and tried to get in my arms, and I knew in that second that he wanted to fight. And so we were like, "We're gonna try this. Let's try it." And here we are today. And he is going strong. So, and I'm with you. We have been with every one of our little guys, and from start to finish, and never,
Right.
not to be morbid or anything, but Jenny, our plans.
Yeah.
We cremated our pack. We're such a pack. We've cremated our little ones we've lost. And our plan is that my husband and I, when we pass, we will be cremated and be with them so that our kids can have us all together. That's how much of a pack and a family we are.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So yeah, don't leave them behind, and don't just take them in and drop them off, because they're as scared as leaving your 2-year-old in a doctor's office alone.
And another thing is that if you're really worried about it, I did
Give me one second. My dog is crying. I'm gonna let him in.
Oh, okay.
Know that I'm on live and I'll be there in a minute.
I had a conversation, or I overheard a conversation, and it was about a veterinary office who is a hospice vet. And she actually comes into people's homes where their pets can be put to sleep at home. And I never heard of that before. And I thought, what a phenomenal thing to do, to be able to have the vet come to your home and where your pet can pass peacefully in an environment where it's comfortable. It's not in the vet's office where it's scared. I'd never heard of this before. And the love and the care and compassion that this hospice vet took for this animal was unbelievable. It was just the sweetest story to hear that there are people out there who are doing this. So
have it
don't be afraid to find them.
We have one in the Treasure Valley that does it too.
Do we? Okay, that's awesome to know.
And I can look up there. It's like Animal Hearts or something like that, and they will come to your home, be with you, and they do like a little exam, and then they wait until you're ready, and then and wherever the animal is. Debbie, my friend Debbie, just had her Doberman. You need to walk out. Galise's, she's had since a pup. We've known this dog since she brought her home as a pup. And she passed away this week.
Aww.
She came out of her little house and walked into the barn, into the wood chips where she loved to lay, like she knew it was her time. And that's where she passed over. And the vet was just happy to be out in the barn in the snow and everything. it was okay.
Right.
And and then they also do cremation and stuff, and they'll take them, and they were awesome. They're just really awesome. We've actually looked into that for our babies. So we just love Andrews and Dr. Davies so much that our because they call them their kiddos, and they've been really good about, they'll even come out to your car if that's more comfortable for you to be with you, just sitting in the car with you if that's where you want to be. So we found an awesome vet.
Yes, definitely.
I love that. Hopefully everyone can find a good vet as well.
We're definitely going to try and showcase them on our website within the next year.
Yeah,
I'm working on that. But it's definitely going to be a process, because we want to make sure that we have, at least 2 or 3 in each state up on the website for everyone who's in the United States.
Absolutely.
And if anybody's in Canada and knows good ones in Canada, reach out to us and let us know so we can showcase those as well.
Yeah. We right now only work within the United States. I'm looking into how to help people outside of the U.S.
Okay.
It's a matter of conversion in terms of the U.S. dollar to euros or whatever.
Right.
But we are working on that now. And might not have mentioned to do that. So surprise, Jen.
That's okay.
But that is
I just think, resources across the board are important. So
I agree. So we are working on that, but
but still finding good vets.
Oh, absolutely.
Everywhere are great, because we travel with our animals, so we definitely want to find them wherever we go.
Yeah, absolutely. So I also want to kind of touch on a little bit about stuff that's going on today. Just a couple of things I want to mention for some of the panels. Just I know some of you may or may not know about all the craziness that's going on with Joss Whedon. For the Buffy panels, the actors don't want to push it under the rug, but they also don't want to go over and over and over about it. So if anyone's joining, and I'm going to say this again, so I'm sorry for everyone who's hearing it more than once, we don't want to bring it up. So if you're on one of the Buffy panels, we're not pretending it didn't happen. We just don't want to focus on that. And that was coming from the actors.
I'm sorry. So. What happened? I don't watch the news.
Okay. So there was a lot of controversy. I don't know a lot about it, and I don't, want to harp on it too much, but there was a lot of controversy going on about Joss Whedon.
And his behavior towards female actresses.
Yeah. I would just look it up. I don't really want to get into it.
Yeah,
No.
I think
but
you
yeah, I
can
would just,
you can check it out on the internet.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
stories are there. It's not really for us to discuss,
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't watch the news because it's always so sad every time. So I just never watch it anymore.
I don't blame you. I'm not a big news fan myself. So yeah, I just wanted to make mention of that we want to keep that under,
There's a time and a place to discuss it, and it's not today.
If he's here to support our cause, then we don't need controversy over that. It's his problems are his problems, and we don't bring them into our arena.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to just kind of raising awareness about what we're doing more. Hoping
Yeah.
to, if people are out there and need help and maybe don't know we're here, hopefully they will hear about this or join and find out what we're doing and reach out. That's the goal, and obviously to raise money so we can keep helping these animals and these people. And I know Jen and our goal for when it's safe is to do an actual in-person live, not
Yes.
virtual fundraiser.
Yes.
Yeah. And Michelle, I didn't forget you down there. I just know it's something. So that's definitely a goal of ours. I'm going to be doing a couple of fun things throughout the year. We're going to be hosting a supernatural trivia night. Yep. And then down the line, probably a Doctor Who trivia night hosted by Mr. Edwin up there, the Doctor Who expert. Just kind of doing some fun things, so it's not just about like a website, and we can actually connect in a world where it's become quite hard to do that. That's the plan going forward.
I think also like the focus of this is like, helping pets. And I think that's you're having famous people come on and so on, and you want to know about them, but at the same time they're supporting this charity for a reason, so they've got their fur babies and they're going to want to talk about that. Yep. And I think it's important to hear that, to know that if they've got a pet getting them through this current situation, and everyone can connect with that except for me because I don't have a pet, but but I just think it's a good thing to hear why they're helping today as well. That's something I'm going to be asking Colin and Jen.
Yeah, I do think it's important, and I do know that a lot of people throughout this pandemic have adopted animals or gotten a pet or said that because of their pet they didn't feel so alone. There's a lot of people. There you go, Debbie. Pets really help, and they're your company. Debbie, I don't know if you want to kind of speak about, since you raised your hand, calling you out. If you want to kind of speak about your fur baby and about your.
I have two. One I rescued in January 2019, and somebody had broken both of his front legs, and found an amazing rescue that's local who paid for his surgeries, and he was having behavioral issues because of everything that he had gone through. And he just looked at me, I looked at him, and I'm like, bam, we need to be together. And I was working a lot. So in October 2019, I started looking for a pal for him, and he gets along better with female dogs. So I rescued another dog. So I had both of mine before the pandemic, but I have health conditions that make it so that I have to work from home, and I have an employer who has worked with me and allowed me to work from home during all of this. And I tell you, I would probably have gone absolutely insane without my 2 babies.
Yeah. Yeah, they keep every day interesting.
That they do. Things, they're hysterical.
Yeah. I will say that my dogs, especially my Bernice, made quarantine more enjoyable. Always making us laugh and, doing things that, surprised you every day. I had to get very creative, especially after her surgery, to keep her calm and entertained and her brain motivated. And so I had these floor mats, that they use for babies sometimes that have like the letters in them, the foam mats. So I said, let me see. She's pretty smart, even though she looked really goofy and dumb. I call her a dumb looking dog, even though she's very smart. I would take the floor mats and pick up a letter and like say the letter over and over again and have her hit it and then give her a treat. So I actually was able to teach her how to spell cat. So I'm quite proud of myself and proud of her. But they keep you entertained, they keep you sane. And so I think, they need a lot of credit, for doing that, even though they have no idea they're doing it. They just know that they're giving you love and you're loving them in return. And
Yeah, during all of this, I actually started teaching my dogs how to use those talking buttons, like the dog. So they've mastered the hungry button. So I had to take it away.
Of course, that's like the first one they master. I taught whiskey treat on those buttons, and now that's all I hear. I'm like, no, we got to do something else. So I'm trying water and bedtime, but doesn't like those as much.
Yeah, the mom, the cuddle, and the hungry buttons. Those 3 are the most popular ones.
Of course they are. And I love that. I love that a lot of people have taken to social media to post these fun videos about their pets and seeing, the progression of what they're learning this week and what they're doing. And I was not against, but I didn't understand TikTok. I was like, what is this? And now my whole feed is like animals and pets doing funny things and all these cute videos of these, like the talk button dogs. There's a couple of dogs that are, I guess, famous for that. And I love watching them and seeing what they're learning. And, I can't wait to get my dogs to that point where they can tell me they love me with the button. Aside from the kisses that I love getting most of the time, except when it goes in your eye or in your mouth. And see, Edwin, what you're missing, not having a pet. What? You're muted.
Sorry, yes, I was muted. Unusual for me to not talk. Sorry, I'm having the sneezes today for some reason, and I don't know if it's like allergies or something, and so I've gone on mute so you don't hear me going every like 3 seconds. All these things I'm missing out on not having a pet. But I will tell you this: when I lived in England many, many eons ago in my teens, and I would take a friend, an elderly friend had this dog, and I would take the dog out for a walk, and the dog his name was Ben, and he'd been mistreated. And that this family, my friend had adopted him. And I would take, because he was elderly, he couldn't take him out for walks. So I would go and take him out for walks in the evening, and I would walk like 6 or 7 miles a night with the dog. And this dog would go crazy every time I came to the house because he knew he was going to get a really, really good long walk. And so I haven't had a pet, but I did form a bond with Ben. And he was afraid of motorcyclists because the prior owner had been a motorcyclist and had hurt him. And so every time he saw someone wearing a crash helmet, motorcycle gear, the dog would go crazy.
Oh.
But yeah, it was lovely, lovely, lovely animal. And I used to really enjoy taking him for a walk. So well behaved. And that's the closest I've come to owning an animal.
Well, you're missing out. You need to get a pet.
Yeah, well, if I can solve my allergies, you know. So
Yeah.
A golden doodle. They're
There you go.
hypoallergenic.
I mean, we were highly allergic to cats, and I was told to get it at a baby and to wash it immediately and just continue to wash it in swab baby shampoo so that it didn't have a cat scent like to it. And unfortunately, our first cat got mange, and we had to wash it in this nasty stuff that smelled like leftover firework. You remember that, Jen, for weeks, and it was during the summer, and she had to do it twice a day and air dry. It was so I felt bad, but she loves water now. But now we have two, and I never thought I'd have a cat because every time I came near a cat, my eyes would just swell up, my nose would water, and yeah, that's why I'm in the basement now, freezing myself to death because my niece has 4 cats and they just love us and they rub up against my face. One's going blind. And so Kudo just rubs your face now. So he knows, and he paws at your face. So he knows who you are.
So cute.
And yeah, I have bonds with Jen. Well, I call her Jenny. Jen's animals, like when she lost her beagles, I mean I bawled. I was there when Cooper, and I bawled. I bond with animals. I have 4 dogs and 2 cats, and we did have 6 dogs and 2 cats, and that's with I have some really painful diseases, and that has been for 17 years my bond, because they are the ones that lay beside me when I can't get up, and they have the compassion, and they don't look at me like, oh God, another day in bed. They're just like, oh cool, another day in bed. All right, Mom. So yeah, I love animals because they love unconditionally, and I've always grown up with animals.
Cooper was a very special spirit. I have not had a dog quite like Coop. So, I mean, I love all my pets, but Cooper was one of a kind. His personality was just larger than life. We would take him on vacations with us. When we went to visit my parents in California, we would drive, and there was one year we went for Thanksgiving, and my mom and I had gone to the store to go get something, and we had come home, and Matt and my dad were there with Cooper, and he had somehow managed to jump up on the kitchen counter and grab a cheese ball from the kitchen counter. And Matt had to have him drop it, and here's this dog with this cheese ball hanging out of his Cooper was very food motivated. It's that meme that you see, every bite you take, I'll be watching you. You would eat, and he would just stare you down, and I would always look at him and I go, oh, I just love you because you are the epitome of eternal hope. Spring hope's eternal, that you will have a bite of something every single time, and he would never give up.
He had the loudest beagle howl though, and every time I would say, do not make him howl, and every time I walked in the house, I'd be like, Cooper, come on, baby, come on, and I would get him riled, and he'd howl, and Matt would go, will you stop it? And I loved hearing him go off. It was just.
We have a guest who just joined us. Hello, Rick.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hi, Farida.
I'm not feeling so bad, Rick.
Oh my God. It's so good to see everybody. Oh my goodness. How are you doing?
Oh.
How are you?
I'm good. I just got out of the shower, had a great workout today, and the sun, I know some folks are freezing their asses off, but Jenny.
Hi. Enjoy the sunshine for me. I miss it.
Oh, I will. I know you got family
Okay.
like right down the street from me. So
Yeah.
yeah, I want to talk to you about that, about your grandfather. Because I live on Figueroa Street. So but
That's
we'll talk.
interesting.
Hello,
Okay.
Edwin. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh, hello, everybody. Wow. Caitlin. Yeah. Am I pronouncing the name right? Michelle?
Yeah, it's Michelle.
Yes, I remember you. How are you? I don't have any clothes on. I have on a towel and I have on some underwear. That's it.
I'm in my pajamas and wrapped up in a blanket because we're in 10 feet of snow in.
Oh, I know. I have to be careful about being in the sunshine because I know folks are hurting. And, my family's on the East Coast. They're all shoveling snow. So, yeah. Good morning,
we have a nice
Rebecca.
driveway full of snow.
I'm not, you know what? I'm just hopping on. I've got to get dressed. And Rebecca, you guys know I can't function without coffee. So I'm going to run down to Starbucks and then I'm going to be kind of popping off and on, throughout the day.
Yep.
I want Starbucks.
Rick, my mother says if you stay like that, not dressed, we can make more money today.
Well,
I have been running lately, so I feel pretty fit. It's really an excuse to drink more beer. That's really, I think, why I work out. So yeah. Yeah. So it's so great to see everybody, and I'm excited about this. I actually woke up, I had butterflies in my stomach, and I was like, hey, hi. I had butterflies in my stomach this morning. It's always a great sign that it's going to be an awesome day. So I'm excited. And I got a couple of items here that I'd like to auction as well. And one of them are the magician's cards, which I'm going to maybe take a picture of this and put it on Instagram, let people know, I guess. But I'm excited and I'm ready to rock.
Can't wait.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Bye, everybody. Everybody looks so pretty. My God. You too, Edwin. You look pretty. You're pretty.
Cheers, Rick. You look gorgeous as always.
I love you too, baby. You know I love you. That's really why I do these Zoom meetings.
I know it's my accent that does it for you.
Every time. Every fucking time. Yes. All right. Okay. Adios. I need coffee. I need donuts. All right. Bye.
Enjoy. See you later.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's going to be how today goes. Going to have little pop-ups going on throughout the day. And we do expect Michael Ornstein in about 8 minutes.
Yes.
And like I said, he's from Sons of Anarchy. Besides Jen and myself, has anyone seen that show? No.
Yeah, well, yeah, a little. I've watched it, but
I've watched
my
season 4.
My husband usually turns it on as I'm going to bed and I fall asleep and then wake up to halfway through it.
Oh, Michelle, you got to watch it. You got to watch
I
it.
never watched the Thrones either, and now I've watched the whole entire thing 3 times. So I'll watch it.
Just for his, we can all ask him questions. And if no one has questions for him, which I hope people do, Jen, you can kind of converse with him, talk to him.
Yep.
I believe he mentioned he had a pet. So you can talk about that. He is an artist as well. I don't know if you've ever seen his Instagram. He does really amazing artwork.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So is that Michael you're talking about?
Michael Ornstein.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
But we're not going to
also-
ask him about the Mayans, right?
No, we're not allowed. I will log you out immediately.
I won't be there. I'll be with Colin.
Right. Oh, and also, if anyone is,
no discussions of prequels or sequels of Sons of Anarchy. As much as we are dying to know.
Yep.
I've never seen it.
Oh my gosh.
Also, at the same time, sorry, Jen, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I want to make sure everybody knows. At 1 p.m., 10 a.m. Pacific, if anyone is interested in the Colin Mockery, I believe I posted it in the chat, didn't I? Did I?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes, you did, Rebecca.
Yeah, you can just hop onto that, and then come back in here, we'll be here.
If no one asks questions, we're going to do improv together.
Yay. I love improv. I did improv once. It was fun.
Speaking of Michael, hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
I think he's muted.
Is he muted?
Yeah, he's muted.
There he is.
I was about to say, I don't see him.
I see him. He's there. If you're on
I
your
see him.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Hello.
Oh,
good
there he is.
morning.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Sure, my pleasure. Hang on a minute. Let me just,
No worries.
can I make it
I
full
think I
screen?
froze.
Are you on a laptop?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, so if you want to see everybody, you got it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
good. Perfect. All right. I am going to introduce you to my right hand, my wonderful fund development manager who helps. Oh, I think she froze. Jenny is still there? Oh, she froze. She was gonna join me on this and help me host, but she's a bit frozen at the moment. So thank you, technology.
Stage fright. Stage fright.
Yeah, I have a Zoom to go to.
I'm going to disappear because I've got a hot date with Colin now. So I'll see you in a bit.
I'm going to go too.
Okay, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
See you
hello.
in the Colin one.
There's
Edward.
Jen. Okay.
Here I am. Sorry.
I
was
love
like,
these
what
virtual
happened?
technological. So Michael, as I was saying, this is Jen. She is my right hand
Hi.
fund development
Hi.
manager.
Hi.
She is gonna take the lead for me on this.
Okay.
Yes.
And I know that a lot of people here are excited and probably have some questions. So take it away, my lovely Jen.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, I just want to say that we are not going to be discussing any prequel or sequel of SOA, Sons of Anarchy. We are also not going to be
we can talk
discussing.
about like the first couple seasons. I can't,
Yes.
I can't talk about
We're
season
not-
3 or any,
Correct. We're
yeah.
not going to be discussing season 3 of Mayans either. So I just want to preface that out of respect for what is to come. So anyway, we're very excited to have you. My husband and I are huge Sons of Anarchy fans, and we actually just got finished watching it for the 3rd time.
Oh, great. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Good. You find different stuff every time you watch it, right?
You know, you do. And what really struck me this time around watching it is that, with everything that we've had going on socially, I loved the fact that Kurt involved every single group of people in this show. That was phenomenal to me. And, I'm plus size, which I'm fine with. And the first time around, I was like, oh, there's all these skinny girls everywhere. And the last time we watched it, I'm like, oh, there's a plus size girl in there.
Yeah,
and
man.
she's dancing on a pole. And that's really exciting.
Yeah.
And
like
that,
life,
and my
you know?
husband was like, that's awesome. And I'm like, well, see, I didn't see that the first time around. And he really did a great job, including all types of groups of people.
Yes, he
So
did.
that to me was phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kurt came from I think that's what made the show so communicative, because, Kurt comes from a place where it's like, he wanted to shine a mirror on life and show life as it really is, which is what we want to see, because we're living life. We want to see what life is really like when we go out, and,
Right.
you see all kinds of people and this and that. And on TV, a lot of times you just see, that type of person, or this type of person. And everyone is sort of like, a cliched representation of someone, as opposed to trying to flesh out actual characters, actual people, and make them believable and make them look like we look. Right. And talk and act like we act, it's so that's, I think, that's the way to go.
For sure.
Yeah.
So does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask other than me?
I mean, I know you're hosting and we're all kind of hosting this, but I know, Michael, when we briefly spoke, you mentioned you've had pets that have gone through medical things and issues. If you don't mind, would you kind of talk a little bit about them and what your experience is?
Yeah, I mean, well, we had our dog Rose got out from we moved to this new place, and she got out from our fence, you know, and the dogs like escaped, and she actually got hit by a car. And,
Oh,
you know, we took her to the hospital, and we didn't have insurance, and we didn't have enough money to pay for what they wanted. They wanted to do these tests. And even though they were just $300 at that time, you know, it's just like it was a year ago. At that time, we didn't have $300. We didn't have any
right.
money. We were really tight. You know what I mean? And you know, we talked to the hospital, and they gave us a break and did these tests and let it go. You know, but you know, and she was fine. You know what I mean? But if it was something more serious, she could have died. And, you know, the thing about having a pet is it's such a tremendous responsibility, because at any point you get hit with a bill for $3,000 or even 300, and depending on your position in life or where you're at, man, that could really, you know, that could clear your bank account out.
Yeah.
You know, like for
Yeah.
us, you know, so we got lucky that we went to an animal hospital that was pretty cool about all that. You know, it helped us and helped the dog, you know what I mean? Because you got this dog, and then someone's asking you to pay all this money for something, and you need to, but you can't. And it's very hard. So it's a big responsibility to have a dog. You can't just like get a cat or a dog or any kind of pet, you know, just because, you know, it's cute and, you know, you feel like
No.
this or that. You know, it's a big deal, man. It's like having a kid, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and it's a really big responsibility. And
Yeah. So for my situation, it was very similar to that. This last year with COVID, I was in education. I was in special education, and I was in preschool for 8 years. I was a teacher. And with the pandemic, my full-time position got cut down to even less than part-time.
Wow.
So to financially be able to make it, I had to leave teaching and take a part-time job, which is
Yeah.
not what I wanted to do, but it was sustainable income.
Yeah.
And then we went to the vet and found out that our dog had mast cell tumors. He's a pit bull mix. And mast cell tumors are very common in the breed. And the vet that we went to wanted to charge us $6,000 to remove the tumors,
Yeah, man.
which was necessary because they're cancerous. So my friend Michelle said, you need to go to our vet. So we switched vets, and that vet only charged us $600
Yeah.
to remove the tumors. So
Wow.
that's a huge difference. And what we're finding, you know, and like I've said before, is that there's not equitable care across the board.
Yeah. Or insurance that you could, you know,
Right.
we said, you know, is there an insurance that we, you know, if this happens again, like that would cover, like our insurance, you know, if you have a copay,
Right.
you go to a doctor,
Right.
it's like $25, you know, it's
Yes.
like, they don't have that for pets.
No.
That does not exist.
No.
So it's like you have to pay the full amount, and then maybe they'll give you some back. You know, it's like dental coverage, you know, it's like,
Right.
forget about it.
And
I know.
then what we're finding with the insurance, as Rebecca had insurance, and what we found throughout our research is that the pet insurance companies have a clause called pre-existing conditions. And the way that they do not fund or repay for these surgeries is the fact that they blame it on pre-existing conditions. That's like their get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
So really, you're paying all this money for pet insurance, and it's not really doing anything or helping you in the long run.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to cover it anyway.
Yeah.
So there's a definite gap in coverage and a gap in care. And so right now, what we're trying to do is we would like to change that. We would like to see policies change in vet offices to maybe have financial help on a sliding scale for people to make payments for these surgeries, which not that they don't offer it. Just like when we go into the hospital, we can't afford to pay, you know, the thousands of dollars for our surgeries.
Right.
You call and they say, okay, this is the medical billing office. We're going to go ahead and set up payments for you. How much can you make a month? And they negotiate and they work with you, and then they send you a bill every month to pay off your stuff. We don't have that for our pets.
I'm all for that. You know, that would be amazing, you know.
And based on what your income is, if they put it on a sliding scale, then they can figure out what your monthly payment would be to make this more affordable for people. Because in reality, it's $200 to put your dog down. That's it.
Wow. Yeah.
So people are faced with $10,000 bills that they can't pay, or $200 to put their pet down.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
I know.
And that's heartbreaking, because there's not necessarily anything wrong with the dog other than they need, or cat, other than they need this life-saving procedure.
So that's what people choose, that option? Is that what you're saying?
Well, most of the time, yeah, because it's the cheaper of the two options.
Yeah, man, I know. I know a guy who I met in Houston at an event we did, and he's a dentist. And when I met him, I said, "Oh man, I could really use you, because I need dental work." And he said, "Hey, look, here's my card. If you ever need any kind of dental work, you come here and I'll do it for you for free." And I was, really? Wow. And he said, "Yeah, and here's like a gum specialist." And he introduced me to this woman. She was fully tattooed. She was amazing. And
Awesome.
she was this like amazing, periodontist and everything. And, I never thought much of it. And then, because I thought he was just being nice. And then I actually contacted him. And he said, "You know where I am?" And I said, "Where?" He said, "I'm in Atlanta and I'm working on an elephant. I'm doing dental work on an elephant right now." And I was like, "Oh my God." And then I was talking to him and he said, "Yeah, man, I do it all the time. I travel all over the world and I do, he does like mission, he looks at it like mission work,
Yeah.
And, and he travels all over the world. He has his own practice, in Houston, a really heavy duty practice, very expensive. And then every weekend he travels somewhere and helps an elephant or helps people. He's one of these guys. He just sets up a thing and people come and he takes care of people, him and a lot of other doctors, so they should have something like that with pets, because it's not just him, it's him and a lot of doctors, and people come in and see them and they're volunteering for the weekend and they help a lot of people out all at one shot. So maybe that could be cool. Hey guys, I didn't mean don't ask me anything about Sons of Anarchy. You could ask me
right,
about Sons of
right.
Anarchy, everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, there needs to be something.
Yeah.
Right.
Insurance, an easier way,
Yeah, for sure.
Does anybody have questions about Sons of Anarchy? Otherwise,
about me as an artist or a painter, an actor. I did a lot of theater, and I have a long background of a lot of stuff that I could tell you about if you want.
I love your paintings.
Oh, yeah,
I absolutely love your paintings.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, and the green lady. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's the one that really resonates with me. Yeah, I really love her.
Cool.
Yes.
Thank you. Wow.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. I this last year I had a hysterectomy.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a big deal for me as a woman. And so seeing her, and then we found out that I had endometriosis on top of it.
What's that?
So it is where your endometrial tissue grows in other organs of your body and it causes debilitating pain.
Oh man.
And so the hysterectomy was to, alleviate that and try to get that to go away, which it's not ever going to fully go away because they left my ovaries, thank God, so I can have my hormones so I don't grow a mustache. That's great.
Good. Good. Yeah. You look very great with a mustache.
But the hormones can cause the endometrial tissue to grow back.
Okay.
So that painting for me really resonated with me in terms, especially with the red spot,
Yeah. Wow.
in her belly area. And so for me, that was very meaningful. Wow. I really loved that.
Well, you should email me. And if, send me email me. Could you email me? You know how to do that?
Yeah.
So just email me and send me a screenshot. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
Becky, is my microphone working?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. You're good.
Thank you.
Is it a full body picture?
Yes.
I'm wondering, well, send me a screenshot.
Okay.
Studio here. Hang on.
Love it.
I can't find it. I have a stack of the poster things.
That's okay. I liked it and commented on Instagram to you. So
Hit me up about it. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
So I do have a question, talking about your artwork. What motivates you? What inspires you? Do you just kind of get an idea in your head and just go for it, or do you have a plan in advance?
Yeah, like I'll just imagine something and have it in my head, and if it stays in my head, you know, it's something that I'll paint. It'll just like appear on a canvas, you know, and you know, a lot of times, like, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll get an idea and I'll have to go paint it, you know, like that. So it's always, I'm always getting these things, and I could either say, okay, honey, I'm going to talk to you later, or go right to my studio, which is right over there, and on my porch, and just paint, you know, and get it out. And a lot of my paintings, I've been painting for a really long time. So they have been going on for a while. Like these guys behind me, these pieces behind me, they came out of a actual sail that was 50 feet high and 25 feet wide, a real functional sailboat sail.
Wow.
And I painted the whole thing when I lived out in LA. And also I got it on Cape Cod. This guy gave it to me, a sailmaker. He's like, hey, no one ever picked this up. Do you want it? And it was like this 50-foot sail. So I was like, yeah. And I painted it, and I painted it front and back. And then I took it to LA, and then we lived in Laurel Canyon, and we had this big hill behind our house. So I climbed up this hill that was like that, you know, like that. And it was nuts, man. And I tied it to a tree, and then I painted it in my yard, and I had my studio outside in LA. And then I cut it up. I pieced it out.
Wow.
So, you know, I cut pieces like this, and I cut the top, and I pieced them all out, and then I repainted them. You know, so like my stuff is different, man. It's just like, it's more like sculpture. A lot of it is functional, you know? I mean, like this, if I would have kept this, that was like, you could have put that on a sailboat and used it.
That would look really cool on a sailboat too.
Yeah. Years ago, like, you know, like 100 years ago, you know, people used to have painted sails. That used to be a thing, you know? So, you know, so my paintings, like, I try to make a real connection so that my paintings are engaging, and that also there's a lot of hidden stuff inside of them that you could see. And also they look really different depending on the light. Like,
wow.
You could I have paintings that I forgot that I did images on in little places, and then I discover them. So like, you're always kind of discovering something in my stuff.
I like that a lot. That's really neat.
Yeah. You know, and I'd like it to communicate. I'd like it to be personal for people to, you know how I look at them? I look at my paintings as like personal sanctuaries for the people who live with them. Know what I mean? Like, and I paint the people in my paintings. I'm from New York, and you know, in New York, it's like at the end of a day or any time of day, people work 24 hours and shit. And so it's like, you know, you're on the subway train, and when people are on the subway train, they're alone with themselves. They're there for like a suspended period of time, and it's just them and themselves. And it's sort of like a meditative state, and people are really beautiful in that state. And that's the pitch that I try to catch in my pieces, you know, that the people in my paintings are in that kind of place, you know, that meditative place. It's almost like it's very spiritual, and it's like, it's also very terrifying, you know, because that's when you're thinking about your bills and your health and your this and your that, and you're worried, and your job, and shit, I might get fired. What about this? What about this? Can I pay this bill? Or fuck, I want to get you know, this, that. You know, that's what's going on in people's minds, is they're just sitting there zoned out, you know? And that's the kind of, I don't know, man. I feel like that's where we are most honest, maybe, in that kind of state, totally alone.
Yeah.
That's what I try to do. And I use all different materials like sand and like things that are around, dirt, little stones, you know, whatever's around. And I try to incorporate all that into my
cool.
stuff.
That's fascinating. I love.
So
Go ahead,
go
Jen.
ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. You're okay. Go ahead.
My technology is fun because you interrupt and you don't know you're doing it. No, I was just saying, I love when you can take different elements and incorporate them into artwork. I think that's incredible.
Yeah. So do any of you paint?
My grandmother was an artist.
Yeah.
And and so this is one of her portraits that she did of John Wayne.
Wow, look at that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, she did that in Conte crayon. And she's gone now. She passed away 10 years ago, but she would always sit us down at the kitchen table. And Matt and I, my husband and I both grew up in Southern California.
Yeah.
So when I was a little girl, she'd always sit my cousin and I down at the table, and she would give us art lessons at the kitchen table in her house in Huntington Beach.
Oh, wow.
And so, so I draw, and I don't necessarily paint, but I draw. And I'm pretty artistic and creative and have a creative brain. So she taught us to appreciate all aspects of art. She would often for Christmas get us art books and teach us about different types of art. So I love it. Yeah.
That's so great. I love that. Hey, you guys want to hear a story I'm writing?
Yeah.
Sure.
You want to hear a little bit of it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just finished it like 2 hours ago.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I'll read you a little bit of it. Let's see. Here, let me find a section that that'll be okay out of context. It's about trucks. It's about the road, and it's about haulers and truck drivers and mermaids. Mermaids are women who work the truck stops. They're called mermaids. And I made that up, and makes sense. Cuddy walks with a smile, kicks the truck into action, and as he drives, he breathes deep and makes it his first order of business to find a hot shower and a hot meal. He parks the cab at a travel center lot in a long line of other trucks, each a different color and of varying states of extravagant bling. He pops the console and takes out a small pistol, tucks it into his jacket, and prepares for the pain of the cold. As he walks the line of trucks, some drivers nod to him in a quiet recognition that he never returns. Cuddy passes a mermaid who gives him a smile, then catches him off guard. He slips on some ice and stumbles. She catches his arm and steadies him. "Whoa, sailor." Cuddy looks up as she turns back to give him another smile before disappearing into the wall of trucks. He turns up his collar and passes a family parked in a Subaru. A little girl in the back seat knocks on the window and does the honk the horn move. Cuddy obliges by pulling down on an imaginary horn rope as her big brother slams her in the face with a big foam baseball bat. "Shower, customer 41. Your shower is now ready. Please proceed to your shower. 6, customer 41. Cuddy roams the aisles of the travel center store, keeping an eye on the digital counter, waiting for his time in the shower. He walks to the knife counter and a clerk comes over. "How can I help you, boss?" "Give me some strawberry chew and check the date and make sure it's fresh." The loudspeaker cracks. "Shower customer 42, your shower's ready." He checks his receipt. "That's me, man. I'll see you later, Alvin." Cuddy walks toward the shower section, passes a TV room where a kung fu movie blares, grabs a towel and enters the stall. Not 5 seconds into his hot shower, 2 thoughts occur to Cuddy. Number 1 is that no amount of soap was ever going to wash him clean, and that time means nothing to ghosts like him lost alone on the wind. Still, he's optimistic as he pulls his stiff 501s, his new tee, his socks and his boots, and is sitting at a table in the diner drinking hot coffee before his beer dries. Want to hear more?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The mermaid, with the little smile, appears at the doorway and their eyes meet, even though Cuddy turns his face toward the window. She walks over, she dumps her bag and the coat in the booth and slides in across from Cuddy, offering her hand. "Diana." "Hello, Diana. I saw you there in a lot. Yeah, I saw you too." Not every day a mermaid saves your life. True. A uniformed server comes over before she can speak. Diana orders bowl of beef, barley, meatloaf, mashed with gravy, coffee, and a Coke, cherry pie when that's gone. And the coiffed server tops coffee over for Cuddy, fills a coffee for Diana. Hey, so sailor, where you headed? Well, how do you know I don't live here? Well, because nobody lives here anymore, man. Town's closed down. It's the same where I live, but I still live there. Where is that? Oh, you know Minetta? Sure. About 4 hours out of Minetta. Can you get me there? Well, I'm just a tap. I got no rig. What's a tap? Kind of ghost who drives for licensed drivers while they sleep. Like St. Christopher? No, Chris, he never learned how to drive. He just rides. You ain't licensed? Well, I ain't a lot of things. I saw you get out of a cab. Well, that's beside the point. Diana's soup arrives. She attacks it. Cuddy scans the room looking for drivers who look beaten, may need a ride, a tap. Diana offers a spoon. You want some beef barley? No, thanks. Cuddy spots a giant of a driver nodding out in a booth. I'll be right back. Cuddy strolls over to the driver, slides in the booth, taps on the table with a skull ring. The driver stirs awake. You eastbound? Oklahoma City. I'll drive if you got room for two. Who's two? Cuddy adjusts his draw toward the booth. The driver looks up and his eyes light up. She's off the job, you understand? Yeah, I'm toast. In the lot in 20, man. Make it 15. Cuddy slides back in the booth, find a cheeseburger with fries and brown gravy and a Coke. This for me? You need that. I don't eat much. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eat that. I got us a ride. Diana says, well, what's it like being a tap? Cuddy says, kind of like not existing at all. What's it like being a mermaid? Diana smiles. It's kind of like existing too much. Cuddy takes a few fries, dips them in gravy, pours some ketchup, a little salt, dips the fries into the ketchup, and repeats. Thank you. I didn't buy it for you. I just ordered it for you. Cuddy flashes a smile. Come on, let's go. Diana gathers her stuff. Cuddy lays a $100 bill on his plate for the waitress, turns his collar up, and follows Diana. The parking lot is engulfed in a bona fide blizzard, and the lights bounce off the frantic snow, making everything seem like it's underwater. Cuddy spots a driver and leads Diana to him against the wind. The driver extends his hand. Name's Carter. Cuddy moves right past him. Ladies cold, let's go. And they get in the truck. Do you like that?
I love it. Yeah.
Think of that.
Who are you going to pitch it to?
Yeah.
For a TV show?
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can absolutely see that TV show.
If people would watch that?
Absolutely.
I can see it.
It's
Yeah.
got truck drivers. And you know what? You ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Yep.
Yes.
Anybody interested in him?
Oh, yeah.
Well, a lot of the story has to do with him because he's the great-great-great-grandfather of the main character.
That is
Okay.
100% a TV show right there.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That's
I
so
love it.
cool. I
So
love
I
that.
wrote it into, I've been writing it as a script, for like 8 years.
Wow.
And I've been showing it to people and I'm just an actor. I don't know nothing about, selling scripts or whatever. And we had a few readings of it. I'm like a theater actor. So it's like, if I was still
Right.
back in New York, I would just grab a camera and go make the damn thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
But so anyway, I've been writing it for a long time and I just turned it into like a prose story with images. So I have my paintings
Yeah.
like in between the sections of story and and it's a prose story now and it's very cool. So I am going to pitch it as a TV show and I'm going to try to also see if people would be interested in reading it. You want to hear a little section from Billy the Kid?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I do family history and
You
I
do?
do in genealogy. Yeah.
I'm really
And so,
interested in that.
yeah. And so I have found out just within the last couple months or so that Audrey Hepburn is my 10th cousin on my dad's side.
Dig that, man.
And Marilyn Monroe as well on my dad's side. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
She's in
It's
this
crazy.
story, man. She's in
Yeah.
this my story. I call her Norman Dean.
She's my
That's
cousin.
amazing.
She's my cousin on my dad's side. Yeah.
Where is she from? Was she from Nebraska?
I don't believe so. I think they were from California. And her mom Gladys had mental health issues. And so she grew up in foster care as a young woman.
She did, huh?
And so yeah, she did. She
Wow.
did.
I knew a lot of people who knew her, you know, when I was like, I'm like 57, you know, so when I was young, I started being an actor when I was like 18, you know, and when I was 18, there were still a lot of very older people, and that's who I became friends with. My friends were like 80 years old when I was like 18, you know, and a lot of them worked at, you know, were members of the Actors Studio, and that's where she was. So a lot of them knew her very well, and especially this guy Roy Schatt, who is a photographer. He was my real good friend. I used to go visit him every day and bother him, talk to him, and they were extremely tight. And he would show me all these pictures and tell stories. And everybody said about her that she was the most sensitive human being that they had ever met, you know. And you know, and everybody tried to take such good care of her, you know, including Lee Strasberg, who ran the Actors Studio.
Yeah.
And that movie, you know, my favorite movie, I think, really of all time is The Misfits with her and Montgomery Clift and Clark Gable and Eli Wallach. It's like there's something I've seen that movie over 100 times, I bet, you know. And there's
and
just
the fact that she was so smart. She was a smart woman. She wasn't a stupid woman. And when she would walk out on the street and be Marilyn, it wasn't really who she was as an individual. She put on this show, and she would often say to people, "Do you want to see her?" Because she could just, at the drop of a hat, put on the dumb blonde act, you know.
You want to see her?
So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary, man. You want to see her? Wow.
Yeah.
I'll remember that.
Yeah.
So this is the beginning of it. This is how I got it started. You've come upon the story of how Billy the Kid built the American road and passed his empire up through the generations in highly clandestine fashion to his ancestor, Cuddy McCarty, who lives his life on the wind, floating on 18 perpetual wheels purely for the benefit of others, like you. It's not a true story. It's a story that's true. And the telling won't be linear, as nature's never created a straight line. Here's an American folktale, a road myth about our time at the wheel. The story's called Ramble, Love, Travel, Blood, and it goes like this. I'll catch up with you down the road. It's 112 degrees in Fort Sumner, just about midnight, and darker than midnight in the land of enchantment. It never gets. The year's 1881, and Billy the Kid, the most notoriously celebrated outlaw rambler hero in the Wild West, is 22 and wide awake, laying blissfully inside a moonlit adobe in the loving arms of his bride. Billy's stomach makes a loud, complicated sound, and Paulita giggles. What'd you eat today? Not much. Tell the truth, nothing. He kisses his wife and is newly reminded how deeply he feels for her, and the feeling makes him gasp twice. He smiles so wide that his jaw cracks. We're riding all day. He kisses her deeply. Paulita, I love you so much you make me cry. Tears come out of nowhere. I think of you and I just well up. Is that normal? Well, you'll never be normal. Billy's stomach rumbles again. Oh, I'm hungry. Gets up and pulls his road shirt on and his only pair of trousers I'm gonna get me a chunk of meat. You want some? Paulita turns over. I'm sleeping. Sorry. It's so hot. I don't want to wake up. Billy kisses her. How you feeling, Mrs. McCarty? I have a loving husband and a baby in my tummy. She kisses him forever. That's how I feel. Billy tucks her in. Billy, no blanket. It's too hot. Billy picks up a substantial knife with a wooden handle that's on the table next to a silver and turquoise Navajo necklace with a squash flower design and gently closes the door behind him. Paulita fondles her new wedding ring, kisses it, and falls asleep with a smile. The grounds of Pete Maxwell's ranch are desolate. The plaza, surrounded by 12 small adobes, is empty. Aside from the feral cats looking for something to tear apart, Billy gets dizzy as he slowly spins in circles while he walks, looking up through the layers and layers of stars. He enters the smokehouse filled with hanging meat, cuts a heavily hearty slice off, and catches the scent of a cigar. He freezes and looks down at his bare feet, slowly closes the smokehouse door, and listens. Billy hugs a low wall, makes his way to the far side of the main house where he sees two marshals out front with sidearms and shotguns, and they're smoking cigars. He enters through the side door and is careful not to creak the floorboards to Pete's bedroom. He listens outside for a moment before cracking the door open. Not 2 inches. Pete? The curtains are drawn. The room is pitch black. Billy opens the door wider and barely makes out a vague silhouette by the window. Canis. Billy stiffens. Canis. Out of the darkness, the barrel of a pistol glints as Billy's eyes adjust to the light. Hey now, Billy. Billy breathes and opens his eyes to the long and gray and yellow face of Pat Garrett. And he's wearing his brand new fucking Marshall's badge, and it's all shined up. Have a seat, Will. Billy hears a pistol hammer reversing and a pistol dropping into a holster, and he sits on the side of Pete's bed across from Pat. He turns around and looks to Pete, sitting up in his bed, shaking and sweating. Relax, Pete. Billy cuts a piece of meat off and hands it to him. Hey, light a lamp, will you, Pat? We've got to keep it dark, Billy. I got marshals outside. Billy holds up his chunk of meat. Chew? Pat ignores him. Business is business. I'm hoping you got an idea, Billy. What kind of idea, Pat? Billy cuts a slice of beef and offers it to Pete, but Pete can hardly breathe, so he offers it to Pat, who snatches it up and chews. Governor Wallace hired me for good money that I already spent, and I got 1 week to deliver you. Unfortunately, I've been told to bring in a corpse. Evidently, you're too famous for a trial. Not too famous to shoot me in the dark in Pete's bedroom, huh, Pat? Billy smiles wide. Trouble's done, Pat. War's over. I've been laying low. Trouble ain't done, Billy. I'm a married fucking man. Gonna have a baby. I ain't a threat. Pat shakes his head. You're hurting business and they got a big pot to fill, Billy. Billy sucks some meat from between his teeth. You stirred the wrong pot. Billy's eyes go dead. Sending a chill. I wasn't stirring a pot. I sparked, fought, and won a bona fide war over a pal who they shot dead unarmed for their business. Pat nods. I know. Billy says, now I'm done. Pat looks at Billy and shifts in his chair. If you got an idea or a reason why I shouldn't end you right here and now, you collect my pay. It's best to bring it, Billy. Pat, I'm gonna let them have the railroad. Because the tracks, they run one way or the other, but the roads, they run anywhere. They run anywhere they want to run. He chews some more beef. Billy, you got to shut up on that. That ain't going to happen. You're not a businessman. You don't know anything about business. Oh, that ain't true, Pat. Billy levels with Pat. You're going to be the man who shot Billy the Kid for the rest of your life. Pat nods. You got marshals outside and they ain't leaving till I'm a corpse. Pat cocks his head. Why don't you tell them I am a corpse and get the fuck out of here? What? I'll compensate you a hell of a lot more than you got coming in now and then some. Pat drops his head and shakes it. Billy leans forward. Shoot off a couple rounds in here. You run out before they come in. Tell them you shot me dead. Move quick and get the fuck out of here. Pete here. Pete'll throw some sand in a wooden box, drop it in the ground, and I'm dead and never heard from again. I'm disappeared. And Pat's listening. And that ain't all. Billy taps Pete on the leg. You arrange a meeting in 2 weeks' time in Taos with that governor. How am I going to do that? Invite him to smoke a cigar over my corpse to celebrate my delivery. I don't give a shit how. Pat looks down at his hands. Hey, Pat looks at Billy. Billy says, I will build my roads. I promise. You get me into a room with Wallace, you'd be compensated for generations to come. Pat nods. Okay, Billy. Deal. And Billy says, and if you write a book, Pat, make it fucking lively. Billy pulls a small pistol out of the back of his waistband, rests it on his leg, and smiles. I'm never unarmed. You know that, Pat. Billy looks at Pat. Pat looks at Billy's pistol. Billy leans in. You want to know something else, friend? What's that, Billy? One of the two marshals you got outside, he works for me. And Pat's eye twitches. See, that's the kind of business I know about. Billy sits back and cuts the last chunk in two. You're one night early, Pat. Why? Pat's eyes fall to the floor. Billy hands him one of the pieces and eats the other. Pat says, I was worried if I waited one more night, I might bury both them marshals in the desert and that governor too. Pat swallows. You ready? Billy gets up, points to the door. Shoot one at the door frame, chest high. Pat draws his pistol and shoot one into the mantle. Shoot wild and get the fuck out of here. Pat fires two quick shots, one into the door frame, one into the mantle. Billy says, send word through Pete. We'll catch up down the road. Pat tips his hat down the road. Billy and Pete listen as Pat throws the front door open. Get now. It's gone. It's done. Go. Pete goes out of the bed and parts the curtain as the horses take off. Pete looks outside where a number of people are gathering out of their adobes and into the plaza. I'm going to get gone tonight. Billy rocks Paulita, who's breathing steady, holding on tightly to Billy. She's just coming running in. I'll ride to Stinking Springs. I'm editing as I'm fucking reading this because I'm still. Pete says, Billy says on my marker, carve the name Antrim, not Bonnie, not McCarty. I'm using McCarty. I'll remember. Ride to Stinking Springs. Billy helps Paulita to the bed as his eyes drift to the bullet holes. He walks up to the hole in the door frame. He takes out his knife. He runs his fingers over the initials carved into the wooden handle. HWBM for Henry William Bonnie McCarty. And he assesses the situation like a forensic inspector. He slices his forearm and lets the blood stream to the floor, forming a puddle. Billy looks to Paulita and smiles. We got war. Again, she says, and flops back onto the pillows. Billy tears the arm of his shirt off. You're going to need some fancy dresses, Paulita. He wraps his sleeve around his wound, takes his shirt off, wipes the blood from his knife on his shirt, and hands the shirt to Paulita. Buried is someplace special. He smiles wide. I'm going to go ramble a while. That's like the first movement of it.
So I love that. And I love that you have such a creative spirit and brain. And I think one of my questions that I had regarding Sons of Anarchy was, not to take away from what Kurt did, which is wonderful and beautiful, but if you could have an alternate ending for it, what would that have been for you?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like what happened, what we did there, what Kurt did there, what we all did there, it was like it was like such a truthful and natural
Process.
landing.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was just
Yeah.
like just perfect, man. And everybody
Yeah.
was, really vibing with it, and
Yes.
and it sort of got left, in this place, man, that was just so, it was like hitting a bell and letting it
Yes.
ring. I mean, that's
Yeah.
how it felt like. And that's how it felt like when we were shooting it too.
Yeah.
I mean, like when that scene with me and Charlie when I'm preparing his bike and he shakes
Oh
my
man. That like I died crying.
really? Yeah, me too.
That yeah.
I mean,
I mean like but like you could feel the emotion
yeah,
between the two characters
yeah,
and what like almost like Chucky knew what was coming. He knew what was
yeah.
coming.
He did. He
Yeah.
knew. And
Yeah.
Michael didn't know. I mean, I shot that scene.
Right.
Me and Charlie shot that scene, and I went in, like I was going into the scene. I did it, and then as I
Right.
was watching him go, it occurred to me, wow, I think I just prepared his chariot for him, man. I'm never gonna see
Right.
him again.
Right.
That's why I wear on Mayans. That's why I'm wearing engineer boots. I'm wearing
Okay.
my own old Red Wing engineer boots that I had forever, and I'm
Awesome.
wearing them because Charlie was wearing his engineer
Yes.
boots
Yes.
when last
Yeah.
time I saw him. So that's why Chucky wears engineer boots in Mayans.
I love it. Yeah. Matt and I were when we were watching, he's like, he always has white sneakers.
Yeah,
He always wears white sneakers. But
yeah,
then like after he kills Gemma, he puts on the boots.
right.
And
And
it
he
was
wore those
like a
Charlie.
complete we're
Yeah.
like, how did he not get blood all over those white sneakers?
Charlie did that with the white sneakers because there was a kid a young man up in up northern Cali who he became very good friends with. And the kid was in a club, and Charlie became very good friends with this guy, and he always wore white sneakers, and sadly passed away. But but Charlie did that because of that
For
kid.
him.
And the whole show was like that. We all did stuff like that, and Kurt did stuff
Yeah.
like that, and all the writers and the directors. Everybody knows what you're supposed to do and what you could do and what would be the obvious choice. And I mean, we all know that. And most people
Right.
rely on that when they're doing shows or whatever. But that's the thing about Sons of Anarchy. It was like we just all knew what the normal thing would do, and the
Right.
obvious thing, and the run of the mill thing, and then we took that and then we took it further, and we made our own decisions that were
Yes.
unique.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, again, like life, unique,
Yeah.
like life, unique, like
And
life.
I think one of my favorite lines that Chucky said was to Gemma, and he says, "You're my best friend, Gem."
Yeah, man.
I loved that. And Katie, like, I just love Katie.
Oh, she's
I think she's phenomenal.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's an amazing person. I mean, she's just exquisite human being. And like yeah, and that whole relationship, man. I mean, I'm just talking objectively. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
I'm not a writer, on the show or anything, and
Right.
I don't want to speak for them or speak for Kurt or
No.
speak for anything. But with Mayans, I mean, that whole thing about a card game, and everything. I want them in a card game, and stuff. I mean, I always looked at it like, I mean, I did a lot of. I was the bridge basically from Sons of Anarchy to Mayans,
Right.
and
Right.
so when I found out I was going to be on Mayans, I wasn't able to say anything to anybody. Even I told my wife, and I didn't even tell my father,
Right.
so I couldn't tell anybody that I was going to be on it. And I appeared in episode 2,
Right.
so the first time I went down, I went for a costume fitting and everything. And I got there like 2 hours early, and I went up to the set. I went up to to the corral, And I just like sat there for like 2 hours, man. And I just walked around and I acclimated myself. And I figured, what was it like for Chucky, to come down here and, and I wanted him to be more acclimated, to where he was, that's why he's not wearing that, the khakis and the work and the shirt anymore. And, he was like, really acclimated into that place, because I felt like after losing Gemma and after losing Charlie, after using,
Jack.
Jack.
Jack. I know.
After losing Gemma and Jax, Chucky was probably in very bad shape.
Right.
And it just wasn't okay for him to be there anymore. And I feel like Chibs did him a real solid, getting him down there and, finding him a home, the way Tig found him a home when he found out Lynn chopped off all his fingers, and he was like, he took him like a dog. I mean, that was the thing. He adopted Chucky like a dog, because Tig adopts, he loves dogs.
He loves,
dogs. So he took, Chucky was like the way, that was like he adopted an animal, me.
Right.
And
So how was it like having a pit bull on the set?
What do you mean? Where?
In Sons of Anarchy, because Tig saved that white pit bull.
Oh,
and,
cool.
And you see
Oh,
Kim.
Everybody loves animals.
You see Kim in the background, and this pit bull is just licking Kim's face all day long.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my goodness.
No, I think everybody on the show pretty much has pets, I mean, we love animals. One day there was a tiger on set for no reason.
Oh my goodness.
It was like, this guy just showed up in a tiger. And it was that day we were all like, we were in, what set were we in? We were in like, I was doing something with like little animals in a box that I gave to Katie. I forgot.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we were in, I don't know, but somebody brought a tiger, and it was just like, because it was cool to have a tiger, and everybody kind of, the tiger, and it was a trained tiger, that was fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, but we love animals. We all do, especially Kurt and Katie. I mean, they are so, and Theo, so supportive. Yeah, of and now of course DL too. I mean, pretty much everybody, pretty much. But especially, Theo and Kurt and Katie and DL. DL has his own organization.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, for Pitbull.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we adopted our guy from the Bully Breed Rescue, and we didn't know, we knew that Cooper was my Beagle, he was getting older, and so we knew that we wanted to get another dog, and we wanted to adopt, and we wanted to get something from a rescue. And so I started researching breeds, and I researched like English bulldogs and boxers, and then I watched the documentary about the pit bulls that were in Michael, what's his name, the football player who did the dog fighting ring.
Oh, right. I remember that. Yeah.
And there is a documentary about the dogs that were in his care that got out of that situation, and how the people rehabilitated them, and what amazing animals they were, and what a bad rep they get. I mean, really.
They're great. They're great animals.
And
people
so
are afraid of them. I mean, people have.
Yeah, and I get it. I get it, because our guy has a pretty big bark, but I'll tell you, his bark is probably worse than his bite, but I would never want to find out. So when Matt and I take him for a walk, we always have him in between us. So each of us are on one side of him and he's in the middle, which also helps with his leash training, which is great.
When we lived in LA, we had our neighbors up the hill. Like, we lived in Laurel Canyon, and these people up the hill, they had kids, 2 little girls, and their neighbor had bought a wolf, adopted a wolf, or something, got a wolf. Okay. And this wolf was like a gigantic wolf, right? And it was like almost a purebred wolf.
Yeah.
And she used to let him, kind of walk around the neighborhood. So you know, it's like pit bulls were not very frightening after, you know, you see this like,
Yeah.
you know, actual wolf walk
Yeah.
around the
They're
neighborhood
huge.
sometimes by itself. Yeah. And
Yeah.
wolves even, you know, I mean, like, oh, Ryan Hurst. God.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, Ryan is just like unbelievable when it comes to animals. He has just a tremendous amount of dogs, and he trains dogs, and he works with dogs, and he's like really serious about it and really good at it. And I think he also breeds or has like a mixture between wolves and dogs. And I've seen them, like I've traveled across the country like 17 times. I've driven across country. I've seen the whole country. And I've seen these wolf combinations of, you know, and they're just like absolutely beautiful and really calm and loving and, you know, big. And, you know, I mean, every animal is just like people, man. I mean, you know, some people are just mean.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, you know, it doesn't have anything to do with anybody but them. They're individually mean. And animals are like that too, man. I'm sure there are, you know, bees that are like, you know, the other bees are like, hey, chill out. You know, why are you so mean to one of the bees, you know? But yeah, you can't blanket a whole like breed of dogs, you know, to, you know, that is saying they're mean or, you know, any dog could have an accident or get scared and bite somebody out of fear,
Well,
you know,
just like us, like, you know, I mean, and it all depends on the circumstances as well of how we were treated and how we were cared for and what we learned. And so that behavior can also extend to what the animals are going through. So just because that animal reacts that way doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad animal, but possibly that it was in a bad situation.
Yeah.
I've always thought that was unfair, like when an animal has like maybe bitten someone and you don't know if it's in self-defense or something.
Yeah.
And then there's an instant cry to put them down. And I'm like, no, that's simply not fair. You know, you don't know what was happening at the time. Someone could have baited the animal, it bites, and then the animal is at fault, you know.
That's right. That's right. That's why, like, you know, when I don't know, I'm not gonna blame kids, but I'm just gonna say, like, when when a parent gives an animal to a kid and the kid sees it as, you know, their animal, you know, the parents got to teach that you got to be cool. You can't, like, you know, poke the dog in the eye. You can't do anything like, you know, that's gonna upset the dog. You have to treat the dog differently, you know, and you know, kind of educate, you know, because kids are kids and dogs are dogs, you know. It's like we have labs, you know, Labrador retrievers. I mean, like they're like basically impossible to anger them. They're like dolphins. They're just like, you know, infants, like with hair, you know, and paws. They're just like, you know, so it's like, but there's certain other dogs that are like a little sharper, you know, and like you can't really, you got to be cool, you know. I had a dog when I was little who used to bite me all the time. My dog, my own dog. He was so mean. He would just come up to me and just bite me and run away like he was playing, you know. And it was
my
like,
cat.
you know, we just dealt with it. You know, it was like, shit, the dog bites me all the time, you know. And then he didn't, you know, and it was cool. But I have heard of that, like people getting bitten or a kid getting bitten, God forbid, or whatever, and then they put the dog down or whatever.
It's when my nephew was younger, like he came up, I've been scratched by the cat. And I'm like, well, what did you do? Well, I just picked him up with the tail. I'm like, well, don't pick him up with the tail.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't like have the cat put down.
Right. You know? Yeah.
You know.
Could you imagine doing that? You know, like, yeah, I had to put this guy down. I asked for a tuna fish sandwich and he made me a ham sandwich. So put him down, you know?
Yeah, my cat likes to bite me all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just pet him and he's like, no, I don't think so. Like, you're just gonna leave me alone.
I'm like,
But-
actually, I'm
so-
terrified of cats, actually.
Becca, do you need me to be bad cop? Because
No,
I
no,
just
no.
want to. I just wanted to point out you've got Logan coming up at
Yep.
2. Logan's one of the
Thank you.
recipients of Buddy's Healing Paws, Michael.
Oh, great.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you're able to stay on for that or whatever. I don't know what you've arranged, but he's
Well,
coming
this-
up at
this is
2.
great,
So
man.
Yeah, Edwin, you have another thing to go to.
I'm gonna disappear now to look
Okay.
after Jennifer. Nice to meet you, Michael. And
Nice to meet you.
hope our paths cross again at perhaps a live event sometime. So
Yeah, that would be
when,
great.
when we're out of the pandemic. Yeah.
I know, man. Yeah, I hope soon, you know?
Yep. Take care. I'll talk to you soon.
Take
I'll
care, man.
back soon. Bye.
All right.
Yeah, as he mentioned, we do have Logan, who we helped, who's just popped on. Hi, Logan.
How you doing?
Hey, Logan.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
He reached out to
Good.
us about his cat Kimmy, who was having some issues, and we tried to help her and help them make things a little easier. And Michael, you're welcome to stay and kind of hear his story if you'd like. I don't know what your time frame is.
Where are we at?
Well, it is almost 2:00.
Okay.
So you're welcome to stay, welcome to whatever you'd like.
I think we're gonna try to go sleigh riding.
Oh, hey,
That'll be fun.
a lot of fun to me, so
Yeah.
all for
This
that.
this was so great. This
Thank
was
you.
so fantastic. What a pleasure.
It was so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for doing this
Alright.
for us.
This was wonderful.
appreciate
Very
it.
nice meeting you, and I look forward to seeing your artwork, and like Edwin said, hopefully at an event someday live.
Absolutely. Yeah. When we start again, you know?
Yes.
What's that book?
And I will email you.
Okay, good. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
All
Have
right.
fun.
Thank you. Bye.
So I'm gonna introduce. This is Logan.
Hi, Logan.
Hi, everybody.
Before, he did reach out to us regarding his cat Kimmy. Logan in the I don't know if she's in your corner or wherever she is, but that's Jen. She is my right hand. You might have connected with her. I'm not 100% sure if it was just you and I dealing with each other or if Jen popped in, but she is my fund development manager. She's usually my go-to when there's an issue and someone reaches out. She's the one who usually contacts the vet offices and does all of that.
Great.
Logan, I appreciate you being here. I want to ask, first of all, how is Wayne?
Wayne's doing okay. Definitely better. A few hours in the emergency room the other night.
Oh.
Never ends. Yeah, he had a bladder blockage, which became pretty obvious and was screaming in our faces for help. And
Oh my goodness.
so we ended up going to the emergency room from like midnight till 3 a.m. the other morning. But
Oh, poor
That's-
thing.
uh,
Oh my goodness.
he's napping right there.
Aw.
I'll wake him up.
Curveball.
So I came across you guys. Timing was pretty random. I guess I could blame technology, but browsing the Nextdoor app, which is a local social app for your neighborhood, kind of everything going on. So referral suggestions, and kind of in the middle of our drama with Kimmy, you guys popped up, and I said, why not? It's mid-pandemic. I work servicing the restaurant industry, so I've been furloughed and about 80% down on income for over the last year. I work in wine and liquor distribution. So we're first hopefully starting to bounce back this week and can start paying some more bills. But with everything going on, we found out Kimmy had a nasal tumor and it was pretty far advanced. And we were struggling with choosing to financially put some funds up to give her some treatment, which we had no idea the outcome, or just let it go. And when we came across Buddies, they gave us the peace of mind to at least attempt something we wanted to try. And in the end, it wasn't successful as far as treatment. But what it allowed us to do is really put the nerves away and the worry away of the financial aspect and really bond with our pet during, her final road of her life. So we are definitely forever grateful for that opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you reached out to us. And obviously would have preferred a different outcome for her. But I'm glad you were able to get that peace of mind and be able to just spend time with her.
Yeah, it really shifted our focus of stress and worries and what can we do, what can't we do, to just enjoying every minute we had with her in whatever state she was in. So really changed the last, I'd say, month and a half with her for the better. So we were able to give her treatments to keep her comfortable. There was no, her prognosis was really poor. So this gave us the freedom to, like I said, just enjoy the time with her, which in the end was the most important.
Yeah, absolutely.
And since then, we've been motivated to help you guys best we can. For my birthday last week, I think we raised a little over $250, which, we're going to continue to push every now and then when we can for you guys.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate that.
No, it's our pleasure. And like we said, my girlfriend would love to auction off, an amateur, but very, very good quality painting of somebody's pet.
Show me some. They're really awesome.
Yeah, she loves doing it. We just made one of my mother's Bernese Mountain Dog for her birthday. So
You have a dog too, as well, don't you?
we have a lot of animals. So I just had Kimmy and Wayne. Now we just have Wayne. My parents have always had dogs and cats. So right now they just have one Bernese, but we've had about 3 or 4.
Wow.
But my parents own and operate a horse ranch up in the Catskills. So
that's amazing.
we have everything. We're very familiar with vet bills. They do a lot of riding with Boy Scouts and kids in needs and disabilities. So they're always, on the scour for anything that helps as well, things like that. So they were very grateful that I found somebody for my pets.
Yeah.
We have horses, goats, donkeys, chickens, a little of everything.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
It's a lot. And that's actually where Kimmy's resting right now, is up on the horse ranch where she loved it. So I've grown up with everything from birds to tortoises to my parents are those parents. The ones that brought the pet.
Those are the great, best kind of parents.
Yeah, and my cousin works with a bully rescue, New York Bully Rescue Club. He's a cop in YPD, so he comes across hundreds of rescues. He started with no dogs. He has 5 of his own pit bulls right now. So our family is very tied in and connected to the animal world. So it's great to get back.
That's wonderful. And I know, when you lose a pet, especially if you have another pet that's bonded, they can get a little bit upset and, depressed.
I've definitely seen it in Wayne. We call him Wheezy. We've seen it in him. He's my shadow. He's glued to me. Luckily, I've been home through this whole experience. So I've spent every second with him. And, we actually went away for one night. We went upstate and we're able to leave him home usually. And it was the first time we left him home alone for about 15 hours. And he got that bladder infection within 24 hours after. So we're thinking it might have been a little anxiety and stress. My cat sitter wasn't available for that one night, unfortunately. But he's the first time we came back and we had to feed him alone. I sit with him when I feed him now, things like that. Just so he's not physically alone in times where he always had somebody near him.
Yeah.
But definitely a noticeable difference. He was a litter mate, so they were born together. And they would always be doing the exact same thing in different rooms out seeing each other. It was very weird. Bond and connection they were very tied like that. So we're just trying to fill that void best we can.
Yeah, and he'll get better as time goes on, I'm sure.
He should. When I had a beagle and we adopted a pit bull from the Bully Brood Rescue here in Idaho, and when we lost our beagle, our pit bull, we came home without our beagle, and he was mad at me. Like, he wouldn't sit with me on the couch. He wouldn't look at me. He would lay down and his butt was away from me. He was mad, and I was sad because it was like, I just need you to snuggle me. But he was going through his own thing and he couldn't deal with it. It was his process. But now he's like back to his normal self. So, it takes time, I think, for all of us.
Yeah, for sure. He's coming around. We're doing what we can to keep him stimulated. We actually put outside our window, and he loves just interacting with the birds all day long through the glass. We keep him occupied and keep his brain going, which we know is pretty important. It allowed us to zoom in on him a little bit more now. We're updating his diet to something a little bit more natural and health conscious based on what his sister just went through and what he might be predisposed to. So good.
And I know you had like different vets. You found a vet that you're happy with, that you're.
Yeah, so our everyday vet is the Village Animal Center in Larchmont. They've been great. Kimmy had a bunch going on. Right when the pandemic started, she had these 2 spots on her eyes, which developed out of nowhere. So I was treating her at an eye specialist for 4 or 5 months. And then, she was sneezing for about a year, and I kind of in the beginning let it go, flat-faced animal. She was just sneezing, allergies, all this stuff. And then I realized everything was kind of getting a little bit better in medicine, but nothing ever got cured. So that's when we went to the vet, and she had a respiratory infection, and then we went to a specialist. And that's when the bill started adding up as a specialist. The CAT scan alone was $2,500.
Wow.
It's really to figure out what's happening with their respiratory system outside of an x-ray in their chest. So that's when the bill started racking up, and we started getting stressed. And they told us tumors are very rare. It's probably not. And then the next day they said, she's going against the grain, and her tumor was very advanced. It totally destroyed her nasal cavity. It approached her brain very rapidly. So we knew we were in for it. And the treatment we were discussing was the radiation.
Mm-hmm.
We're just trying to balance the torture of that versus just keeping her comfortable. So because another, putting her under for a little while. And the first time we decided to do the radiation, finally, it was the anesthesia that almost killed her. They didn't even get to the end of the radiation part of it. So that's when we decided just to keep her comfortable and everything. But yeah, we bounced around to a few vets. We were far north as Norwalk, Connecticut with MedVet. We thought their care was very good, but their communication was very poor. They kept saying they would call me at the end of the day with some results, and 2 or 3 days would pass. And just an overall state of anxiety was not what we needed at that time. So
Yeah.
that's when we went to Yonkers, where you guys suggested. They were more than helpful. They reviewed all the tests and scans we did at MedVet and gave us, more than enough advice on what to do. They didn't charge us for a few extra follow-up calls. So that's actually where we ended up taking Wayne the other night.
Yeah, they're good. And that's something that we really want to try to, put that message out about, good vets, recommended vets. So that way people know, because that's a stressful situation to go through when your pet's sick.
It really was. And at midnight, they said, I signed this form and gives us permission to do emergency treatments. And, one of those treatments was going to be basic blood work, which I had just done the week before, and that would have been another $400. And, I made sure to tell them twice, and they were about to do it. And they got on the phone with me. I said, we just discussed, I just did this blood work. We got the results. So yeah, you do a lot of these tests, and they don't really put the cost out there up front. It's all in the back.
Yeah.
So, even the other day when I took him to the regular vet for blood work, they charged me for the visit. And then 2 days later, charged me for blood work, And I walked out thinking it was a $200 visit. It was a $600 visit, things like that just get very frustrating.
Yeah. And that's something that, obviously we can't do anything about. Unfortunately, we'd love to. But it is a reality, I think, that people need to know when they're getting a pet or when they're going through something like that, it's not just a visit you're paying for, it's whatever else your pet needs. Or maybe,
and when it's $200 just to walk in the door before anything, that's the mentality you got to start thinking about. And obviously we're starting to think of insurance now, and, you hear nightmares both ways for that. So, it's tough out there, especially when you don't know exactly what's wrong with them. You could diagnose until you turn blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And insurance is difficult because, like you said, some of them are really good, and others, they label something as a pre-existing condition.
Yeah, we tried for Kimmy, and because we knew she had a tumor, it wasn't covered. But if she developed a new tumor, that would be covered. And we're just so confused by it.
That makes any sense. So, that's what we're glad we were able to, at least put your minds at ease.
Yes, no, that we are forever grateful for the time and the mindset. Between you and a little out on the fringe, we worked with an animal communicator. Whoever, her knowledge was great, and it was very helpful. More for me, it was almost a therapy versus, being able to shift my mindset after that session as well. So between you and them, totally allowed us to savor and enjoy every minute with Kimmy. I think that helped her the most.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's better quality of the rest of her life than being poked and prodded. So I'm really glad we were able to help with that.
We were more than thrilled that you guys are New Rochelle local, just like we are. We live in the north end of New Rochelle, so just your help and knowledge of the community of animals around us was very helpful at the time.
Yeah, well, I'm really glad we could help, and I'm so glad you're able to join today and kind of tell your story and Kimmy's story, and update us on Wayne.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. We'll show you this. This was one of our first paintings we had of Kimmy. We modeled this just off one of the pictures you had of him. So you can see it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
love that.
goodness.
So I,
That's
you know, I have
amazing.
it's really cool. It's just
Love
nice the memory.
I
We
love it.
made fun too. So.
Yeah, if you want to send me, some more information. You wait.
Morning. Right.
Some of his
Aww.
face.
He's 12. He just turned
So
12.
cute.
He's so
He does-
cute.
He looks like a little lion.
Yeah.
I've been getting them their line cut since they were kittens, so they're.
I love it.
It's ironic, he was talking about the wolves and the hybrids. These were from breeders 12 years ago before I understood the importance of adopting. But their breeders actually bred wolves and hybrid wolves in Pennsylvania, and they were beautiful animals to witness. But
Yeah.
yeah, I always like to think fine.
So cute. If you want to send me some of her paintings,
Sure.
like the actual paintings,
Yeah.
pictures and stuff, and how she does her process in terms of if we can put them up for auction or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We thought just whatever we could do. People love pictures of their pets.
Yeah.
We'll send you a few examples and what to expect.
Yeah, I would love that.
Perfect.
That'd be really, really, I would love that.
Sure. Great.
I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and tell your story. We have other stuff going on throughout the day. You're welcome to stay on.
Yeah, we'll pop in and out for sure.
Yeah.
And then, if you guys confirm that those Facebook charities worked, or you received the funds, just keep pushing those.
I think I got an email saying I did. I just need to double check.
Okay.
Pretty sure we did. I appreciate that a lot.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Thank you.
Say bye, Weez.
Oh, look at your little smile.
Aww.
I love that face. He looks angry, but he's happy too.
Yeah, he runs the house for sure. He's the king over here.
Yeah. He's like, this is my throne and you're allowed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Love cats. They always have those personalities.
Yeah, they're good animals.
Yeah.
All right, I hope your Bernese enjoyed all the snow.
Oh, she did. She got a bath yesterday and decided the first thing she was going to do was roll in the snow.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
It's dirty again, but whatever.
See this video on my phone. Let me see. This was
Oh.
upstate.
Oh.
She buries herself. She probably have 10 bones buried in the snow out there. But she
Oh,
was
yeah.
staying-
That's a great picture.
So funny. They're such a funny breed.
Yeah, they're great. We actually have here. I don't know if you can see this again. She pulls my brother-in-law on a harness.
Oh.
He's on his skis, and
Yeah. Oh, cute.
they love working. They love working in the snow. It makes her.
Oh, yeah.
She's for about a day after, which is great because they got a lot of energy. So
Yeah. And I was told that they were relatively calm. My girl's almost 2 and she is not calm.
they're like French bulldogs. You either get the nice calm ones or you get the lunatic ones.
That's a lunatic one.
They definitely settle in years of age.
Yeah. But they're definitely entertaining. She's been keeping me entertained throughout this whole quarantine. So
Yeah, just I'm sure yours sits on a couch pretty funny and uses the arms and leans back.
Yeah.
Our female is 114 pounds right now.
Wow.
Our biggest
my
female
goodness.
we've ever had, but she's a lap dog and she just sits on you. It's crazy.
Yeah, they don't know that they're huge. Whiskey is
Wow.
80 pounds. I just found out yesterday. She's about 80 pounds.
80?
And she doesn't know her size at all. She's like, I'm a tiny dog. What are you talking about? They're
Yeah.
not this over.
They're great breeds. They're beautiful breeds.
They are, and they're really good. They're really good with people and especially kids. I have nieces and nephew that live here, and they're
Yeah,
great.
that's how we ended up with one initially. My father was in healthcare and ran nursing homes, and in the early 80s, he started pet therapy in the nursing homes with dogs. So all of my pets growing up were the therapy animals.
Oh,
We had basset
That's
hounds,
amazing.
we had mutts, we had a little of everything. And then he got into goats and donkeys for that type of training. All different animals all around New York State.
yeah.
That's how all of our dogs ended up coming home originally.
Something like a donkey walking into a nursing home or a hospital.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to our ranch. We've got Donkey Chino. He just roams the property all day by himself. Says hello to everybody. So it's
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I love all animals, so I'm happy to see it.
it's a
Yeah. Oh,
Great. Well, I appreciate everything you guys have done, and we will continue to help best we can.
I appreciate that. And I'm so glad you could join. I'm so glad that Kimmy's doing better. And we have actually Rick just joined us. And Logan, I don't know if I mentioned, you know, Buddy was Rick's dog. He was the most beautiful chocolate lab you'd ever seen.
Yes, he was.
Rick is a very good friend of mine and was, you know, very supportive and helpful when I was going through my issues with Whiskey with her hip replacement. And I couldn't imagine naming the charity after anybody else than Buddy. So, and Rick Logan is Kimmy's owner.
Hi, Logan.
One of the animals we helped through Buddy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Kimmy, right? Is it Kimmy?
Yeah. It was Kimmy.
Yeah. I read the story like 3-4 times, man. Man, I'm so happy that you were able to get the help that you needed, brother. I really, really mean that.
Yeah, no, it was definitely needed in the right timing. And like we were saying before you came on, it really helped us shift our mental state of not worrying about the finances and just being able to enjoy the end of her life with her. And just
Right.
give her the best care that we could.
Right on, man. Right on.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on today. And I think you're in New York. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember. Are you? You are. Yeah.
He's in New Rochelle as well.
Oh, okay, great. I'm moving to New Rochelle like next year. So.
Nice. Good. Yeah, I was a city guy. They were city cats for the first 10 years of their life. I was in New York City, and then
Right.
years ago.
Yeah. Right on.
So yeah, here's Rick, our next.
I'm just hopping on and off. So, for all you folks, and I said this before, I'm going to say this again. I think I'm just overwhelmed with guilt because it's such a gorgeous day here in Los Angeles, and I feel bad because I have family in Michigan, New York, DC, and they're all freezing their butts off. So, and friends here on Zoom. I don't know how the weather is in Germany, Farida, but I think it's probably pretty cold, right?
Oh, she's muted. Oh.
It actually isn't. We have spring. We have spring.
We have spring. Okay. All right.
Good.
15 degrees Celsius. So and
nice. Okay. Well, I'm coming back to Munich soon. So.
Yeah. Well, I actually was about to share a video that we received from Emily Hampshire. She was on Schitt's Creek. She played Stevie. So just give me a minute to pull it up, and I will.
I'm so excited to see how this is going to go. This is so cool.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can everybody see that?
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Emily. You might recognize me as Stevie from the show Schitt's Creek. You might not recognize me right now because I'm not sitting behind a desk or wearing plaid. I have a question, and it is to ask you to please donate to Buddy's Healing Paws. They are 100% donation based. Every penny goes to the pet owner, and they help fund expensive medical procedures and medications for pets when their owners can't afford it. So it's a really good cause, and everybody wants to help fur babies. So please donate. Thank you.
So yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the first.
That was so cool. Perfect. I love it.
Yeah, she's very sweet. And actually happening now on another Zoom is Jennifer Robertson. She was also on Schitt's Creek. She played Jocelyn.
Okay.
Jocelyn Schitt.
Yeah.
Jocelyn Schitt.
Her husband was Roland.
I still haven't seen Schitt's Creek. I know it's a good show. I just haven't seen it.
Matt and I just started watching it this last week. So.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Yes. And actually,
you like it?
Emily's character is Matt's favorite character because of how she speaks to Dan levy.
Okay. Okay.
You're dealing with people who are like very pretentious.
Yep.
Coming
Gotcha.
from a lot of money, going to
Okay.
their financial advisor, essentially like bankrupting them. And the only thing that the government didn't want to seize was this crappy town that the dad bought as a joke for his son.
Okay.
So
That's
now
the-
they're
that's
all
the-
living. Now they're all living. These pretentious people who had like, you know, all this money are now living in a motel in this crappy town. It's hilarious.
That's just loaded with all kinds of comedic potential. I mean, it's
Oh, yeah.
just, you know, the laughs
And the
don't
epi-
stop.
And the
Shits and
episodes
giggles.
are only, yes. And the
Yeah.
episodes are only like 20 minutes long, which is great.
Okay. What
Yeah.
what network is that, Jen? Is it
It's on Netflix now.
I think
Is
it's
it on
on
Netflix?
Netflix now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
a good show.
That's
You
an-
didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's another show I'm gonna have to start binge watching.
I like binge watching.
It's like there's like a list now.
Right.
The Queen's Gambit, I loved it, watched it, great. But you know, there's like a whole list of shows. So, but yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
You should. And can I just point out that you look very handsome today in your outfit?
Well, thank you, darling dear. Thank you. I wasn't sure what to call you because you're looking amazing as you always do. And you did something with the hair that's like, you know, roof. Yeah. You look lovely. Jen, you do too, Jen, as always. Yeah.
Oh.
Karita, beautiful. Hello, Debbie Brown, you're gorgeous too. Betty, there's Betty, Black Betty, and Tony. My
Tony-
God, all these lovely, man.
Able to hear anything?
Yeah, can you guys,
Well,
I
it's
can't
just
hear-
Tony. She's having some issues.
I think Betty's mic is muted though.
Yeah, she's muted.
Oh, she's muted. Hi, Betty.
Get work.
Out in the restaurant. I'm at work.
Okay. That was awesome what you just did. Wait, can you just stay still right there so I can get a picture of your lovely face? Betty. She was like in close up on my screen just a minute ago.
Oh.
You have to put it in gallery view.
How do you do that?
Okay, so in the top of your screen,
Okay.
there should be a thing that says view.
Yeah.
Click view and then hit gallery view.
Oh, that's how you do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I can see. This is much better than last time when I kept cutting off Edwin because I couldn't see his face. I felt so bad. I was like, Edwin hates Rick now. He just hates me. He hates me. Yeah.
We'll be on
Hi,
later.
Tony Rivera.
I figured it out. I can hear now.
I'm going to get a picture of everybody real quick. Is that okay with you, Logan? Is that all right?
He's gonna take a picture.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Great. I got it. And on my new phone too.
We're gonna jump off real quick. We hope you guys all have a good day. We'll try to bounce back on a little bit.
Thank you so much again. Logan.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Wheezy says good morning, good night.
What a gorgeous, sweet little thing. Oh my God.
Oh
Look at
my
that face.
goodness.
Hello, Wheezy.
Look at that face.
He's
This
very
cat needs
appreciative of
like
everything you guys did to help his sister.
Oh.
this cat needs a TV series, man. Look at that
Yeah,
face.
he's-
It's amazing.
He's silly.
Yeah.
Say
So
goodbye.
cute.
Hi.
Say goodbye,
Bye.
buddy. He's tired from meds.
Better,
Yeah, look at him. He's like, leave me alone.
Yeah. No, I think he's like more.
Right.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah.
All right, guys, have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank
right.
you.
Oh, he's so cute.
Rebecca, thank you for showing me how to use gallery view. I learned something new. I learned something new today.
He's not a fundraiser.
Rebecca is very patient because she has dealt with my panic messages of I can't figure this out.
Yeah,
And
of course.
she's a trooper today.
I didn't hear anything for a while.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything. It took like 25 minutes for me to figure it out.
I know you sent me the schedule but is everything sort of going according to schedule, or is it sort of loose?
It is sort of loose. We had an issue. Colin apparently never showed up, so I'm sorry for anyone who was trying to join that and he didn't show up. I don't know what happened there. I'm
Okay.
gonna try to work something out another time.
Yeah.
Now Jennifer Robertson's doing her thing, which is why Edwin is not here at the moment. He's hosting that for me. And then
So you're multi-zooming, you're multitasking, multi-raising funds.
I am trying. Yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to listen to that one, but it took me to here.
Oh, it took you here?
Yeah, you sent me the link to Logan's for Jennifer too.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so confusing with all these links. I thought I sent you hers. I think
It's totally okay.
Well, hopefully it's being recorded.
It's okay.
It's okay. I was only going to join because of Twitches, okay? So it's all right. I think I'll be excused.
You know, like we've had little issues here and there. It's our first one, so we'll figure it out for the next time.
The next time we're gonna have like an event, like you know,
Person,
yeah,
COVID,
you know, fingers crossed. Yeah, yeah. We'll all be able to actually hug each other and
yeah.
And go get drinks afterwards.
Yes.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
The next thing I think we have is Erica Carroll at 12:30 Pacific. 2:30 this time, right? 2:30.
Yes.
Yes. So it's in an hour.
No. 12:30 Pacific is
3:30.
1:30 my
for you.
time.
Yeah.
1:30. I keep forgetting Jen's on a different time than us.
I know.
Yeah, you're
so
on
weird.
Mountain. You're right. You're in Mountain Time. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So we'll have a little bit of a break
Gotcha.
in between.
Now, is Hannah going to be doing that one, or am I going to be doing
I
that
don't
one?
know. I honestly haven't heard from them. They're in Texas and they're dealing with a lot of these blackouts and things that are going on. So I honestly am not sure. I think it'll be I'm gonna probably for that one as well.
Okay.
I'll pop off, you know, when it comes time, because we also have the Pirates panel shortly after that as well.
Yep.
And the we're going to go until, is it 7 p.m. Eastern? Is that correct?
It's 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Wow, man.
I'm gonna take a break.
I like this. I think I'm drinking the right thing today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, no one has to stay on the whole time except for me. But you know, because if I'm not here, then no one can join. Because actually, Jen. You were like, Jen.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I like that we can kind of all just talk, and it's not, you know, it's a nice conversation. We can talk about the animals and, you know, a little bit about what we're doing. And I do have a couple of other videos to share and another wonderful story.
Okay.
What else we helped? Actually, I'm going to play that now since you're here, Rick, because I'd love you to see it. It's wonderful. And this is Shadow. Debbie, you're already there. I could just have you talk.
I could, but I spent so much time actually.
Video Debbie, and we helped Shadow, who had some issues, dental needs.
Gotcha.
Wait till you see this video. This dog is like, oh my gosh, she's so cute.
I can't wait to see.
All right, hold on. Let me share it.
Okay.
Share screen. Let me not share the wrong screen. Okay, can everybody see that adorable face?
Oh my
God. She's gorgeous.
And this pretty girl is Shadow. Shadow received some much needed assistance from Buddy's Healing Paws a little over a week ago for some major dental surgery. Not much is known about Shadow's life before June 2019. A couple days after Hurricane Harvey, she was found wandering in Texas after the storm had hit. Animal Control had her, looked for owners. She wasn't microchipped. They never found an owner for her. So American Belgian Malinois Rescue was able to spring her in, place her with a long-term foster. That foster was in Shreveport, Louisiana. In October 2019, I happened to see her on the American Belgian Malinois Rescue website, and she captured my interest. So she could be a buddy for my rescue bear. So in October 2019, I adopted her and brought her home with me to South Florida. She had a lot of dental issues. All 4 of her canines were she was eating rocks, or if this was intentionally done to her, but she needed help. So last year I began helping her out and getting the surgeries done that she needed. Last year we took care of 1/2 of her mouth, and I just finished paying that off on my credit card when she started having some issues and needed to get the other side taken care of before I had anticipated. So she has decided that she couldn't wait until I had saved up enough money. And that's when Buddy's Healing Paws came in. They helped out. They paid for a portion of her surgery, almost $500. And now, as you can tell, she's a very playful pup. And she is her adopted brother.
Yeah.
And they are having fun. So she's feeling much better. So I couldn't have done it without Buddy's Healing Paws. And I just wanted to say thank you very much. And this is a excellent charitable organization that if you have the means to assist them so that they can assist people like me, please do so. They make this loving family complete. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Too cute.
So cute.
Man,
Love it.
love it.
I love that.
They're so, they're just meant for each other. It's such a beautiful, man. I'm looking at the 2 of them. I'm like my dog Buddy, who's now my angel in heaven, he would have loved to have been on that floor playing with your pups. So that's, I mean, the same personality and the same sense of play and just wonderful. Yeah.
So cute.
Yeah.
And
I was lucky. I managed to get 2 pups that are so similarly matched from completely different states, because my male I got in South Florida, and where I live, and she came from Texas. So
right,
it's kismet.
They're so cute.
And Debbie, where are you in Texas right now? Is that where you live?
No, I actually am in South Florida. I live.
Oh, you're in South Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Fort Lauderdale. Okay. I wasn't going to pipe in because we have 75-degree weather right now. So, but since you brought it up.
Yeah. Was it? Right. The guilt.
Yeah.
The guilt. Yeah. We got sunshine guilt. That's so wonderful. And man, I love dogs, and I'm fortunate and blessed to live in a building that's very dog friendly. So there's a huge, gorgeous bulldog next door to me, and every time I see him, I can't, I have to just stop and look at him. And he's just he looks like a tank. Like he's just like a Hemi truck. He's so beautiful, and he's so he just fits right in the building. And there's all kinds of dogs in the building. Sadly, because of the pandemic, you just don't really see a lot of people. So, whenever someone goes out to take their dog out for a walk, I just enjoy seeing that. We do have a little dog park, tiny little dog park on the bottom floor of the building outside. But whenever I see dogs, I really sort of lose my mind, you know. So, and I love all animals, but in my heart, you know, I think in a previous life I was a Labrador Retriever or something, you know. So maybe a Golden Retriever, I don't know, but like,
Yeah.
you know, I was a dog, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're the best. And I promise I will have whiskey on later.
You better have whiskey on. Can you bring all three on, or is whiskey? Are the other two? Is Loki camera shy or?
I'm whiskey right now.
Huh?
Yeah, we missed it, Gab. There she is. You see
There
her?
she is.
Oh, and Goomba, and there's Goomba.
Yeah. There's Loki.
Oh, my boy. I don't know where Phoebe is. Gab, where's Phoebe?
She's hiding. Is she hiding?
She's probably in the other room.
Yeah.
Oh, Whiskey. Whiskey just had a bath.
She looks great. There's Phoebe right there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Those are well, Phoebe is my parents and my sister's dog. Whiskey and Loki are my guys. So
I can't wait to come back and hang out with
No.
well, of course with you, but
Oh, right, you're gonna be there too.
yeah.
She got a lot bigger since you saw her, so
Nice.
yeah.
She's got some more size. Yeah.
She's 80 to 84 pounds right now.
84 pounds.
Yeah, she was 67. I saw her.
She's a big dog. Well, when we went to pick her up, she was, what you said, she was 67 pounds that day, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So she's now her size. She's supposed to be.
Her size, and she'll be 2 years old on March 1st.
It's unmuted.
Oh my God.
She's so, yeah. I want to say hi to you, Rick, I think.
Come back.
Yeah. Hello. Don't be shy.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. You having a good day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're kids of few words most of the time.
Kids of yours. They're so cute. I love them.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of a lull at the moment in terms of events, other than just chatting about our pets and, you know, talking to Rick. Edwin,
Well, you know what? I love these little moments because we get a chance to just kind of hang. You know? And often I think when we the three of us, Jen and Rebecca and I chat, you know, it's you know, we talk about the fundraiser and we talk about, you know, the charity. We kind of talk about other things as well, but you know, it's nice to just have time to, you know, sort of just, you know, chill for a minute and I mean, I would personally love to talk about my birthday, which is coming up.
Your birthday.
My birthday is March 12th. And I have been sort of mild, just sort of maybe lightly freaking out. Not freaking out, but
Aww.
I'm not freaking out. I'm not freaking out. I'm aware that, you know, I'm inching, like, put it this way, all the kids in my building call me Mr. and Sir. They never say, hey dude, hey man. So, and it's okay, you know, it's totally fine. I think, you know, I'll be 54 and I've been thinking about all the years that I've been living in LA, and I moved to LA when I was 28. So it's 26 years. And it kind of doesn't seem like it's been 26 years, but it's been that long, you know. And then I started thinking about when Rebecca and I met. That wasn't 2 years ago. That was longer, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was like 2012, I think, or was it 2011?
I think it was 2011.
So that's 10 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then when Betty and I met, gosh, I think that was 7 or 8 years ago. And we all met, Edwin, same thing. You know, we all met because of this amazing little show about these two brothers who go hunting for vampires and ghosts. And I'm so blessed to have Supernatural in my life. It literally came at the right time in my life and in my career. It jump-started my career, you know? So not only that, it introduced me to a whole field of people in my life, and you know, I'm grateful for those friendships. I've never had that with any other show that I was associated with or worked on, you know, been a part of. So, you know, it's very special to me, and I keep hoping. I'm so happy for Jared and his new show, Walker, Texas Ranger. But I keep hoping that they come back and do another Supernatural. I don't know how, like maybe a mini series. Like I have no idea, but something. You know, I don't know if this is it. But I kind of think maybe they want to, but I don't know. Maybe you guys have heard something. I don't know, Farida. What do you think?
I have an idea in my head, but you know, at the end, I don't necessarily want to spoil it, but you know, Sam has a son, and so I'm thinking Son of Sam. Maybe a new twist on not necessarily, you know, reusing that serial killer name, but for a new purpose.
Okay. Son of Sam. That sounds pretty badass.
I'm thinking more along the lines of Party City Wig of Sam. That would be a...
Poor Jared and his wigs. He's not going to live that long.
Yeah.
I still say at the next convention, we should all show up with those awful grey wigs from Party City. The entire audience wearing them. It would be like that time Patrick Stewart showed up at the theater and people wearing Star Trek uniforms.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
I mean, I would love to hear what anyone else thinks about the possibility of Supernatural returning. Any thoughts at all, Farida?
I'd love to.
You would love it.
I wasn't very happy with the ending.
Okay, you didn't like the ending.
I didn't like the ending, and I don't know. It would be so amazing if they did something else. But at the moment, Jared has Walker, and I wasn't able to see it yet because it's not airing in Germany.
Okay.
Yet. And looking forward to The Boys. I've been watching The Boys, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Jensen as.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah, I know he's going to be great, so I'm looking forward.
Amazing, right? So I love it. But yeah, well, yeah, if they are doing something else supernatural related, I'd love it.
Yeah.
It happens, hopefully.
Hopefully. Tony, what do you think?
Oh wait, hold on. I muted her. Hold on. I muted. Tony, wait. I'm sorry. I muted the thing before. Unmute. I'm so sorry. Hello, Tony. Oh, no.
Hello. Is that better?
You are.
Yep.
Okay. I haven't finished it yet. I'm on season 14, but I love the show. Like, I went to the Supernatural Comes Back convention with my best friend, and that was great. That was so much fun. I think my Castiel tattoo might be a little bit tell us how much I'm excited about the show, but so of course if it came back, I would love it. Walker's really good. I was obsessed with the original when I was a child, so I kind of freaked out when they redid it. But yeah, I'd be great for everything. What I want is for magicians to come back, because I was not okay with that ending. I was not. It was great, but yeah, no.
DM me, like message me or something. We'll talk about it. There was a lot, as with every show, there was a lot going on that a lot of people don't know about, politics and infighting and shit like that. Yeah,
well,
which I humbly say I was away from. I removed myself from that, so that kind of energy. But there was a lot going on. Yeah, so.
I bought the book, so I'm excited to read the trilogy and see how it compares.
The books are awesome, and I think that was the key to the success. We had started with a great source material and smart, talented writers who knew how to adapt it. So I mean that was, I think. I have, yeah, it's great. Yeah, I bought one. It's good.
I need to add them to my collection.
Yeah. We lost Tony's video.
Yeah.
Didn't we? Yeah.
I live in California. I don't know if children are going to join, so I took myself off video for a second.
So
I
Betty,
didn't know
what
how
did
to say
you?
that in a piece.
Betty, can I ask you, any thoughts about Supernatural coming back?
Well, I want it to come back, but I think maybe, Heaven's Under Siege or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it would be awesome.
Yeah, no doubt. I do too.
Back. I want them back.
Yeah.
Terribly. Just as much as I miss you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I will say, just because we're on the topic of Supernatural, and Rick, I think you know about it. You definitely know about it. But I want to just kind of, I'm going to make a formal announcement. But I wanted to say here for Supernatural fans, we are doing a Supernatural Trivia Night fundraiser on March 13th, the day after your birthday.
Yes. I saw that.
We just got Chad Lindbergh signed on for it as well.
Oh, I love Chad.
Yeah.
He's so fun.
Yeah, he'll be there.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. He'll be there either just asking or we're gonna see if we can get him to co-host.
Chad is
It's gonna be a starring badass, Dr. Badass.
Please tell Chad Lindbergh I said hi, and please tell him I missed the hell out of him, because we had a lot of fun during the Supernatural conventions. Like, we had a lot of fun, and he and Ty and Sebastian, I think, are my three, and Stephen Williams. Those are my four favorite people to do a convention with in terms of the Supernatural, conventions. So give them my love.
I will. I'm excited about that one. That'll be interesting.
I have it in my calendar. So March 13th.
Yes. And we're gonna Debbie, we can't, when you're showing up, whatever it is.
I was going to show a little collage that I actually went to a Supernatural convention in 2015, and Rick wasn't there, but
2015.
Yeah, it was in Jacksonville, and I was going to show a little picture collage, but because I have a background, it's not showing. So, oh well, you missed it. We took Misha did a charity photo op with dressed up as Castiel, and it was a friend and I, and we were basically molesting an angel.
That sounds like a Supernatural convention.
Exactly. All I got was a flash mob at mine. What the heck?
I'm sorry?
What'd you say?
All I got was a flash mob. What the heck? So into that one.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good show.
It was great.
I have to be honest, I have not been able to get into the new Walker. I tried.
It took me a couple episodes.
Last week was better.
Yeah.
Last week was better.
Last week was better?
It was a little bit better. Yeah, I think.
A little bit better.
For me, it's all about the writing.
Yeah.
The writing can make or break it, and the storylines can make or break it. So,
they killed his wife off in the first episode, and then she keeps coming back in a flashback, and I'm just like, bring her back as a damn ghost. It would make the show more interesting. It's more of the CW's cookie cutter stuff. It's not creative, Supernatural.
Right.
So I was mortified when I read that the CW's bringing back the 4400, and it's the same team behind.
Oh no.
I was like, no thanks, I'll just stick with my box set of 4400.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
They need some new studio execs over there. I mean, they need some fresh blood in there. Yeah.
Do they hire creative consultants?
I don't know. Maybe we can walk over there. Maybe we literally could walk over there and say, knock, knock. We got some ideas.
Oh, they'd be so insulted. They would be so insulted.
Yeah.
Ah,
I don't know who's in charge of Nancy Drew, but whoever's writing that show has been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I love that.
Nancy Drew. I don't think
Yeah,
I've heard.
Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy Drew is really good.
I have not
second
seen,
season.
I've not seen Nancy Drew. Is it good?
On my list.
I like
Oh,
it.
I love it.
I like it.
It's really funny seeing Scott Foley play a dad. But
Yes.
the show's really great. It's in the second season.
That's another one. Okay, that's another one I have to start.
You're gonna have like a whole list by the end of the day.
I'm going to have a list, a longer list.
List.
After talking with Jennifer, I've now got to binge watch Schitt's Creek. It's yeah, I've only just heard about it and it's over.
Do you like it?
I haven't watched it.
Oh, you have not watched it.
My dad.
Jordan has.
We just started it.
Okay.
I finished it, so it's good.
Yeah.
My dad's watched.
My mom loves it.
3 times.
Hi, Rebecca's dad.
Dad, you're unmuted.
Hi, Rick. No, I unmuted.
How you doing, man?
Good. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So doesn't he look like Larry David, everybody?
No,
Yes.
he doesn't.
He looks like a much more handsome Larry David.
I don't know. I like Larry. I hope he has another
Hey,
season.
Becca.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries.
I chased somebody off already. Look at that.
Jen said that without moving her lips. That was clever.
How's life treating you, sir? Everything good?
Yeah, I was just in with Edwin with Jennifer Robinson, right? That's her name.
Robertson, yeah.
From plays Jocelyn on Schitt's Creek. And I didn't have a chance to ask her another 100 questions, Edwin. I had all these questions. I
Rebecca
found
told me
myself
she had a
wanting
hard
to
stop
ask.
at 2:30. I had to tell Jordan, no, we've got to let her go.
Oh, I thought you just made that up, so I would shut up already.
No, you did great. You did great.
I wanted to know where they got the name Roland Chit from. You know, the show Schitt's Creek. And it never occurred to me till the third time I was watching that Roland Chit name. And I wondered, like, how did that come up, you know?
Come on in, have a seat.
And originally I missed it, like Rolling and Chit, you know.
Rolling and Chit.
You know the show, Rick? Have you seen Schitt's Creek?
I have not seen it, sir. I have. It's on my list.
It's another one to add, Rick. Another one.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. I'm going to start watching. The thing is, I binge watched a shit ton of series last year. You know, like I watched so much TV. I also read a lot of books, which is always great. But I found myself staring at this computer, you know, and I start binge watching this, and I start binge watching that, and I start binge watching this, and then binge watching that, and then the next thing I know, I feel sort of like a zombie, you know, just, you know, and I said I've got to kind of change my routine up, you know, so now what I do is on the weekend I'll watch something, and I'll kind of lately I've been watching WandaVision, which I think is great.
Yeah, we've been watching WandaVision.
Yeah, I love WandaVision. Yeah. It's such it's the two of them together are just wonderful.
It's frustrating. I find it frustrating that they're only a half an hour. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I want.
Yeah,
more.
it's kind of like a sitcom format, but it's a dramedy, really, and I think it's a brilliant take on the whole Marvel world. You know, in terms of taking these two characters and putting them together and putting them in, making it sort of like a sitcom. I love it, man. And so I've been watching that, and I watched The Queen's Gambit, which I thought was great. It was it's just amazing to me. And gosh, I'm huge fan of like any sort of spy espionage thriller show. So I watched Jack Ryan again. I've watched it like 4 times now because I think it's so great. So.
Anybody watch Death in Paradise? Anybody know Death in Paradise?
Is it a series or a film?
Yes, it's a series. It's been in 9.
That's the British series.
Yes, the British series.
Okay.
Yeah.
9 seasons. It takes place on the islands in the Caribbean, right? I think, Edwin.
I think so. I haven't watched it, but I've heard.
Beautiful. It's such a beautiful location to watch. Right. It's just stunning. So Lynn and I've been watching that series.
What is it called again? Death in Paradise?
Death in Paradise.
Death in Paradise. Okay.
BBC, it's on, what's
Cool.
that, over PBS, and what's the other one? The Ovation channel. Look it up. I would recommend that if you like mystery
Yeah.
and
Cool. Well, thanks for the recommendation.
and beautiful location.
Yeah. I also watched The Watchmen, which I thought was really, 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 really fresh and really interesting and original. I love the movie, and I said, okay, the series already, like the first episode grabs you right away. You know, like you're like, shit, what is this? You know.
Yeah.
And
What I did was, that really happened in Tulsa? Is or this only in the make-believe world? I had to look it up. And
it
that
really
was
happened in
very
Tulsa.
embarrassing
Yeah.
for me as a grown-up American person, not knowing that terrible thing happened.
Right.
But it
Well, I
happened
mean,
in
don't
alternate
if I could,
reality.
if I can just say, please don't feel so bad. Millions of people don't know about the Tulsa race
Oh.
riot of 1921.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know about it until my mother taught me about it. And my mom is from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh,
So
wow.
when I was about 18 or so, she started, teaching us about it. We didn't learn that in high school. They don't teach that shit in high school. That's something you have to learn really on your own. So I applaud the series for taking that bold effort to educate people and entertain people.
Yeah.
And I think this is, such a wonderful thing. I think there's going to be a lot of programming in that direction coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Look, Betty's at work.
Hmm?
Betty's at work. You can see Betty working. I just noticed that. Sorry.
I didn't like Watchmen the way it ended. I didn't want.
You didn't like the ending?
No, I didn't like them killing him off.
Yeah.
I get
no,
attached.
But it's debatable. I thought it was awesome. I mean, I really thought the ending, I think it was I thought it was well earned, but everyone
you're
has
seeing
their
it a
own,
different way
their
than I am.
own opinion,
No, I get attached to the characters. I'm just simply, I don't like them killing the hero off. Is how I know.
Well, they killed me off in Supernatural. You didn't tell me that you felt
You
bad
were a
about that.
vampire.
Yeah, thank you.
Vampire.
Watch it now. I know what happened.
They shot me right here in the forehead. Bam. Bam.
Well, that'll teach you a lesson.
It was so cheap too. It was like peekaboo, bam.
Rick, it was a much better death in Supernatural than having to wear a wig from Party City. You've got to admit it.
I've been so angry about that wig.
I am.
You know what?
I'm
Yeah.
bitter and twisted about that wig.
Yeah. Okay, you're right.
That's so funny.
You could always come back, Rick. It was just a flesh wound.
No, he's dead. The Alpha Vampire is dead, and I honestly don't want to come back, to be honest with you.
Dream sequence?
I was actually
I'm
really
done.
surprised.
I'm done with the character. I'm done with him. So yeah.
I was surprised that they didn't bring you back because, when God was like, okay, that's fine. Everything's undone. So now what? Like everything came back that they
but it was Dean died because of
right.
He went hunting and fell into a nest of vampires, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's still around, the Alpha Vamp. We don't know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just leave it up, open to interpretation.
Open to it. That's it.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true writer. Yes. It's always open to interpretation. Yes. I mean, I laid him to rest. I'm seriously, like, so many people have asked me, are you coming back? Will he come back? I'm like, I'm done with him. He's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And at some point you got to let it go,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's not, it's not who you are. Like I feel like people need to you have other things that you can do.
Yes.
In your career and things. You're not, certain characters.
Yeah, you exactly right.
Yeah.
Now, that part doesn't define Rick Worthy.
Right.
Anyway,
I'll take the fifth.
not to find you.
So Rick, when I met you and I got my photo up at the convention, you were wearing a Star Wars shirt. So it begs the question, like, what's the dream Star Wars role, and have you ever tried for that? I'd love to see you in that.
I would love to be on The Mandalorian.
Oh yes, yes.
Isn't it great?
Yes.
It's
love it.
so fucking good.
It really is.
Like I have fallen in love with this series. Yeah. I mean, did you watch the whole thing, Edwin? Have you seen every episode?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm unlike Jordan, I'm not going to spoil the ending for everyone. But
What did I do? What did I do? Hey,
you just, you totally just killed.
I don't
I'm
have to
trying to
watch
get people to watch The
Watchmen
Watchmen.
now,
You're like, in the
Jordan.
end, everybody dies.
Because it's like from a year and a half ago already. I figured everybody saw it.
Oh, I'm kidding. I'm teasing you there. Now, Mandalorian, though, that last episode, I'm like, holy crap, it is. Oh my God, it is.
It's amazing.
Oh my God. And then I passed out. And when the paramedics revived me,
Yeah.
Yeah. So just briefly, Rick, I mean, what would you want to be? Would you want to be a bounty hunter or a Jedi? Or I could see you with a double-bladed lightsaber.
Is that good? But that's good though, right? Or bad?
It can be good or bad.
Either.
Either or.
Either.
It could be right. Either right. Like either or. Man, how could you not want to be a Jedi? It's like the role. The Force. It's. I got chills just now saying that. I mean, it's something about the hero's journey. It makes me cry. It gets me every time. There's something about that transformation of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Who becomes the master Jedi. It's so spiritual, and so powerful, and that's what drives the whole Star Wars story. Is Luke's story and young boy who's orphaned and who discovers really who he is. He's a Jedi master. So I love The Mandalorian. And I also loved Mark Hamill in, I believe the last two films, was it The Force Awakens?
Yes.
And the very fantastic. Man, I was just like watching this in the movie theater like this. Like thank you. Like thank you. It was fucking amazing.
So good.
Yeah.
And I mean, I defy anyone, right? Do you not get goosebumps every time you hear the snap hiss of a lightsaber igniting? It's like,
oh yeah.
It's like it's so definitive.
It is, and it's I think if I ever meet George Lucas, I'm not one of these folks who say, hey, I'm an actor. Could you hire me? I'm not like that. If I happen to be on a plane or something and I see someone, if I feel like they're open for it, I'll say, I love your work. Thank you. That's all I want to say to him, And if he wants to kind of open up a little bit more, I would go even further and say, you gave us the whole world something that that we needed, and something so special. And to this day, I mean, I remember my nephews were kids, just little babies, 3, 4, 5 years old. They knew the whole Star Wars story, So it resonates with kids, and I think will forever, And I think George Lucas, he said in an interview, he said, I want kids to love the Star Wars story, like it's got to mean something to them. And if not, then we've lost the meaning of the story. It's got to hit in the heart, And he did it, and I think I think with The Mandalorian, he was involved with the hiring of the directors for The Mandalorian, and I think the first person he hired was the gentleman who does the Clone Wars animation series. I can't remember his name.
Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni.
Dave Filoni, yeah, Dave Filoni. He's an animation artist. He's brilliant, and he did the Clone Wars. I think for season, I don't know how many different seasons, but he never directed live action or TV show or a movie. But he had the vision in his head, and George Lucas hired him. He said, "You're the guy. You and John are going to make this Mandalorian series, and I'm handing it over to you. And man, what a great decision. Yeah.
They really need to give them the movies. Moving on with that, series and movies.
Yeah.
They just got it.
Well, and I think the other thing that I would love to ask anyone listening how you feel about this remake that I've been hearing of Battlestar Galactica.
Again?
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's actually because I've been kind of sort of, I'm not looking at it all the time, but sometimes I'll look up to see if is it rumor or is it really in pre-production or is it really going to happen?
Right.
It's really happening. They're really doing this.
Oh, wow.
And I have no idea where they're going to, is it a complete remake of the entire show or is it a takeoff from the end, or I have no idea.
Reimagining.
Yeah. Which is what they did the first time, right? So, yeah.
Honestly, I hate to say it, I've never seen that show.
I haven't either. Sorry.
We cannot be friends anymore.
I know. I'm sorry.
And you know I love you, and we've known each other for 10 years, but that's it. Good night. Goodbye.
Oh.
I feel so guilty. It's on my list.
It's so fracking good.
I actually grew up on the original series.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But I do like the way that they reimagined it before, when they recast like Katie as Starbuck.
Right.
You did see that meme on Facebook. It's Katie and Dirk Benedict in Starbucks, and it's got Starbucks and Starbucks having a Starbucks in a Starbucks.
I have not seen that. That sounds pretty. Yeah. That sounds pretty damn cool. Starbucks in Starbucks having a
Starbucks and Starbucks having a Starbucks in Starbucks.
That sounds a little complicated.
I thought they were both. I mean, I like the original because of nostalgia, and I like the remake because it was well done.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure how much more mileage you could get out of it. Really, it's
right.
I just do new things. I think there's too many reboots and reimaginings. Let's make something new.
I mean, sometimes they're good, the reboots.
Yeah, sometimes, but I think more often than not, reboots and reimaginings are never as good as the original. As a rule of thumb, for the most part.
Right.
Occasionally, they're better. Honestly, this is my guilty pleasure. The new Dynasty reboot, I actually love it more than the original, and it's my guilty pleasure. I've confessed it live.
I love that.
I'm really excited for the Punky Brewster reboot.
Okay.
Brewster reboot. They're rebooting Punky Brewster.
They are, yeah. I'm so excited.
Moon Fry, whatever her name.
I love Punky Brewster.
Are they going to do that with the original actress?
Yes.
Moon Fry.
Yeah, Soleil Moon Fry is going to be on it, and the girl who played her best friend Sherry, she's going to be on it too.
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay.
So excited. Yeah, and Freddie Prinze Jr. is playing her ex-husband.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks really cute. So I'm excited.
Right.
As a little girl growing up in Southern California, you were surrounded by blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls, and I was a brown-haired, brown-eyed girl. So to have somebody like that on TV that looked like me as a little girl was amazing. So yeah, I loved it.
All right.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
So they rebooted Charmed on the CW. Do you think, rather than bringing Supernatural back, do you think they'll ever dare to reboot it?
If they do it right, and they didn't do it right, and all the actresses, I'm a huge Charmed fan. We were huge Charmed fans before Supernatural. And Holly Marie Combs and Alyssa Milano and Rose McGowan were all like, they didn't really consult us on what they were going to do.
Jen?
And it would have been nice.
Jen, you're a little muffled.
Okay. It's
your hair.
It's my microphone. Yep. It's the hair. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they said that they were not happy because they didn't really consult them on what they were going to do. And I think it would have been, very creative of them to bring Piper's Boys back and have it be a charmed reboot of the Sons rather than the girls. We've seen the girls. There's more stories to tell with her two boys who, they could have gone that way and they didn't.
Right.
So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Not that it matters.
Jen, can I ask you something just real quick? And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I mean,
no, you're fine.
Okay. Do you want me to call you Jen or do you want me to call you Jenny?
I don't care. It does not matter to me. Whatever you like
Okay.
is fine.
Because a couple of times I think today I said, hi, Jen. And you kind of looked at me like,
oh shit.
Yeah, like,
no.
Like, you looked at me like, we don't know each other that well.
No. You're fine.
Okay. Because I figured since after, exchanging Christmas cards,
Yes.
and gifts, the lovely gifts and everything. And
yes.
My,
You're good.
My candle, which will help me make a tribe of little worthies one day. A little tribe of children. Little baby worthies. This candle.
Isn't it wonderful?
It's
my
amazing.
goodness.
It's amazing.
I love it.
But I figure, it's okay. I don't mind if people call me Ricky, but I'm a little touchy about it because that's what my mother calls me. Like, and like if I'm real tight with somebody, they can call me Ricky. But if I'm not tight with them, just call me Rick.
Right.
So I just wanted to clear that with you. That's all.
No, you're good. I don't care. It doesn't bother me either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not
you call
Jennifer.
people what's on the screen, right?
But
If
not
you don't know
what?
them. Like,
But your
lady over here, we
full
call her-
name is Jennifer.
yeah.
Yes, it's Jennifer. Yeah.
Okay,
And my mom and my dad called me Jenny. My aunt calls me Jenny. Matt heard
Okay.
it. So now Matt calls me Jenny. And all my friends who I've been friends with in high school, there were so many Jennifers and Jens and Jennies. And my best friend is
Right.
Jenny. And it's just
Okay.
Jenny.
Okay.
Which is why I went by Jen.
Okay,
So,
gotcha.
What's your
Okay.
name?
yeah. But it doesn't bother me either way. It doesn't.
It doesn't bother you. Okay, I just wanted to
No.
just now that we, since we're live and looking at each other's face, I wanted to ask you.
I'm good with whatever. Hey, you.
Hey, you. No, I would never do that. No. That's
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
nope, nothing.
I was just gonna say, we have Erica Carroll coming up in about 15 minutes, but she's gonna be on a different Zoom link. So I'm gonna put that in the chat for anyone who wants to join that.
Yeah.
I just did that.
Thank you.
So just so everyone can get that as well and they can join.
So there's 2 different links.
Yes. So because we had a couple of things going on at the same time, I had to set up a separate Zoom account for other events. So Erica Carroll is going to be on a different Zoom link.
Okay.
The Pirates panel is going to be on this one. But that's going to be at 1 Pacific.
30. Oh, one. Okay, right.
Erica is on at 12:30 Pacific.
Okay.
And the Pirates panel is on at 1 Pacific. And
And that one's here.
I was just concerned that it was gonna overlap. So that's why I set up a separate account for her.
Okay, gotcha.
Rest is gonna be on this.
What?
Is the rest is
The
gonna be
majority of everything is going to be on this, yes. But we do Erica Carroll is the last one that's going to be on a separate link that I sent in the. Everyone else is going to be on this.
So this means I can, like, if I can order some lunch and Uber Eats, and maybe you wouldn't really miss me.
No, we would.
We would miss you.
We would miss you. Oh, we'd miss you.
But you need to go
Look,
eat.
and Rebecca, no, I'm not even hungry. I'll be hungry in about an hour. I can tell you that right now. I'm just going with the flow. That's what I'm doing. Just going with the flow. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying everyone has to leave. I'm just saying if anybody wants to, you know, do the Erica Carroll panel, that's what they have to leave. Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping somebody will bid on these cards I put on Instagram. I got quite a bit of attention from the picture. And someone asked, are you guys going to be going all day, or how long will you be going on? And then a couple other people said, I'll be there. So I think people are watching on YouTube, I think.
Live as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So I could do that, but I found out when I logged on and got excited. Tony
Okay.
is going to be here.
Okay. Cool. I'm just going with the flow. That's what I'm doing.
That's what I wanted this to be. I didn't want it to be like I mean, obviously I have to time it.
Right.
But I wanted to go with the flow too and just kind of have conversations with anyone that joined and anyone who wants to ask questions or talk about dogs or whatever they want to talk about, all for it. We have plans, obviously, but it's also a free-for-all.
Becca, I sent you a lovely picture of Jennifer Robertson with her dog, Roxanne.
So cute. I got that. That's wonderful.
Yep. We asked her to show us her fur baby, and Roxanne appeared on the screen. So
I love it.
And there's another picture. We were talking about her 10-year-old, and she said that she's going through that anti-kissing phase, and she's got this kissing wheel that she puts up to not watch actors kiss on screen.
Oh my goodness.
I sent you the picture of that.
Let me see if I can share it. Hold on. Rick, also Jamie is going to join at some point, I believe.
Jamie?
Yeah, she signed up.
That's my sister from another mister. I love her. We've been friends since 2011. And whenever I go hang out with them in Phoenix, like they can't kick me out of the house. They're like, you've been here for 2 weeks, leave.
I'm here for 2 weeks.
I'm like this. I don't want to leave. You guys make red velvet cake, and there's a horse next door, and it's so different from life in LA. I look out my window at any given day, there's a fire truck or a police car. I go over their house and it's just calm. Except it's just super ridiculously crazy hot in the summertime. It's 115 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that is Celsius. Sorry, Farida. But it's hot as hell. Yeah. But we bonded over our mutual love of Supernatural, and we've done a lot of conventions together. And now Jamie has her own replica car of Baby. And it's beautiful to the fucking letter, like gorgeous. How accurate it is. You've seen it, right? Yep. You've seen it because we saw it at the convention. They did that. Her dad did that. Her dad, Greg, said, we're going to make our own Impala, and we're going to do it exactly as it is, camera ready, screen accurate. And now they get invited to conventions, so, they're a part of the convention life, and we're like this, so I can't wait to see her.
She just finished the bunker for it, the garage for it.
The bunker, yeah.
Yeah.
She finished the bunker. Yeah. I saw some of the pictures and she's so excited about it. She's like, do you want to see the pictures? I'm like, yeah. So
we have a question in the chat room from Milan.
Awesome.
Yeah, she just needs to unmute and then she can ask away.
Okay.
Milan, can you unmute? Becca, can you? Oh, there we go. Does that work? No.
That was, I don't know. She might have, I don't know what happened.
I think she just left.
Yeah, she left. She may come back.
Okay.
Hopefully she comes back. I asked her to unmute, but sometimes I think you don't always get notifications. Everyone can unmute if they want. It's not a requirement to mute. I just muted some people because there was a lot of background noise. It was hard to hear.
Okay.
But hopefully she comes back.
Speaking of dads, Rick, my father says hello.
Who says hello?
Dad.
Your dad. Your dad said hi. Is that Tony?
Yeah,
Would you please tell your dad I said hello?
I will. I'll tell him. I was
He's
jealous when I got to
so
talk to you today and he wasn't here.
he's so damn cool. Like I love him. He's so cool. Like I love the two of you together. He's just, so clear how much you both of you are just tight. Love that.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like him.
You like you like this? I'll keep him. I'll keep him.
I got his name tattooed on me, so I like him a little bit.
You guys you're in Portland, right? Or are you in Seattle? Tony. No, you're in California.
I'm California. Yeah, I'm in
You're in
California.
California.
I'm an hour north of Santa Barbara.
Okay, gotcha. All right. It's pretty up there. Man, beautiful.
Oh yeah, really nice.
Betty, are you okay? What? Sorry, Betty, go ahead.
It is pretty gorgeous out here now.
Betty!
No more snow.
Oh my God. I'm so happy
Yay.
that I wanted to tell you 40 minutes ago that I'm so happy that you and your family are all right and you guys have power in Texas. And, I was thinking about you and a few other people all week. I'll just go ahead and say it. You were the first person I thought of, so I was really concerned, so I'm glad you guys are A-okay.
Yep, we are.
Awesome.
But you lost power. Did it?
No,
You said,
my son
because
and
I sent
my
you the message. Go ahead.
my son and my daughter did at their places, and my daughter still doesn't have water at her place. But they all kind of rounded up and headed to the daughter's house and all chilled out up there for a couple of days. So, but
good.
We didn't really take any big hits. Although there is a whole lot of swimming pools around here. We're going to have to get new motors.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? I mean, the last time something like that happened in Texas was when?
100+ years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get that far down. I mean, it was Corpus Christi was frozen. That's at the ocean.
Right.
And it got
right.
down to Brownsville, which is at the very tip, just next to Mexico, and it got as far down as that.
Wow.
And that hadn't happened in over 100 years. So you can't really plan for something like that.
Right.
I think Milan is back.
I'm so glad you're all right, Betty.
Thank you. I love you.
Really, really, really am. Can't wait to hug you.
I know. I still got to run you.
Yeah.
We haven't filled the rain check yet.
I know. We got a few things to check off the list. So yeah. Either here in Los Angeles or Texas or Vancouver. We'll meet somewhere.
I'm just gonna fly to Los Angeles and just pin you down.
Come on down. Come on. I'm here.
I'm ready for some 60-degree weather. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Becca Milana's back.
Yeah, I just
Awesome.
mentioned that if they have a question, unmute. Hopefully they can hear me. Not sure.
You said someone has a question?
I had a question before, but then signed off and is back. I just want to make sure they can ask it if they want to ask a question.
Okay.
But see. So yeah, I mean, I know I've said it a million times, but I just want to kind of reiterate that, I think almost everybody here, got to join on Logan's panel, or when he came on to kind of explain about his cat.
Right.
And,
Kimmy, right?
Yeah. Kimmy. Yep. And the issues they were going through with her.
Right.
It's funny because I posted something on Nextdoor app, which he said is a social media app for neighbors and things in the community. And he reached out to me and wanted to say 5 minutes after I posted it. So it was it was so good that I did, because they really
Totally perfect timing.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah. And they were really struggling because they had gone to so many different vets.
Right.
The prices were astronomical. You know, it was just really wonderful that we were able to give them peace of mind. You know, unfortunately, Kimmy had to be put down, but it was wonderful that we were able to give them the ability just to kind of enjoy their time with her, you know, while they had it, instead of
right
about bills and you know what to do. So
how old was Kimmy? I'm trying to remember. I believe she was about 9 or so, right?
yeah, she was older. She was
9 or
older
10.
But
9 or 10. Yeah.
yeah, unfortunately, the issues they have on those cats in the Persians is, you know, the tumors in the nose are pretty common.
Right.
So that's why they considered it a pre-existing condition.
Oh boy.
It's sad.
Man.
Someone has to go through that.
Yeah.
Not something anyone should have to go through.
Well, he's such a sweet guy, you know, like I you know, obviously don't know him, but I can just tell just from his demeanor and how he presented himself. And, you know, I was like, this is a good dude, you know, and I can tell he just loved Kimmy so much, you know, like just so obvious to me, you know, just exuding off of him.
Yeah.
And to be able to help him or anyone, you know, that's a blessing, man. Like, you know, and I you know, I know you founded this charity, you know, and I know you and Jen do, you know, as I said before, all the hard, necessary work. But every day, you know, I think, what can I do? You know, what more can I do? You know, so and for me, from my point of view, I'm always thinking like, you know, about some master plan for the future. You know, and I would love to be able to just today, you know, after I got back from Starbucks, I said, you know what, I would love to be able to host some type of fundraising event, you know, be it in New York or LA or anywhere, you know, and raise money for the cause.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, our ultimate goal for the future and for when it's safe is to do you know, live in-person event.
Right.
You know, whether here or I'm more than happy to come to LA.
Well, we got to go to Disneyland first. First, how about you and Betty and Edwin and Jen and Matt and the kids and Debbie, like everybody, and Tony and her dad, we all go to Disneyland.
I am all for that.
And then that'll be like Saturday morning. Saturday night, we're going to be and then we'll go out to get some dinner at one of my favorite places, Kitchen 24, and some great drinks. And then on Sunday, we do some sort of live, you know what I mean? Like some sort of event, you know, you know, as you said, when we safely can.
I would love that.
Yeah, it would be dope. And I'm totally down for that. I you know, time permitting and everybody can do it, you know.
I would love, that would be amazing. You know, that's the ultimate goal for the future. Hopefully maybe 2022.
Right.
Summer 2022, maybe. You know, that, you know, these are fine and I like doing these. And this is what we've been basically doing the whole time. But I would prefer to be there in person. You know, even have like people bring their dogs and their cats. I guess
that's a great idea. Yeah, like bring your little furry baby. Yeah.
Exactly. The other thing that I was thinking is like a 5K for buddies.
Oh hell yeah!
Where people can bring their pets out or just come individually and they can walk their dogs the 5K or they can run or whatever they want to do.
For sure.
I think that would be great. Yeah.
Wouldn't make it even like half a mile.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I love that. I that's a great idea. And that would probably have to be California because the weather is usually better than New York.
That would be amazing. I mean,
yeah, I would love to do that.
I'm here. I have a question.
Oh yes, what's your question?
Yeah.
Wouldn't make it.
I'm from Czech Republic, and here is too late.
But yeah, I love that.
What time is it with you?
Because the weather's it's
Uh,
right.
Okay, okay, hold on. Hold on. Everybody time out for a second. Okay, so I see the gentleman from Czech Republic. I can hear your voice.
I'm from Czech Republic, and here is too late.
But yeah, I love that.
What time is it with you?
It's 12:30 noon Pacific Standard Time. Okay, so we're getting total
It's like a
reverbing.
Yeah.
That's what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Everybody can hear me?
I think there's a delay.
Okay, so there's a gentleman named Milan. I believe he's from Czech Republic. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Milan, I'm from Germany. They are 9 hours behind us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You guys are in you're in the same.
We're on the same time zone. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Can I, Milan, can we speak in Czech for just a minute?
Please.
Okay. Pivo. Pivo means beer in Czech. Yes.
Pivo. I know.
Pivo. And we're gonna have to say cheers. Na zdraví.
Na zdraví, ano.
Na zdraví. Yeah.
Na zdraví.
Na zdraví. Pivo. Na zdraví. Thank you. Děkuji.
Děkuji.
Děkuji. And how do you say what's your phone number? I forgot that one. I think we lost him.
There's a delay.
No, I understand. Again, please.
I was just kidding, man. How do you say hello, how are you in Czech?
Ahoj, jak se máš?
Ahoj, jak se máš?
Jak se máš?
Next 2 months. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I got to get back there and learn how to drink beer again. So, okay. So I'm going to stop talking because, well, I want to first say hello to Mandy. She's in Pennsylvania. And Mallory. Hi, Mallory. I can't see the video of your face. It's just like a still picture.
I think she turned her video off.
Okay. And Braden Lewis is here.
I
Was? Okay.
No, I was able to stay on. I'm still here.
Oh, you're still there? Hey, man.
How you doing?
I'm good. Where are you?
I am in Waco, Texas.
Waco, Texas. Okay. And Mandy, are you going to say hi to us?
Hey, gorgeous. How are you?
I've been waiting for you.
Oh, I've been waiting for you. So wonderful to see so many beautiful people here to support such a great cause. Surrounded yourself with fabulosity, friend.
I am just, I try to do that every day. And exactly. And can I just brag about you for a minute? Is that okay?
Aw.
Well, first of all,
Sure.
I wanted to ask you, do you have Pumpkin with you? Is Pumpkin nearby?
I do. Pumpkin's right here. Come here, Punky. Come here, say hi. You want to say hi? Yeah, you do.
There's Pumpkin.
Hi, Pumpkin. Who's this? No, don't lick my lipstick, honey. Just say hi. Virtual
And,
background.
And Tony has her baby with her as well.
Yes, so cute.
Oh my God.
Oh, who's screenshotting this? We got somebody screenshot with the dogs.
Hold on, I'll do it.
Yay! Tag me.
Tag me.
I'm gonna do a picture because it's not letting me screenshot. Love it.
Love it. And hi, Mallory. Thanks for
Hey, Rick.
joining.
How you doing,
Yep.
my friend?
I'm good, my dear. So good to see you. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah. And I keep every time I see you, I keep thinking, I know you're from California, but you live on the East Coast. So
I'm in Pittsburgh now. Well, actually,
You're in
I'm from
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh originally. We
Okay.
lived in. I got married, and my husband was from California. We lived there for 33 years.
Right.
Then he retired, and we've come back here.
Valerie,
Gotcha.
I'm in Pittsburgh too. I'm up
We
over
got
the
two
south
from
side.
Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm in Bethel Park.
All right. My first girlfriend was from Bethel. Miss her.
Yeah.
She was sweet.
Oh,
I'll
nice.
silence myself now.
But I just want to say, everyone, Mandy is an extraordinary singer and activist, and she and I befriended each other via Instagram back. God, was it summer of 2020 or maybe right before the summertime?
Yeah, I just started commenting on your Instagrams because you're fabulous, and I finished watching Magicians, and I was like, I mean, all he can do is block me, and you didn't. So.
You really, you make me blush. You really make me blush.
Hello.
And I just wanted to say thank you both. Thank you for joining us today, and it's always lovely to see you. So thank you.
So I just want to let everyone know, just again, if anyone is interested in the Erica Carroll panel, I put that in the chat. I can do it again just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
And that is happening right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I just looked at my inbox and I've got 8 messages. So let me see what these are. We have, and also Erica's coming on. Well, Erica's on the other Zoom link, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But after Erica, we have Pirates of the Caribbean, right?
Yes. Eastern, 1 Pacific.
1 Pacific.
Yeah,
Okay. So we got about 24 minutes. Okay.
He miss you.
I was like, what is that noise?
And we have Jennifer Hubert. Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Good to see you again.
Ah, you too. Hey, did you guys end up making the Worthy Cause t-shirts?
You
need them.
Need them.
Yeah.
Need those shirts.
We need them, and my birthday is coming up soon.
Hint, hint.
Wink. Yeah. Just to let you know.
How old are you going to be this year? Are you going to be 53?
54.
It's April, by the way. I'm hiding my face because I look like trash, but I wanted to say hi.
April, would you please show everybody your pretty face? Come on.
No, not right now. But eventually, yeah. I have to throw glasses on, take my hair down.
Did you get some? Has the ice melted yet?
No, it's melting today. It's going away.
Melting. Okay.
Yeah. We're finally getting out of, literally everyone's been in their house for a week. So
Tennessee, right?
Oh my God. Our best friends anyway, but Daisy is like my pal this week. She's the only one that's been here with me, my dog.
Give her a kiss from me.
I will. She's been going insane, running around. Hannah, my daughter, was away because she got stuck in the snow. So she came back home today. So Daisy's super excited.
Please tell Hannah I said hi as well.
I will. She's in bed like the lazy 19-year-old she is, but that's okay.
I get that. April, I get that.
I'm like, if anybody's 19,
That's
I apologize.
Yeah, no.
Well, I met both of you in Vancouver at Supernatural Convention 2011 or 2012, I think.
Yeah, a long time ago. Hannah was
Long
10.
time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, she was almost 11. Now she's
Gosh.
19.
My goodness.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would
I have
love
two
my
teenage-
kids to join me for cons.
I
my
have two
daughter,
teenagers
yeah.
still in bed.
Well, my
Still in
daughter's been to
bed.
every con except for the last one. The last one, she had a boyfriend and decided to stay home, and I don't want to know what happened. So there you go.
Yep.
Other than that, she's been to every con there is with me. So,
Oh, so jealous.
yeah, no,
I'm constantly like, kids, you have to watch this with me. You have to join me. I
she
have
wasn't
nobody to
even here
fangirl
for the
with.
finale, like for the finale of Supernatural, but she called me on FaceTime or whatever, crying and bawling from another house, like, help me do that, so I was proud of her for still caring.
Well, we were just having a very somewhat powerful conversation about how we felt about the ending of Supernatural. So yeah.
That's how me and Hannah felt, probably.
I know it can be a hot topic for people, so yeah.
Oh yeah, there's some strong feelings about it.
Strong, like yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are like, oh my God, what did they do?
I don't know. I liked it.
Me too.
Yeah,
Like,
I took it.
I'm not one of those people that's going to get really upset and fight about it. I've seen a lot of anger.
No,
It's
not
crazy.
me.
I mean, I get that it's like, I mean, it means a lot to me too, but it's also just a TV show.
And I love everything Supernatural. There's not one character besides Rick that I love more than anybody. Of course, the Alpha Vampire is number one, but other than that, I love all Supernatural. I'm not like a such and such girl to get into a big fight about anything. So
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's not. Like,
you're so charming.
It's not fun anymore when you get that keyed
I'm
up.
just honest.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes it.
Well, I'm not on Facebook or Twitter, and I know there's probably a lot of
just stay away from Twitter, Rick.
Twitter is a dumpster fire.
I have been told stay away from Twitter. I've been told.
Yeah, Twitter's miserable now.
I'm not, I'm not hating on anybody who has Twitter or Facebook. I don't use it, so I don't know what people are saying about whatever.
Hello.
Yeah, like, I have Twitter, but it's just evil. So
Sorry, Erica's now joining us,
Yes, we have Erica Carroll joining us now.
and the Farleys are beaming in as well.
Hey, we're here.
There's Erica.
Hello.
Hey.
Hiya.
Hi, guys.
Everybody.
How you guys doing?
It's good to see you guys, man. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, there's Erica.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we made it.
You made it.
Technology.
Yay.
Welcome.
Hello.
Eric, how you doing?
Let me just, first of all,
Thank
Erica,
you so much for joining.
Oh yeah.
the other link set up for you is because we had another thing coming up after you, and I didn't want it to get like all confusing and like, this and that. So that's why I had it set up, but this works out much better because now we have you and we have Rick, both from Supernatural, which is exciting. And the party's here. But Hannah, you were in charge of this, so I'm gonna let you do your thing. Can you hear me, Hannah?
Yeah, she hears you. She's poking me in the side. So.
Hi, Hannah.
So just, I guess I can start. So we're happy to have Erica here and also Rick. We were telling Erica, Hannah had a little accident here about a week ago and broke a bone in her elbow. And so she, that's our new news. But, Erica was talking to us, and we're grateful for Rick and for Erica and for the time you guys have to spend with us. And, unlike the last ones that we went to where we had people winning donations to be here, Buddies has been grateful along with Rick and Erica to donate their time today to chat with all of us. And the things we do with Buddies is real important for dogs, but also for their owners to complete their families. And so I know this is free and virtual, but we'd encourage you all to go to the website if you can to make any donations. And we're just grateful for this time today. So I turn the time over to Erica and Rick, and if there's any questions people have, go ahead.
Man, you make a great radio DJ. I just want to tell you that.
Thank you. Not so much the TV, it's mainly radio.
No, you're handsome. You're handsome.
Got a face for radio, eh?
Yep.
Does anybody have any questions for either one of them or both, or? Okay, I'll ask. Erica, do you want to, I know everybody knows the Buddy story, but do you want to talk a little bit about your pup? I know we talked about it on your last Zoom with us, but for those who did not join us, do you want to kind of talk about your pooch a little bit?
Oh my gosh, how am I going to do this without crying?
I'm sorry.
Did you guys?
If you cry, I'm gonna cry.
Okay, we can all cry together. I mean, it's a good time to do that, isn't it? Did you see my pooch in my screen there? That was my girl, Bella.
Oh, so beautiful.
I want to squeeze that face.
I know.
Like seriously, she had these cheeks. They were so giant.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I can tell you about my girl. I always had dogs growing up in my family and things like that. And once I moved to like the big city and was pursuing acting and everything, the idea of having a dog was kind of an impossibility because for me, there was no way I was going to have another animal in my life without having insurance. Because as far as I'm concerned, when I take an animal into my life, it's a lifelong, for the length of their life, I am committed to them. And it's up to me to do everything to take care of her. So my girl was a real challenge, but she balanced it out with her amazingness. My girl got, she had cancer at like the age of 2 and had a tumor removed. And then at the age of 4, she ended up with lung cancer, and they were like, you have to do all this chemo and blah, blah, blah. And I just said, no, I'm not doing anything to her. She's going to be with me as long as she's with me, kind of thing. And then I became a wizard. I basically learned everything about medicine and naturopathy and homeopathy. And she had a week to live because her lungs were filling with fluid so quickly. And then 4 years later, she passed away. So I managed to keep her alive and thriving. She was a happy girl for another 4 years with everything. I would move mountains. I did move mountains for my girl. And now here I go. So yeah, I'm just like so grateful for what animals add to my life and to everyone's lives. And so to be able to contribute anything to protect them and make them, healthy and happy, I'm of course delighted to do. And I understand how important. I love that there are other people in the world who love their animals as much as I do. And the thought of anyone having to make a choice because they don't have the funds.
Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine. Like I literally would have lost my house. I don't care. I would have done anything for her. Yeah. So she passed away 4 days before her 8th birthday in 2019. So, and
great that you got that much more time.
I know. And you know what, honestly, like, I really think, whatever you believe, God, universe, whatever, Mother Nature, all the things, like, I truly believe that this being was sent to me to teach me, oh my God, the things I learned about health and well-being because of her. I wish everybody could experience it,
Yeah.
So I'm taking it you guys all have fur babies or have had?
Yes.
Or...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
My whole life.
Yeah. So does anyone relate?
Oh yeah.
100%. I had to have my mom's 13-year-old. I lost my mom 2 months ago, and she had a 13-year-old pup who was diabetic. She lost her eyes. They had to remove her eyes. It was horrible, but there was no way we could have rehomed her at 13 with all of the complications. So we ended up putting her down, and she went with my mom.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah. So the vet was, because we were like, we're not trying to end her early. We just feel like they were both the reason that they lived as long as they did. So it was really hard, but it was also so right.
Yeah.
Tough. Yeah. There are babies.
I'm sorry for your loss. Both of you.
Thank you.
Erica and Jennifer. I and your mom as well. And it was 2 months ago, man.
Yeah, my son's dog passed away from cancer as well, and she was only 2.
Oh,
yeah, it was pretty brutal. It came on quick, took her out quick, but I mean, and Rick, thank you for those words. They were just,
of course,
what they need. He's what he needed to hear. So, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Made me sad to learn that that was the situation. So, and that's your son. So yeah, he's doing okay now. Yeah, your son.
Yeah, he's doing fine now.
Good.
Oh, well, I mean, sad, but these stories, these are exactly why we started Buddies, because everybody getting emotional over their animals. I mean, they're not just pets, they're not just animals, they're family. They are your children, they are your love, so heartbreaking, but I think someone brought it up before. It was like, oh, I had an animal, I lost it, and now I want a new one. And it's like, why would you do that to yourself? Because it's worth every ounce of pain that you feel when they're gone, just to have them. So it's so nice to see all these animal lovers. It makes me very happy to see.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when I got Buddy, I had just turned 40. So, I don't know if I ever told you this, Rebecca, my plan leading up to my 40th birthday, I said, I was 39, 38, and I said, wow, my big 4-0 is coming up. And what am I going to do? I want it to be fucking awesome. I want it to do something, I want to, something that's going to be really, really life-changing and amazing for me. And I thought about going to Japan and sort of hanging out there for a little while, because I've always wanted to, and I have always loved the culture, the cinema. Akira Kurosawa is one of my favorite filmmakers, and but then I kept thinking, I really want a dog. Like I really have been thinking about that for a long time. Like a number of years, and I did a mini series on ABC Family with Paul Wesley from Vampire Diaries. This is before Vampire Diaries, and we had to work with a yellow Labrador Retriever named Doolittle. And he looked just like Buddy, swear to God, like same handsome face, same head, everything, same body. And he was on set with us for the duration of the 2.5 months or so that we shot the miniseries. And I remember leaning down towards little Doolittle one day in between, we had like a lunch break, and he just started licking my face, like all over my face. And I couldn't get enough. I was like, I love this dog. And I kept thinking, I said, you know what? I'm going to wait on Japan. I'm going to get myself a Labrador Retriever. Like I really wanted a lab, and I did a little bit of research online, and then I found a lady who breeds Labradors in California, and of all places, Hemet, California, which is sort of like the desert. But
yes.
I got in touch with her. Yeah, I got in touch with her, and I said, do you by chance have any pups? Like I kind of really want like a chocolate lab, And she says, I don't, but I'm going to soon, So we stayed in touch, and then she said, I've got some beautiful, gorgeous chocolate Labrador retrievers. They all look like little chocolate little dots. But you have to wait, because you have to wait till about 3 months before you can go and pick one, you know. And I went to her place, 90-minute drive or so from LA, and I went to her place, and there was this pen full of little chocolate puppies running around. And there was one little tiny one, like he was a runt. And I stuck my hand in the pen like this. And this little tiny dude runs towards my hand, you know, like just first in the race. And he starts nibbling on my thumb. And I said, oh shit, he's got me. He's got me. Yeah. Like, and that's Buddy, you know, that was my buddy. And the lady was so cool. She said, because I picked him up and he was just like yay big, you know, like from here to here, you know, and I was looking at him like this, you know, and he looked at me like this. And so handsome and so sweet, just a little, you know, 4 or 5 pounds of love. And I asked the breeder, I said, he's really tiny. He's okay, right? She says, oh yeah, he's okay. She, just wait. She said, he's going to be like a big dog. 8 months later, that little tiny chocolate dot grew to be 83.5 pounds.
Wow.
You know, and I fed him, you know, it was somewhat of a steep learning curve for me, you know, because I hadn't had a dog since I was 10 years old, you know. So I had to quickly learn not to get him pedigree. I got him a much healthier dog food. For us, it was Natural Balance. Also, I love Natural Balance because that's Tim Van Patten's family. And they donate some of the money from the sale of the dog food for charities, you know, and helping dogs and helping their owners as well. So I also actually worked with one of the Van Pattens a long time ago. So I said, this will be a nice, healthy, holistic dog food for Buddy. So that's what he was on most of his almost 13 years. And he was just the healthiest, funniest, sweetest, most hilarious road dog partner. We did so many things together. And I look back on all the times we had together, and it was a blessing, you know, truly a blessing. You know, you don't want to think about that day, you know.
Don't.
No, you don't want to. Yeah. You don't want to think about that. You know. And Buddy had a similar situation. Like I took him in for just a standard physical when he was 9. We were in Vancouver working. I was working on the show up there. And he had a great vet. I mean, just freaking fantastic. She loved Buddy. And she watched him as if he were, you know, hers, and cared for him, you know. And one of her assistants did the physical exam, and they found it. She said, well, I found a little tiny little dot it feels like a little tiny lump in his rear leg. So let's run some tests. So long story short, it was cancerous, and that was 2016, fall of 2016. And I was sort of just shocked, you know, just stunned. I didn't really tell anybody, you know. I told maybe 1 or 2 people. And I had to, it was the worst night of my life when they confirmed that it was cancerous. I remember I couldn't even sleep, you know. And I had a hellish week, and they strongly advocated, removing his leg. And I had to make the call. I had to make the decision. And I thought about it and thought about it and thought. I mean, I didn't sleep at all probably that week. I probably smoked 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes. You know, I don't smoke anymore, but I did that week. I decided, no, you know, you're not going to remove my sweet buddy's leg. He's going to swim his ass off at English Bay every morning, like he always does. And we're going to walk on the beach, and we're going to be together until we can't, you know, until we can. So I always say God gave him like another 4 years, because he lived up until the end of 2019, you know, so, or another 3 years. Yeah. So, you know, and he was able to, you know, up until those last few months, it wasn't his leg that was bothering him, it was everything else, because he had a skin cancer that came later. So he was still able to walk. He was still able to chase squirrels up until his very last few days. You know, he was still hobbling in pain from arthritis and everything, but he was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm still going to get that squirrel. You know, that's who he was. And he was so resilient. And I've always respected and admired his strength. You know, he all the way to the very, very end. So he taught me, like Erica just said, like you learn so much, you know, and he taught me so much. And life's precious.
Yeah. Rick, were you working on with Chayla at that time?
I was working with Shayla. Yeah, we were working on The Man in the High Castle.
Yeah. So you know Gaffer, right? You know her dog Gaffer then?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Yeah. So Bella and Gaffer, they were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay. Because her Gaffer, Chayla had a dinner one evening, and a few of us came over, and then Gaffer comes walking out. He's a handsome, gorgeous yellow lab, beautiful, just picture perfect, you know. And sadly, he and Buddy never met. I know they would have loved each other. And she and I were talking about getting them together for a play date, but we just get, you know, you're working, and you know, you get tired on the weekend. You just want to just be with your dog and yourself, and maybe go out for coffee. That, you know, then you're back on it Monday morning. You know, so we never got a chance really to get the dogs together. I was also working on The Magicians, so like I you know, my schedule was whenever I could hang out, I would, you know. But I committed all of, you know, 99% of my time I committed to me and Buddy, you know. So she sent me an email and told me that you know, he had crossed the rainbow, you know. And I was like, wow, man, I just didn't know, you know, I had no idea.
Yeah, we joke about dark humor over here, Irish girl. But Gaffer, I was there when he passed, and it was about 12, 13, maybe 14 months after Bella. And Chayla was like, damn you, Bella! She's just like, she's just,
damn you!
she just wants Gaffer back. So at least it was nice to, it was comforting to know that Bella was there waiting for Gaffer. So
oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I always say, I know Buddy's up in heaven playing with all of his, you know, his buddies, and you know, who have gone on, you know, and every now and then he checks in on the old man, you know, and I love that. You know, he'll appear in my dreams, you know, and even when I was visiting Farida, she lives in Munich, and my friend, and I was visiting you last year. And I was really, I don't know if I ever told you, the reason I went to Europe was because I had a dream and Buddy was in it. And I was in New York watching Broadway, just trying to heal my soul as an artist, you know, because I come from Chicago stage. I'm a stage actor still in my heart. I just never, you know, I forgot to get my flight back home. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel, you know. And I went to New York and watched, I saw the Nutcracker, and I saw Ain't Too Proud to Beg, and saw Hadestown, and you know, and I was just really just trying to be alone and get myself together. And Buddy appeared to me in a dream, and he was, and it's very hard to describe, but it was very clear to me, and it woke me up. He was, I don't know how to say it. He was pointing me towards flying to Europe, and specifically Germany. And that's why I went, you know. And when I was there, he appeared in my dreams a couple more times, you know. So I know he sort of led me there, you know, and I know he led me there.
Welcome to next.
Say that one.
Rick, so, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Dan Sparrow is on our live. Like, oh my God, like.
Rick, I just wanted to say, and Erica, we have two other guests that have joined us. Two pirates, Captain.
Oh, we got some pirates.
Valley,
yeah.
And Mr. Lee Ehrenberg. Say hi, guys.
I don't know who that is. Hi, guys.
How are you?
Oh, okay, great. I'm so sorry. I went to gallery view and now I can see there's a lot of people here. So
it's the popularity of the pirates, Rick. That's what's done it.
I am going to actually respectfully go get some beer and some fucking lunch because I'm hungry. So y'all have fun.
See you in a little bit, Rick.
Yeah, bro.
Bye, Rick.
Okay.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Hey.
Can't see you. I don't think you can see him.
Bye, Rick.
Bye, Betty. I love you. Thank you so much. Bye, Mandy. Love you so much. Bye, Mallory.
I love you too, darling.
Bye,
Bye,
darling.
April. There's
See you
April.
later.
There's April's pretty face right there.
Bye, everybody. Bye,
I'll be
Rick.
back.
See you later, Rick.
So Edwin, why did you mute? I do want to say, just point out the fact that we do have Kevin. Yes, a Pirates, huge thing for all of us. But I also want to point out that you and Erica were also both on Supernatural. So it's so we have a whole slew of Pirates fans and Supernatural fans. I'm sure we have some Once Upon a Time fans. Something that needs. But bigger than all of that, we have a slew of animal lovers and dog lovers. And I know Erica already. She kind of. I don't want to make you cry again, so I'm not going to make you tell your story again. But
Don't cry.
if Lee and Kevin, you kind of want to tell your animal stories, that would be wonderful. And Edwin, I'm going to ask you for 2 seconds just to take over because my dogs need a walk and my
No problem.
put their harness on. So
I just wanted to quickly add before you guys started on animal stories. So Kevin and Erica were on Supernatural, and Lee should have been on Supernatural. So
For real. Yeah, but Lee was busy doing Once Upon a Time. So,
that's true.
Not for 500 seasons or how many. Fucking Supernatural. I mean, 15 years or how many seasons was it at?
15 years.
15 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, hats off to anybody that can do 5 years on TV, the 15, and build your audience and have a whole world of conventions. Pretty impressive. I wish I was on Supernatural World because, that's like, I'll tell you something, the convention world is one that humbles actors because you think you're a badass and then the Red Power Rangers line is 1,000. So, to see like, a Jim Beaver or some of these characters that really, made an impact on that world. I once did a convention where the car got more business than I did. So I respect the Supernatural for sure.
We haven't had a convention in a while either, so it's kind of mine's been put on 3 times. So
yeah.
Now it's in December. It's very, very weird not to have been to a convention in 2 years. So
the New Jersey has just been moved out a year. It was
ours was April, then April, and now it's in December. But hopefully,
well, definitely.
Let's hope so, huh?
No question, better times are coming. I mean, I will say this: just follow the science. Whatever it's just actual science. Maybe not rocket science because it's actual, biological science. But as Ed knows, it's just going to be get shots in arms and everyone treat people with love like we're treating the animals, and we're going to make it.
My company sent me a face mask, and it had a quote on it saying, "What is it? Every disaster starts with the government not listening to a scientist." So that's my.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess Rebecca wanted to thank you all, Erica and Lee and Kevin, for joining us today and for supporting Buddies. We greatly appreciate it and giving freely of your time. We love that. Thank you. And
great to be here.
Thank you.
Great to be here
again, Kevin. I guess really we wanted to sort of. I know when I reached out to Lee to join, he was like, "Absolutely, me and animals. I love animals." I guess Lee and Kevin and Erica, if you would all like to talk about, your love of animals, your pets, and your willingness to help support buddies, we appreciate it. Who would like to start? Lee?
Well, sure. I'm always willing to start. I've always had animals my whole life. I love them. I love them more than people a lot of the time. My puppy now, I call her the love dog. Her name is Noose Noose. We rescued her off a beach in Morocco. So it's an international dog rescue. And she saved me. I had another dog, I had this big giant Labradoodle called Walter, who got cancer and died at 4 years old. And we had just gotten the Noose Noose, and Noose Noose is really a dominant, like alpha kind of girl. So it was a tough, it was tough to lose a dog that young that we love so much, a big 60-pound giant dude. But I put all my love into this rescue pup, and, you get a lot back. So she was born on a beach. We met her at a month old. It cost me over $5,000 because there's no dog rescues in Morocco. And this was like my buddy doing me a favor. Hey, buddy, I got a puppy for you. I'm like, oh, shit, And I'll never forget, I learned this on Pirates, actually. During Pirates, I had to put a cat down. And it was a cat that I'd had for many, many years. And it really hurt, like losing a real good friend. And one of the animal trainers, Kev, on Pirates goes, the most important thing you do for an animal after adopting it is helping it make those end-of-life decisions. Cats will run away and die on you. Dog will just hang in forever. So, I just feel like my Noose Noose now, she's a pain in the fucking ass because she barks. She's a bird dog. She's amazing. She's the fastest dog. I live on the beach, you guys. This place called Ventura, California, where I can run my dog off leash. And there's a giant tree. I can't really show you because of the front light. It's where a bunch of giant blue heron nest every year. So it's like having a Jurassic Park in my front yard and a bird dog. So it's every time it's like Noose Noose. And she knows now. She barks. She can't help it. She comes in. And it's having to be consistent with the animal. I understand why she's barking, but it's the violation. So it's the consistency of it. And having a dog that's smarter than a human, I imagine she's going to bark pretty soon around here, and you'll hear it.
I'll wait. To hear.
Beautiful. If she's outside doing something she probably shouldn't be doing, but that's my story. I'm so thankful to be asked to participate in an organization that helps animals. I say the reason my charities are always for kids and animals. Those are my number ones, that you can always get me to roll out of bed for a kid charity or animal charity. And I just know that I get so much of my love and, with my dog that to help someone else keep theirs going or something, it really means a lot to me. So that's my story in a nutshell. I've had animals my whole life, dogs, cats, chickens, whatever you can imagine. And I've loved them all. My sister's cockatiels or whatever it was. So great to see everybody. Next up.
Erica or Kevin?
Erica, please, ladies first.
Come on now. Well, I did speak already about my doggy dog.
You don't cry again.
Why?
Erica.
Feeling so good. For those who may be new, I was just speaking about my bull mastiff Bella. She passed away in January 6, 2019, after basically 6 years of her life. She had different cancers on and off, and I managed to figure out how to work with cancer with natural stuff and homeopathics and also different medical interventions because she had fluid in her lungs. Had to use both of those as well. yeah, just what an amazing, I mean, you guys are talking about big dogs. My dog was 125 pounds.
Yeah.
And a bull mastiff, I don't know if you know anything about bully breeds, but they are very they have their own mind. And they're
Stubborn.
They're not here to please. I like to say she's just has her own mind. So when you've probably seen those videos of dogs who, like, you know, their companion is trying to walk them home and the dog is like, you know, throws itself on the ground. But that dog's like maybe 60, 70 pounds. If you had to lift them, you could. Well, when Bella was not done at the park, I literally, like, there would be days I'd be like having to go to an audition, or like my crew call was, you know, 6 a.m. and I had to take her out, and she's just like, no, I'm not going. And I couldn't lift her. I couldn't do anything. And quite often, and she would do this to all my friends who would come and take care of her. It was quite funny. She was a very intuitive being. One of my friends was having a really tough time emotionally, and Bella decided she was going to sit down and she wasn't going to walk. And my friend was like, come on, Bella. And she's just like, you know, rolls over flat. And then my friend is sitting there, 10 minutes goes by, 15, 20, half an hour. And then finally my friend just breaks down sobbing because the level of frustration. And she has this whole like epiphany, emotional like transformation. And as soon as it was finished, Bella was like, and now we can go. And she just gets up and walks home. My friend's like, but she had people stopping, are you okay? And she's just like, it's fine. It's Bella. She makes people do this. So she would consistently make people break down crying. So perhaps she was stubborn. Perhaps she was an intuitive being who was helping people heal. I don't know. She made me late for work a lot. She don't do it though. But yeah, so my 125-pound doggy dog, she passed away, but I mean, I can't, I'm still brokenhearted, so I'm not ready yet. Plus, she cost a fortune. Worth every penny. I would have done anything for her, but yeah, I need a little bit more time for sure. She's left a giant hole, and the next one is meant for me. I will be back with the doggies again soon. But as for now, I've got every single neighbor has a dog, so I'm getting my fill. Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing too about it's a commitment, right? I mean, it's a real commitment. Animals are a big commitment, and they take your heart. And I want to say this about the cancer thing too. It's like, you know, you got to be careful what you're feeding your dog. You got to be careful.
Absolutely.
A lot of environmental issues. I mean, it's fucking crazy, you know? So
yeah,
hopes out to you. Like my guy was from diagnosis to like Walter passing was 2 weeks. It just got around his heart. I mean, he fought. He hit it. He was a great bullshitter, that dog. And then I saw a little something, one little thing that was like, what? That's not the way he just didn't play with a ball. And I knew something. And that was it, from diagnosis to that. And so, yeah, it still hurts. Right. And my dude was January 6th of 2019.
Oh my God, that's the same day as Bella.
Really?
Exactly the same day. Yeah. Weird. Wow.
Kevin, how about you?
I just looked up Lee Arnberg. I had to just take a peek. I'm looking over at my phone, and Lee, you are such an incredible. I'm an actor up here in Portland, but I shouldn't say like not much as famous as you, but you are an incredible actor, Lee. You know, I've seen your movies. It's great. I love it. You know.
Cheers,
I guess like my question to you is, because I'm trying to get into the professional world, like what inspired you?
Can we hold questions? Because Kevin hadn't spoken about his pet yet. We were going to do that.
Sorry.
Then we're going to open it to questions after Kevin's had his say.
That'll be great.
You can just hold off. I don't mind. Thanks.
But we'll get back to you, Whistle on Diesel. I've had many animals. I might have to take you through a little tour of the house in a moment because I want to show you something. But I've had animals all my life. The first one was a disaster. I remember my mother we got this rescue dog when I was very young. And it was absolutely fine until one day my mother, for some reason, showed the dog my school picture, and the dog went crazy, started barking and didn't stop, and we had to lose the dog. It was a really weird experience. So when I grew up, I thought I've really got to have a good relationship with the animal again. I did have a cat through my childhood, Mr. Pooh, who was incredible. Is that me? Oh yeah, that's my alarm telling me that I've got to go and do a Zoom with Healing Paws. But then the next great dog that we had was and I'm sorry, this was named by an ex-girlfriend. She was called Jailbait for some reason. I don't know why. But before then, I bought my daughter a rabbit. And she went to school one day and the rabbit died.
Oh.
Yeah. And so, I don't know. We lived in a flat at the time and we didn't know what to do with the rabbit. So we put it in the bin, basically. And my daughter came home and said, "Where's the rabbit?" And I said, "Well, I'm terribly sorry, darling, but the rabbit has died." And she said, "Well, what did you do with it?" And I said, "Well, we did what you would do with any person that you love. We cremated it and we scattered its ashes in its favorite place." And she said, "You threw it on the sofa." Because that's where the rabbit used to like to sit. But then we had Jailbait, who was the most amazing, beautiful dog. This dog, living in the center of London, it was never on a lead. It was the most obedient, sensible, wonderful dog. It was a Belgian Shepherd. I don't think I even owned a lead. It would just walk with me wherever I went. And sometimes people would say, "Shouldn't that dog be on a lead?" And Jail would just look around and go, like that, and they go, "Oh, I'm sorry." But my last dog, this is a funny story, actually. It was just after we'd finished the first pirate film, Lee, 2003. And I'd been away a bit and the kids were playing up about wanting to see a dog. And so I took them, me and my wife, I took them to Battersea Dogs Home, where I knew the policy was they would not give you a dog without a home check and all that other shit, right? So we went in there and there were loads of dogs looking at us, but this one who was just away, obviously very unhappy to be there and wasn't very needy. And we said, "Well, we'd like to have a look at that dog." And we took him out and played with him a bit. It was great. And I think they saw that we were quite a nice family. And at the end of it, the woman said, "All right, well, if you just give us £15, you can take Carlos away." And I was going, "Don't, we were just doing this to satisfy the children." And we came home with this dog. We didn't have a dog bowl. We had nothing. But the dog stayed with us for 11 years. And I'm going to take you on a little trip now because the dog was so amazing. Carlos was so amazing. And I'll tell you one thing about it. It was also the fastest dog in Chiswick in West London until the day it hurt its knee and it realized it would never be the fastest dog again. And so from that day forward, it never ran because it never wanted to lose. But we loved that dog so much. Hold on, there might be people in there. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm just showing some people something. We love that dog so much. You talked about $5,000 there, Lee.
I did. Yeah.
We had to have this made here.
Oh,
that's a bronze. That's a bronze statue of Carlos, so that he can be with us forever. But a bit like you, Erica, I and my wife certainly don't feel ready for another dog yet. And as I'm sure you know, we travel a lot and there's responsibility, and one gets responsible about being an animal owner. But my son, who still lives with us, has started a campaign again for another animal. So I think it might be quite soon that another beauty enters the house. But I'll tell you, after Jailbait and Carlos, I'm sorry about that name. One worries.
It's just
what if I get a
Zoom
bad
meeting.
one? You know what I mean? What if I get a really difficult one?
Consists of selecting a work, the video, doing it, achieving some.
Here we go.
All right, I've just muted the interference.
Thank
you. All right. So, but I'm sort of looking to. I suppose I'm waiting to have one that I'll die before the dog will. Do you know what I mean? Because it's that unbearable recurrence through your life when you look after animals that, I've lost 7, 8 animals in my life, and I don't know whether I want to lose another one, But that's my story anyway. So there you go.
That's lovely. Thank you very much, Kevin. Greatly appreciate that.
You're welcome.
We should have done a bronze of Bella. It would have been giant. Right at the door of our house. No,
I must say, Erica, that I when it came, it's quite small, because we wanted it in the living room. But I did take a very cheeky, a good photograph in the garden that made it look like it was a full-size statue right in the middle of my lawn, which was a little bit cheeky, which I suppose I've destroyed now for those people who. Oh, there's a question here for all 3 guests, Kevin. I can't see what it is. Never mind.
It says for all 3 guests, you have been instrumental in such huge shows, films with an even bigger fandom. How does that feel, and what parts are you taking with you moving forward? And that's coming from Tony.
Well, we're moving on to acting now rather than animals, but
it's entirely up to you.
Yeah, it's all up to you. I'm happy to talk about animals all day long.
If you want to keep it on animals, we can keep it on animals. If you want
No. I mean, for me, I think it's all about what people want to talk about with us. I mean, we're not famous like animal people. We're just normal people.
I love it.
But I'm just saying, so we can go either way. Maybe we're more interesting about the acting thing. But I will say this about being lucky to be part of shows that have fandoms. It's really, first of all, it's really cool. Because you're also part of shows as an actor that suck, and the one dude likes, the one odd duck. But when you tap into the mainstream of fandom, it is like skiing down a big mountain. It's a rush. I will say that. It's the excitement. Yeah. It's the sharing. It's a real shared experience between actor and audience, between artist and the fan. And I know I've done a lot of shows with Kev, and I've done shows with Ed, and really my theory is the fans make you in the business. I learned that from Johnny. I heard him actually say that to me at a pirate opening, one of our premieres. So the fans are the boss. And if the biggest movie star in the world has that respect for his audience, I mean, don't you think the rest of us schmoes should? Yeah,
I 100% agree, Lee.
Yeah, and also just the key to life is gratitude, to balance all your natural resentments, at least mine. So every time I start to get resentful about why am I not, who this other jackass better than me, whatever it is, all the bullshit that we tell ourselves, the negative stuff that feed ourselves. Right. Do you want to know something real interesting? This is my new thing. I'm probably going to create an app for this. It takes 1 second for your mind to tell you that a negative thought about yourself is the truth. If I were to give you a compliment right now, 99% of you would go no, as your first reaction to me saying, oh, you're great. It takes 13 seconds to sit with a positive thought before you feel good about it. So I want to create this app. It's which is hey, Kevin, you were really great on every fucking thing you've ever done. Then right before you go, wait a minute, I did this terrible show in 1975. You got to hit the app and sit there for 13 seconds and take the compliment. And then,
Great, yeah.
You know, because I think that we are all the negative stuff that we want to tell ourselves is so much better to accept because it feeds the narrative that we're not good enough. But when you connect to a fandom where you're actually given way more credit for being awesome than is true, right? Because like we did Pirates, right? And we are good actors. Like I'll give us that. We're professionals. But the makeup, the tech crew, all the Marine dudes. I mean, I had to row a boat. I never rowed 1 second. There were Olympic swimmers pushing that sucker. You know? I'm fake rowing. It's much funnier fake. And the Olympic safety guys, they're pushing the boat. And the camera dudes that are out there running through the jungle. So the team sport that we get a lot of credit for, it's cool when the audience loves it, and then we can share the love about the camera and the makeup and those things. But yeah, it's pretty special, and I like being a rock star. Those moments of rock star, I learned to enjoy it. And you know, that the way you graciously take the love in and give some back to the audience. I mean, that's the magic of it.
So, well, we should mention, by the way, Lee, about pirates, that of course there are a number of animal stories about pirates.
Oh my God, good ones.
One of them was
in the chat.
What's that?
Sorry, we had a question come up in the chat about working with animals in Pirates. So
right, well, we had an actor called David Bailey who played Cotton, Mr. Cotton's parrot, and that parrot was a dick. I tell you, it was because what he used to like to do whenever David was acting, it would be on his shoulder here, and it would like to turn and go in his ear like that. And to this day, David is deaf in his right ear. The other thing is that we had the monkey, which was two monkeys actually. We had the man monkey was the acting monkey, and he was sweetheart. And there was the lady monkey who looked exactly like him, but she was the stunt monkey, and she was the bitch from hell. As often stunt people are, but she was just awful. You couldn't even look at her without like going, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Awful. Remember that, Lee? Those two monkeys.
I remember. This is what I remember.
Me and Lee were told instantly, and I think it was because of the bitch stunt monkey rather than the nice acting monkey. Was that we were told not to get if you didn't engage unless you had a scene with the monkey.
Yeah.
Don't have eye contact. I mean, it's like, what is this, Tom Cruise or something? I mean, we're not allowed to look into the monkey's eyes because otherwise we'll get in the way of its process. I don't know what that was about.
And we were always waiting on the monkey. I remember being on a couple
the monkey
charters.
had no sense of time whatsoever.
On the charter, like trying to get, like it was the last thing to get cleared off of these, and we couldn't drink until the plane was in the air. Do you remember that? And everyone's rioting, waiting for the monkey to escape. I forget what Dominique.
We want to drink.
Yeah.
Let me just interrupt real quick. Erica has to sign off. So I just want to say thank you so much, Erica, for joining us. And I'm sorry I made you cry earlier.
Thank you.
Again.
Honestly, I'm very happy and comfortable to cry at any time with anyone. Sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, but
No, I just
you're among friends.
Very nice
love
to meet
having you.
Erica.
Bye, Erica.
Very nice to meet you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. There she goes. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. I was
Kevin, were you?
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about the bitch monkey.
Well, I've really said all I need to say about the bitch monkey.
I mean, it was interesting. Like, I have a good monkey story too. Like, there was There's a scene in the first movie where Pintel and Rigetti capture Elizabeth Swann, and we come back to the Black Pearl, and the first time she meets Barbosa in the scene where he goes, it's more like guidelines, that thing. And there's a big thing with the monkey. Monkey had to act, look at Rush, they had to share an expression, had to jump up, grab the gold, had its action to do, right? The monkey kept screwing it up, right? And it was an attention thing. And after about 20 takes or so, and Jeffrey had a giant monologue, the animal trainer, remember Ursula? This animal trainer was super cute, took a squirt bottle and sat under the camera. And when the monkey wouldn't do the right thing, would just blast it with a squirt to get it to pay attention. You know, they had this whole thing. And she caught Jeffrey in the eye a couple times with it, like bad shot. And it took like 30 takes to get this scene. It was like a whole day, really. And I'm getting cleaned up with makeup, and I was like, Jeffrey, man, that was cool. He's like, why, man? He goes, well, I mean, you really kept cool and delivered your performance every single time. That whatever happened with the monkey, you gave a performance every time. He goes, well, I had to. So, you know, the one time I don't, the monkey's going to get it right, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the
They're
kids
going to
and
go with the
animals.
monkey, right?
Kids and animals. They're famous I think, you know, that expression, I guess was W.C. Fields, Edwin? No, I've never worked with kids and animals. It's an old Hollywood expression.
Yep.
I think it's because they always upstage you, and it takes forever to get a performance out of them. So you have to work twice as hard, you know? But yeah, it's a real lesson. I worked with the dog Chopper, who I love to this day. And the only time I could ever interact with Chopper on the set was when I was working with him and I was paying him. So for that whole day, I would feed the dog. His trainer wouldn't. He'd come and hang with me. I would give him his treats. And then the next day, if I wasn't in a scene with him, I had to ignore him. But that's how he was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it goes beyond whether you're an actor who works with them. It's actually when you're working with them.
Yeah. I mean, it was really cool because I love the animal too. He was he was an otter hound that they rescued as an otter hound mix. And he actually had light colored fur, and they dyed his fur to match the dark color. And he was an actor too in the show. He wore his makeup and
right.
Beautiful dog. Beautiful.
It's funny you talk about makeup. I just read a book about the making of my favorite film, which is 2001: A Space Odyssey. And you know, there's a scene at the beginning with a dead zebra and a leopard on top of it going like that. And there's a whole section about that scene. That leopard, that zebra. This is a horrible thing to say on this particular show. Was a horse that had just been euthanized because of cancer and painted with black and white paint. Can you imagine, as an artist, as a makeup artist, being given that job? Here's a dead horse. Can you make it look like a zebra? Don't take too long. It's going to start stinking in about 4 hours. That's the film business for you.
Right.
You know, one of my favorite, one of my favorite movies ever about dogs, and it's a hard watch, but it's one of the great movies, called Amores Perros. Anybody know the movie Amores Perros?
No.
Look it up. It's set in Mexico City, and it's killer. And it's about a guy who loves dogs, and I'm just going to say that they had to go collect, because there's a scene where there's a bunch of dead dogs, and this director who went on to direct The Revenant and Birdman, and is a legendary director, they drove around and just collected the dog. It's Mexico. It's gnarly. And so but the movie's pro. But just once in a while, that was what they had to do to make these movies and make the art and tell these stories. So
yeah.
But I can't watch. I normally can't watch movies about dogs, or I can't watch Sounder. I can't watch any of those. I'm gonna cry.
Young Yeller still gets me. I mean, I can't deal with that shit.
Dog's life,
Very
dog's
interesting.
purpose.
Though, it's very interesting. I was in Chile a few years ago doing a convention, and I was very distressed about the stray dogs there. But then I went to Sri Lanka a few years ago, and Sri Lanka is just full of these beach dogs they're all very similar looking, but they're incredibly healthy. And I found out they have a program there. This is a country that's had a lot of trouble in the last 20 years. And they have teams of people who go around sterilizing and feeding and giving medication to the street dogs there, or rather the beach dogs. I think it's a great comment on every country and how it treats its stray and wild animals. We don't do too well over here in England, and I don't think America has a great. But it's surprising that you go to somewhere like Sri Lanka and they have incredible programs that they can ill afford, and I really respect them for that.
Kevin, we had a question in the chat from Dee. I think she's had to sign off, but she asked, what inspired Jailbait's name?
Well, my then girlfriend, when we got the dog, I don't know if I should even go into this. She was quite standoffish with everyone, but whenever I came near her, she would lie down and throw her legs in the air. And she was 4 months old. So she started calling her Jailbait. And this, I must tell you, this is 20 years ago, okay, because it would be unacceptable now, clearly. But funny enough, when she came, when we split up and I went with my present wife, Phyllis, and she and Jailbait came to live with us because my ex-girlfriend couldn't cope with her. I would let the dog out at night. As I said, she never had a lead or anything. And then to call her back in for a food, I would stand on my, very nice posh street and shout, Jailbait, Jailbait. And Phyllis said, please, will you stop going onto the front step and shouting Jailbait? From now on, her name is Jill. So she became Jill for the last 2 years of her life. And she was completely mystified that she'd go, Jill, what's me? What? No, I am Jailbait. I am Jailbait. Who is this Jill that you refer to? So I went a bit Eddie Izzard there. Sorry. So it was a huge confusion in our life, but it was better that she was called Jill later. Yeah.
That's cool. Thank you. I know we have a question from Betty, who's now rejoined us, and just prior to that, Captain Dan Sparrow. If you just want to quickly unmute, because you had the question about the animals, but you also wanted to tell Kevin and Lee a couple of things. So if you could just briefly make your comment.
I'm on. Hello.
Hello there, Captain. How are you?
Oh, good, mate. I remember meeting you at Liverpool. Very fine, sir. Thank you.
Yes, very nice to see you again. I remember it well.
Yes. Lee Arenberg as well. Marvelous chap. But still, I just want to thank everybody involved for this marvelous thing we're doing here. Animals aren't just there for us to toy with and stroke. They're very good. I'll go normal now. They're very good for mental health, and especially in this last year of lockdown. They're really. Oh, hello. My dog's popped up now. They've really helped everyone. I've got 2 little pirates, and my youngest has special needs. And this fella, hang on, where is it? There he is. That's Silver.
Oh, hello, Silver.
Silver and gold. And,
hey there.
I'm actually training him to hold the keys. Where are they? There they are.
Oh, brilliant.
Love it. Love it.
Wherever he will, I don't know. But still, my question was about the animals, but you've actually already answered that one. And I know you don't have much time, but please, I hope everybody donates, because we need some money to help these animals, mates.
Absolutely.
So much, Captain Dan.
And thank you so much for everyone's time. Best wishes, and hopefully we can all meet together at Comms and take all our dogs and cats everywhere we go.
Oh, God, let's hope so. I miss them dreadfully. I don't know about you, Lee, but I really miss the cons.
Dude, I did a con, and I was in Minneapolis on March 1st last year. And then
the last one I did was with Dan in Liverpool. And then I went to Ireland to do a con on Paddy's Day, and I'm Irish. And as I got in the car from the airport, I got a phone call saying it's all over. There was no Paddy's Day, there was no con, and my life has been shit ever since.
You know what's so weird? I'll say this though. I knew right away, like when I got back from that, I self-isolated right away after the March 1st, because I was like, people are wearing masks. I was like, I could tell it was going to start happening. I've been monitoring it because my buddy was going to China. Long story. Anyway, but I said to myself, because the mental health is a big thing, like Captain Dan was talking about. I work on that every single day just to be a better person, better human. My ego is just too much even for me a lot of the time, So, but I imagined, I live right on the beach. I'm in a great spot. I got out of Venice like a year and a half ago, so I'm in a way better Zen spot on this Pierpont Beach in Ventura.
Oh, you've moved, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, dude, I live on the beach, really bitchin' place. Tony, that was you that lives close? You were talking about that? In the 805 is rad. It's about 60 miles north of LA, right on the beach. Okay, so real special spot. And I imagined that I was an astronaut on the way to Mars. That's what I said. I got like 3 to 4 months, I thought at the time. Just chill out.
Right.
Can I do that? And that was just the first image I kind of jammed on. And then I was good with staying home and learning to Zoom and feeling connected and still doing all the stuff, the basic stuff, moving my body around. And, luckily I can get to the beach even when it was a real super heavy lockdown going down. But
right,
you gotta frame it right. An astronaut on the way to Mars, I was like, everyone thinks they're a tough guy. Could you really last space travel? It's 4 months or 5 to Mars. So I don't know why that worked for me. That was an Edwin kind of Star Trek-y thing, but I made it work.
Yeah, no, I know. I think that's a good way of looking at it. It was easier the first time, of course, because it was the first one, and maybe you thought, well, you take a breather. It was nice weather. We had the best spring ever here in England, and but it's certainly getting old now.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I had a lucky experience. In that, for some bizarre reason, I installed a virtually professional sound studio in my study. So I paid the wine bills by doing voiceovers and narrating Smithsonian Institute channel programs about combat ships and mammoths and sharks. It was great.
I'm gonna have a resentment.
It's beginning to pick up again. There are a few jobs coming, so it's great. I don't know how all of you guys have dealt with your own work, but
I mean, it was tough. This whole year it's like real tough. My mom died last year.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, not COVID related. She was 92. She chose. I mean, it was on her own terms, which was really interesting. But to have to like honor someone's wishes to hospice and then hold their hand as they transition, it's a real lesson for. No, it was beautiful, but it's tough. Yeah, once I got over the,
thank you,
the woe is me, and I just listened to what she was saying about her choices, and I made the real conscious decision to honor her wishes, and she's still with me. I mean, it's part of the deal, but. That was rough, and that was like lucky. I was glad I was in a pandemic. I wouldn't have wanted to be around a lot of people for this.
No, I see
what you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I was able to see her because she declared hospice. Then the certain rules and whatever. There was a lot of cool things that happened along the way that I looked as positives. But I mean, how do you find a silver lining in losing your mom when you're a mama's boy? So that's been a real challenging, but to get through it and to have my family still like me, and I didn't push them away. And you know what I mean? I can find the positive shit in a pandemic. And I think that's what I try to share with everyone along the journey. It's like, everyone's struggling. Everyone needs a hug. So treat everyone with that kindness. I saw some. America's been whacked.
Everyone over the age of 18 is struggling.
Yeah.
I don't think I think a lot of young people are still sitting in their rooms on their PlayStation 5s going, there's a what?
Dude, I think actually
there's a pandemic.
I have a teenager who's doing that now.
But I'm going to profoundly disagree.
I don't think their lives have changed at all.
Dude, I'm going to profoundly disagree. I'm going to say that we have failed our kids.
Yeah.
And that it is the worst for the children to be trying to Zoom when my son is 13, he needs to be in middle school. Doesn't need to, it's
that's
really,
true. That's
it's really been hard. He's going to go straight to high school, missing like a year and a half of like
socialization.
Yeah, it's been real. So
yes,
part of it.
I did have a friend I was speaking to today who's and it's interesting the different ages. Whose son is 4, and he said he was really worried because he said there's been a year in which, not necessarily about schooling, but which he hasn't learned to interrelate with other kids, and that could be problematic.
Yeah,
I'm a former preschool teacher, and also former special education teacher. And during the pandemic, my hours were cut severely to less than part-time. So I had to make the tough decision to get out of teaching and take a part-time job just to make ends meet doing other work, which is fine. But I can definitely agree with what you're saying, because I know how important those early years are for socialization, but also the teen years.
Yeah.
My kids are 24, 19, and my youngest is going to be 16 this year. And it's been really rough. Like, the other 2 have graduated and they have a friend base and they're fine. But my 16-year-old, it's been rough on her to be at home and to not be able to be
that's
with
about
her
it. That's a
friends and
difficult
connect.
age for a kid.
Yeah. And then you have, the toddlers who are in preschool who are just learning how to socialize. They're just learning how to manage their emotions and their behaviors. And when you're in a preschool environment, those skills are all learned in the classroom when they're interacting with other children. So it's really interesting to see.
On a positive note, I have been reading because I was worried about that. Not because my kids are grown up, but I've been looking at children. A very interesting article I read about children in Bosnia of that age during the war, that the human brain has a remarkable ability to recover. And there were, and also, children who were evacuated from London during the Second World War. There are precedents for this. It's not unique. But I think the point that you're making, Jen, and the point that you're making, Lee, is that it has to be dealt with. It can't just be glided over. You have to go, how do we deal with this generation? We have to be very, very careful about what the next 5 years of their lives are.
Right.
I don't mean to lecture you, Jen, because you're a professional.
Oh, no.
But I mean,
absolutely not.
Just read that stuff and see that it can be dealt with if it's dealt with. Yeah.
Correct. And I think that there's balance to everything. And I think being informed about all aspects is really important, that we're not just looking at one aspect of it, but we're looking at everything as a whole and how we can help them as a whole.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the most important question though is, where is my next job?
We're getting a little short on time. I know Michelle had something to ask.
I just wanted to say, for one, Lee, I'm really sorry about your mom's passing. I lost my dad 4 years ago, so I know where you're coming from there.
Thanks.
I need a little more of Lee in my life, because I need that positivity. I locked my door last March and haven't come out of my house since, pretty much. But what I wanted to say to Kevin, you mentioned that you didn't want to get another animal until you thought you were going to pass, or close to. I believe that animals come to you. I have buried so many in my life. I buried over 100 people in my life, and I just literally this last week, the 18th, turned 48, trying to make myself 10 years younger.
Aren't we all?
48. I had to do the calculator so I knew how old I was. That's how bad it was. But I believe that animals come into your life at a time when you need them. And so sometime an animal is going to come into your life, and don't pass them by just because you think that you're not ready,
Not ready,
or
no. Okay.
that you say no, that you're open your heart, because that animal is going to be the one that's going to be saying, I need you. And it's going to give you the unconditional love that you need. And
Well,
even though it's hard,
Michelle, consider my heart open. I will certainly do that. I do have to say it'll be a dog, because I did see a very pathetic cat in the street today, and I brought it in and gave it a can of very expensive tuna. And I've never seen the little bugger again. And then everybody tells me, have you given tuna to that bloody cat down the road? This cat eats about 48 cans of tuna a day. So I think you're talking about dogs there, Michelle.
well, don't be surprised, because I said I would never have a cat in my life. I have two.
Oh, really?
I talked her into it. And on your school note, I homeschooled my children from 5th grade.
Oh, yeah.
My oldest did not. He did not live with us. He was my stepson. But I've homeschooled my kids. So they're kind of, this pandemic hasn't really affected them. She's a senior this year. But
oh, well done. Good. Congratulations
to you. My cats talk. My cat has a conversation with me. She calls me mom. She asks me why. No. Tells me yes. Water. They're cool when you get them when they're babies, and keep it open. I mean, you just never know. I've had ferrets.
I shall bear that in mind, Michelle. Thank you.
So anyway, do we have any more questions in the chat?
I mean, I kind of want to, obviously, people are all Pirates fans. I'm all here for the animals. But, I guess I can kind of tie this in terms of the filming of the movies. You guys have animals and pets. How did you kind of handle that? Did they go with you? In terms of like taking care of them, because I know it's got to be hard for when you have that balance, obviously with family and stuff, but with pets also. How did you guys kind of handle?
Well, Lee probably has something to say about that. I had my family at home, so I left them and I came away, and they were very good about letting us go home when we had time. I know that Orlando Bloom had rescued a greyhound, and Collis was a lurcher, which is like a smaller version between a greyhound and a whippet. And he would travel him everywhere. And I said to him one day, what is it like getting your dog, a big dog like that, and having it down in the hold? I mean, isn't that not difficult? But he said the great thing about a dog is it will not mess its own area. So they for those whatever hours they tend just to calm down. If it's a good dog, they don't shit and they don't eat. And then they're very, very relieved to get out. It's not something personally I would want to do with a dog. But I met the dog many times, and he didn't seem traumatized. So I think he was single at the time, so he had to take his dog with him. So it can be done. But I obviously had my wife and kids at home. So I would just look forward to coming through the door and seeing that waggy tail come and go. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember you.
I mean, Orlando was also a big ass movie star, brah. So he could just do whatever he wanted, and he brought that dog. He actually rescued that dog in Morocco too, like my dog Noose Noose.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He got his in Ouarzazate, which is out in the desert. And actually, you said that. The pot cakes, that's what they call those beach dogs all over the world, whether they be in Sri Lanka or
what do they call them?
Pot cakes. Look it up on Instagram. I follow a lot of pot cakes. They're going to be like, you'll see them in Thailand. They look the same. Mexican beaches, Moroccan beaches.
They're all like little mid-sized, similar looking dogs, aren't they?
They tend to have some either border collie, depending on lot of times they can have a different thing. My girl, she's got some border collie. She's got,
right.
You never know. They're the best dogs when they're mixed breeds, though. They're the coolest.
Oh, the sanest dogs, yeah.
I think so, a lot of the time.
I had a very difficult moment with a very good friend of mine. I met in the street while there wasn't so much of a lockdown here, who was talking to me about, she knew Carlos, and she said she got a dog and she was waiting for the breeder to tell her. And it was really hard because we're friends, and I don't like that very much. There are so many dogs in what we call the Blue Cross, and we have homes here. I don't know why people spend money on encouraging these breeding programs to get dogs who essentially are not going to be healthy. Although we have gone some way to stop the really difficult breeds of dogs that can't breathe, dogs that can't walk or have arthritis because of the way they've been bred with bad back legs and stuff. I'm very much into the thing of saying, go and rescue an animal now. And if you can, go rescue an old one,
Yeah.
Sure.
That's wonderful. And I think, kind of touching on that, that seniors are the ones that are getting ignored the most in shelters.
Yeah.
And it's hard. I get it. You don't want to rescue a dog it's hard because then you're like, well, I'm not going to have a lot of time with this dog and it's going to be devastating when they die, which, yes, that's true. But they're the ones who get looked over more. Puppies.
Yeah.
So bad when I see puppies in shelters, people may not agree with me. I'll never adopt a puppy from a shelter because they're going to get a home. They're
right.
The ones are the ones.
Do you know what I would like to start a program of is why don't you go to a shelter and get an old dog and a puppy?
Yeah.
Let them bond, let them love, and then the old one will go and you'll have the memory with the younger dog. I mean, that seems to me a very simple answer to that problem. Because, of course, it is a problem, but we will have to remember the joy, and we see this on Facebook all the time, and I'm a sucker for it, and I'm worse than Erica about crying. You see an old dog that is terrified, unloved, and unhappy, finding some peace towards the end of its life, and it's the most beautiful, beautiful thing to see. And I'm going to get a fucking dog, for God's sake.
Yeah, they're wonderful, and I think even I have a rescue. He's a chow mix. He's wonderful. He's like a cat though because he doesn't, he wants attention when he wants it. Otherwise, leave me alone.
Right.
Dog, but I also I wanted a Bernese Mountain Dog my entire life, so I do feel guilty. I actually got one from a breeder, and I don't regret her. I regret not rescuing, and I looked for years to find a Bernese rescue.
Well, I mean, okay, in that case, you really wanted to do that, and it's hard to choose when you're rescuing, and they tend to choose you.
Yeah.
But you mustn't beat yourself up about it. But at least you knew that was a last resort, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I looked for a long time to rescue, and I love my whiskey. That's her name, the Bernese, to death, but she has a lot of health issues. She's the reason I started Buddies. And I think you remember I talked
because of her breeding.
Yeah, she, and she needed a hip replacement. That's why Buddies started.
Right.
And
right.
Those are the issues. My other
well,
dog,
then you did her a favor because until you can stop breeding, they still must have homes. So
yeah, exactly. I gave her a home, and
yeah.
But I agree with you. Everyone should just adopt, and I like your idea of the puppy and the older dog. I think that would help a lot with the seniors getting a home.
Yeah, and having a little bit of doggy youth about them to maybe just extend their lives a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, there's Jen showing us her dog Goomba on the screen.
Yeah, Goomba.
Where's that? Where's that?
She's
yeah, there you are. Hello.
There. Oh, there he is. He's gonna show his handsome face.
He's cute.
He's an 80 pound pit bull and boxer mix, and we rescued him from the Bully Breed Rescue here in Idaho.
Goomba.
And his name is Goomba, and it's Italian for loyal friend and companion.
Very nice.
Oh, and there's our cat. You can see our cat.
Oh, very nice. Oh, lovely.
Slinking in. That's Figaro, which we named after Pinocchio. Which
the Pinocchio's cat. Yeah.
Yeah, I should have named him Lucifer after Cinderella's cat. He's much more of a Lucifer. So those are the crazy furballs in my life.
I come from Idaho. Do either of them eat potatoes?
No.
We don't get Idaho potatoes. We get potatoes from Washington. You guys get our Idaho potatoes.
Yes.
I mean, you're not allowed to have them.
Right.
We get to pick them for you.
Well,
Lee,
thank you very much. I do like an Idaho potato.
Lee and Kevin, when you've had animals, Lee, I know you've got like the beach near your house to take the dog for a run. Kevin, how about you? I can't remember where you're situated in England.
Well, I live in Chiswick, and what was great about Carlos, I was telling you that he was the fastest dog around, and when he damaged his knee, he decided not to run anymore. But I live near a place called Chiswick House, which is an old. It was in fact where that Keira Knightley film, The Duchess, was about the woman who built Chiswick House.
Isn't it right on the river?
Yeah. It's beautiful. But what it had, there's this little building there around a little river that has like a graded side around it. So it was like a cambered racetrack, and Carlos would run around there for hours, sort of sideways, like a wall of death rider. He loved it, and we would walk there every day. It was an hour and a half walk. He loved it, and then there was a big cricket field that he'd love to run around, and it was the perfect place to take a dog. And I think that's important as well in deciding what dog you want. What is your situation? You know, I must say I had an extraordinary event. Before Jailbait, we rescued me and the previous girlfriend to the one who named him Jailbait. We had a dog called Whiskey that we rescued from Battersea Dogs Home. And we were told that Whiskey had been handed in because he was a sort of a medium-sized Irish wolfhound. He wasn't a big one. He was crossed with something else. And we were told that the family had 3 children and another child was coming, and they lived in an apartment block in a big tower, and they just didn't have the time to give the dog the exercise it needed. And I thought, I wonder if this dog has been damaged. A month after I got the dog, we went to our local cafe, and there were a bunch of workmen in the corner, and Whiskey ran away from me and leapt at this man and started licking him. And it was the man who'd put him into Battersea Dogs Home, 5 miles away. And I was really relaxed then to know that that dog still loved the guy, and that the guy had put him in to the hot dogs home for a good reason, for good reasons for the dog. But me and my girlfriend, we were just weeping because we just thought it was the best thing. And this guy said, "Did you take Whiskey out of Battersea Dogs Home?" And we said, "Yeah." He said, "Thank you very much. I must tell my kids, they'll be very happy." So that was a lovely moment and a bizarre coincidence. Yeah.
That's really lovely. I have to ask, because most of the talking today has been about like fur babies, but Lee,
about what?
Fur babies, like dogs, cats, etc. But have you ever had any pets that one would consider non-traditional, reptiles, for example, or never gone there? Fish?
I mean, fish, my brother, the rocket scientist I've told you about, when we're on a sci-fi jag, he was like, he used to, like, in high school, he used to work at aquariums. He has always had great aquariums, my brother. So he's been the fish guy. And even his high school job was like, remember those old like tropical fish stores?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't even know how many exist anymore in the world, but like Yeah, that was probably, and my sister with her birds. I was always into birds of prey. I always wanted to have a falcon or an osprey or some sort of like cool. I like all birds of prey. That's one of my favorite. And I like ravens and crows a lot. Sort of the non-traditional. But I get so much love out of just dogs. I am a dog guy. I love cats too, though. But my wife's allergic to cats. I think they have a higher level, although I think people's tolerance changes.
Yeah.
The dogs are big enough win.
When I was growing up, we had birds, but also I used to live on the edge of the big city, Birmingham, in quite a rural area, and we used to go and catch amphibians and keep them. I remember one morning I was going to school and one little amphibian that I'd caught had escaped and was heading back towards the river, and very dry. And my mother looked after it and she said, "You go to school." And she took it back and put it in the river. And I began to become very wary of that sort of a whole wild animal thing. So I personally am, and we've had gerbils and hamsters and stuff like that. I'm very wary of anybody having an animal which hasn't already been domesticated with humans for many thousands of years. So I'm not a fan of exotic. I remember back in the 70s, this is unbelievable to me now. I used to go to a rehearsal room in a place called Kennington, and whenever I got off the tube with the fellow actors, we would go to this garage, this gas station, where a guy had a fucking tiger chained up. This is 1977, okay? Would you be allowed to do that today? It was the unhappiest looking animal I'd ever seen. It's also affected my view on circuses, on zoos, etc. Zoos are at their best now when they're to do with breeding programs, and that's cool. The keeping of snakes I've never particularly enjoyed, although bigger snakes are okay because all they want to do is eat something big like your baby, once every 6 months, and they're quite happy just as long as you keep them warm. But I'm not a big man for the exotic pet. No.
My husband was his mom raised parrots and birds. And so, hearing the story about the parrot on set does not surprise me at all. Yeah, she had Goffin cockatoos, and this Goffin cockatoo that she had was caught in the wild. And we lived with my husband's parents in Buena Park, California for a little while when we were first together. And this bird was in this cage with his partner outside of our bedroom window. And one night he was, "Mah, mah, mah," and my husband's name is Matt. So he would call him. That's how he would call him, "Matt, Matt, Matt." So my husband gets up. He's pissed. He goes outside, he bangs on the cage, and he goes, "Shut up." And he turns around and walks back. And as he's turning around and walking back, the bird goes, "Mah!" And he turns around and he looks at the bird, and the bird goes, and laughs at him. I died laughing. I was like, this bird is so smart. He knows he pissed you off, and now he's laughing at you because he knows he pissed you off.
It's amazing, Jen, you say that. Just before I came up, there was a program on television that my wife was watching about experiments on large avians, birds. And at the moment, they're finding that that large avians have a similar learning and intelligence rate to dogs and monkeys. Really interesting. And the reason they can tell that is because that they can lie. Mm-hmm. They can misdirect you, and they can do things that are false and phony. Most animals can't do that. But it's really interesting. And that story about that bird taking the piss out of your husband is really interesting. Yeah.
Oh, it cracked me up. But I mean, that bird, he'll take your finger off.
Oh,
He'll
yeah,
make you think like, he'll make you think like you can pet him and he'll take your finger off. Like, it's no joke. He was caught in the wild, and it's his behavior, and it's what he knows how to do. So you got to be careful of him. I love him because he's an ornery old bastard, and I think he's hilarious.
Are you talking about your husband now,
No.
or the bird?
Maybe both.
I must tell you one thing before we wrap up. One of the most beautiful things about where I live, and the house I was telling you, Chiswick House, where I used to take the dog, it strangely has a thriving colony of East African canaries. And I looked into why we had that, and one of the ideas was that it was just that people had East African canaries. They're green, they're beautiful, sort of parrot-like animals. And I looked into it further, and I was filming at Shepperton Studios about 5 years ago. And they said in 1953, they were filming The African Queen with Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart. And they had a load of canaries, and they escaped. And these are the generations of East African canaries that were used on the set of The African Queen in 1953. And that is just a wonderful demonstration of how animals survive. And,
just to add to that story, it doesn't have any movie history to it, but in Los Angeles, anyone that's been, and you might have even seen this, Kevin, there's flocks of wild parrots in LA that are escaped, like from people's houses over the years, and they've all kind of come together. And they used to show up every once in a while, every spring, at least once or twice. And when I lived in Venice, they would come, and I know they're,
really?
And so I'm sure there's a doc about it somewhere. Somebody's had to have told the story of it.
Right.
Yeah, the adaptability. And if we give animals a chance, and it's the human that screws it all up, right? I mean, the Victorian age, like you go to that great museum, one of my favorite museums in the world is Natural History in New York City. And it's a Victorian museum where they take every squirrel ever and just nail it to a board. Let's show you a squirrel, so let's kill them all and nail them, It's like now there's no more because you nailed them all fucking onto the board. Every butterfly in the world, everything. That was the collection of the Victorian age. And so you're right. Now that when we got to be careful what we throw away. And, there's so many things that on a daily basis just are gone from that our kids will never see, maybe our grandkids for sure, right? To preserve what we can. That's a good mission for all of us. Be kind to humans, be kind to the animal. I mean, just treat every living being like you want to be treated. I mean, that's how I roll as best I can.
It does kind of blow my mind.
Actually, just to pick up on that for a second there, Lee, one of the big problems we face with COVID at the moment is that we've had to ease up on the production of plastics because there's plastics everywhere now in terms of PPE protection, slit the masks so that animals don't get tied up in them, I can't stand the amount of masks I see around on the street. Keep it in your pocket and put it in a fucking bin, for fuck's sake, It's really because of our own self-interest of COVID, we've sort of abandoned the notion about how much we throw in the street, and I think we gotta really, really be careful of that.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Edwin, I interrupted you.
Oh no. I was just going to say what you were saying earlier about species becoming extinct and so on. It's like, I remember when I was a kid growing up, and you thought like tigers and elephants were going to be around forever. And then you find out there's like sort of 50, I think there's a species, the black rhino is extinct. I can't remember. I think it's either the black rhino, white rhino. I can't remember which one. And it's like, it just blows my mind.
It's the black rhino. They reckon the last one died, I think, in 2019.
Yeah. And it just blows my mind that these are creatures that were around when I was a kid and you thought they were going to be here forever.
There are mysterious things here in London. Over the last 5 years, sparrows have disappeared.
Wow.
Sparrows were the main, and and people say things like, "Oh, it's because of the increase in cats." No, it fucking isn't. There's something else, and we don't know what it. We don't know what it is. There are no sparrows in London anymore. I mean, literally not one.
Yeah, it's like an episode of Doctor Who. Why are the sparrows disappearing?
Yeah.
And we don't mean Captain Dan Sparrow either.
We don't mean Captain Dan Sparrow. He's the last sparrow left.
He's the last.
I think I appreciate that. That is why I appreciate the Irwin family from of watching them and watching Robert and Bindi take over their dad's legacy. And if you watch this show, they're continuing on that legacy to bring back animals that are almost extinct because it's my generation. It's our generation that's killing them, and we're not watching. And we need to teach our younger generation that it's not okay.
Yeah,
and that's go ahead.
And that's why our zoos have to rapidly move even more towards conservation. And isn't it interesting? I read the other day that there's I don't know what it is, a mink or something is the first nearly extinct animal to be cloned. Whether that's a good idea or not, I do not know. But I'm fascinated that people are thinking in that way.
Well, I do know that I seen a comment, and I do want to mention that we do need to watch that. We need to spay and neuter our animals. We need to be respectful that we do spay and neuter. That your local SPS or your humane societies, they will do it at a low cost for you.
Right.
So we need to do that so that we don't have these puppies and stuff running around, and adopt when you can from the local animal shelters, and encourage, just so you know, encourage senior citizens. If you go in, most animal shelters have a senior program now that if you don't have an animal, you can go in and adopt one for free. It may not be a puppy. They have to be 2 years or above, but they will adopt it free for you.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I would also like, is it possible to go back in time and spay the parents of all the people in my government at the moment, which would be really good.
I think that would be happening all across the globe, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Americans on here, so I'm not going to go on about Spain. So I'll just leave it alone.
Kevin, no politics.
No politics.
Unit.
And let's not talk about the church. Okay, that's
kept
fine.
it nice and neutral there. They said certain politicians. That was
Get it just to the finish line. It could go to shit so fast.
I know.
I was going to say, I think we're probably way over time, but we were having such a great conversation, so I didn't want to stop you all.
But you guys, I just want to thank everyone too. Kevin, love you, buddy. Great to see you.
You too, Lee.
To my friend Hayes out there, to my friend Ed, to all the buddies, Paws people. Lots of love. Stay safe, stay strong. Kev, I'll be seeing you down the road real soon. Captain Dan, meeting everybody, and then hope to see the rest of y'all. Tony on the beach up here in the 805, the taco trucks, wherever we meet. But it's good to know, like, we're in it together, right? I like to say that, and I know this about Kev, man, he brings a lot of love. This is who he really is. One of the great people. If you ever get to a convention and he's there, definitely go say hi. Same with me. And I just miss other humans.
Yeah, me too.
I miss pressing my body against your bodies.
Yeah, well, with the less said about that, the better.
Ways, but you know what I mean? A hug. Just a hug. I need a hug. I need stranger hugs.
No, it's true. If I just did, I should probably tell this, but I just did an episode of Doctor Who, and I was working with these two wonderful women, the Doctor and this other character, and they were talking about all the difficulties they had, and I said at the end of it, as you know, as we sort of touched elbows or whatever we did, and I said, there is an upside to COVID that you've been spared the last 3 weeks of me hugging you relentlessly all day.
You had to mention that as we're signing off, Kevin. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, and I loved you from Twin Dilemma. So to hear that, I won't say anything, I promise.
No, please don't. They'll give me a time when I can announce it. The funny thing is that I mentioned to Jodie that I was in famously what's regarded as the worst episode of Doctor Who ever, the Twin Dilemma, and she said, "Oh fuck." Is this going to be the second worst episode of Doctor Who ever? So there we go.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for that nugget. That's made me very happy.
Yeah, keep it to yourself for a while. Okay.
I will, I promise. We'll delete it from the video.
Oh yes, no, please do.
Yes.